Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1451. My prince, we need you to come see this yourself. It's a serious matter. You're saying you two found a treasure and that filthy human attacked you? Yes, he couldn't defeat us. He has a few tricks, but we dealt a deadly blow to him. If not for the fact that he self-destructed his peak venerable puppets, he would have been dead by now. Where's the treasure now? That's the thing, we can't take it out of the place. If not, it'll not be as effective as it is there. The seventh prince took a close look at the duo who had their heads bowed. These were the two people who he sent out to follow Robert to apprehend the human girl. He never expected something like this would happen that would cause a fight to break out between them. Humans are always greedy, hence their decline. The seventh prince snorted and stood up. Take me there, we should be fast before that guy comes back with reinforcement. He ordered. Don't worry, my prince, there's no way other humans will be as unruly as him to come there, except for him. One of the gnomes said. When the gnome said him, the seventh prince knew who he was talking about and snorted coldly. He's not here. If he is, we would have gotten wind of it and ended that bastard. The duo didn't speak and led the prince out. For precautionary measures, the prince took two more peak venerables with him. There's a chance that humans would come to the place, so there was no harm in being prepared. As the duo led the prince over, Gray was standing with Robert, amazed at how easy it was for him to control them. After Robert finished working on the first guy, he asked for the other one, which Gray gave to him. It took some hours, but he finished working on both and they completely forgot what happened prior to the attack. In fact, they didn't have the knowledge of them leaving the gnome camp. Are you sure this thing doesn't mess with their heads later? Gray couldn't help but ask. He found it surprising that something like this didn't have any side effects. None of the people I've controlled has ever shown any signs of side effects. I made sure to complete my study before actually putting it to use on my siblings. A few people died in the process, but it is for a just cause. Robert explained. There's nothing particularly just about this. But as long as you're not doing it to anyone close to me and you're under me, I'm good. Gray didn't see anything wrong with what Robert was doing. When he was trying to remove the mark, he did a lot of experiments before finding out that he could use life force to remove it. A lot of people were sacrificed in the end, and thanks to their sacrifice, he was also able to remove the mark from someone else as well, saving the person's life in the process. Make sure one of them is standing close to one of the people sent here. I'd like it if the two of them are standing side by side. If you cannot do that, just ensure one of those guys is standing next to them. Gray ordered. Robert understood what Gray meant by this. Gray was planning to use the same attack method he used when they went to that island. Switch places with one and kill the unsuspecting one, while Robert handles the one he switched places with, leaving the prince all alone. To be honest, this was a very unique and frightening skill. If caught off guard, no one, unless the person's cultivation level is well above Gray's own, could block it. Gray waited patiently for the group to arrive. After a few minutes of waiting, Gray saw the silhouettes arriving from the distance. Even before the person leading could be seen, Gray already knew who it was. Ha ha, who would have thought it's this guy again? He laughed at the sight of the seventh prince. He never thought the seventh prince would be the one there. There had been so many encounters between the two and Gray has always come out on top whenever they clashed. This will be fun. He smiled. Robert heard Gray's statement and thought about what Gray made him say. Now he understood the meaning behind the word him and why the prince had such reactions to it. Robert did as told and ensured that the duo who accompanied the prince were standing close to each other. It wasn't difficult since all he had to do was to make the two guys he was controlling stand on the same side and discuss certain issues under their breath. The other two naturally teamed up. The seventh prince couldn't be bothered with what was happening. He told them to find the girl once they were done with this. As they headed closer to the place, the seventh prince felt unsettled. For some reason, he felt something was wrong. Since I encountered him, I've been worrying whenever I leave the castle. Although the prince didn't want to accept it, he couldn't deny the fact that Gray had cast a shadow on his head which was playing with him. The sooner Gray was caught and killed, the better his life would be. I just need to end him. Even if not personally, at least I should be involved in it. The prince was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space behind him. His pupils dilated because he was familiar with this thing. He had experienced it before and knew who it belonged to. Before he could react, it was too late. Gray had switched places with one of the men behind him and he attacked the other one the second he appeared, immobilizing him with a single attack. The other guy wasn't as fortunate as this one. Robert directly killed him. "Hi there, it's been a while." Gray waved with a grin on his face. Chapter 1452. What are you doing here? They said you were training. The seventh prince felt chills run down his spine when he saw Gray's evil smile. He was seriously afraid of encountering Gray. When he had the higher cultivation strength he couldn't beat Gray. Now that Gray was the one with a higher cultivation level, it is easy to predict who would win if they fought. "Nothing, I'm strolling and thought I should come say hi to you." Gray replied calmly. He looked at the duo who were standing there without making any movements. "Kill him." The seventh prince ordered the two of them, pointing at Gray. How did you think you got into this situation?" Gray asked with a smile. The seventh prince wore a confused expression on his face. Gnomes would never betray their race for a lowly human, this is something he was well aware of. But from what he was seeing, it was as if these two had pledged allegiance to Gray. He was about to speak when Robert walked out from the side. "I told you it would be easy," he commented as he flew to Gray's side. "You traitor!" the seventh prince yelled. "Stop being dramatic, I promised you the opportunity to capture him." "Well, here he is." Robert shrugged, not bothered with the seventh prince's enraged look. The seventh prince felt like wiping Robert of the face of the world for that statement. If he had the strength to kill Gray, did Robert think they would be in such situations now? He had encountered Gray on a few occasions and had failed miserably in all attempts to end Gray's life. Even during their last encounter, Gray didn't even look at him, which, although shameful, he felt relieved Gray didn't try to fight with him. There was no way he could match up with Gray. Even his elder brother wasn't able to stand up to Gray. How did Robert think he would be able to achieve that? "If you kill me, my father will raze your world and family to the ground," the seventh prince threatened. "As long as you're dead, I'm good. The fact that you won't see it gives me joy." Gray acted like he didn't mind his family getting slaughtered by the gnomes. "Oh, is there a way they can find out who killed you?" Robert asked curiously. "The entire gnome race knows the only human who would dare to attack and even kill someone like me is him." The seventh prince pointed at Gray. Robert couldn't help but look at Gray. He didn't think Gray was that famous in the gnome world. The fact that he hadn't even entered the place yet he was well known goes to show just how terrifying he was as an enemy. To be honest, when he fought him for a few minutes, he could already tell how frightening Gray was. If not for the fact that Gray wanted to make use of his abilities, the chances of him being dead would have been really high. "How can you keep a necromancer under you? I wonder how the human world would react to this news." The seventh prince thought out loud. "Ha ha, I'm surprised you're having such thoughts. Do you think you can actually leave this place alive?" Gray chuckled. Reality soon dawned on the seventh prince. He was alone with Gray, and there was no one who could assist him. What was worse is that he had a special puppet that was in the sovereign plane, but it was useless here. The rules of this place made it practically impossible for a sovereign to appear even for a brief moment. "Don't worry, I don't want to kill you," Gray said, before adding, "However, I want you to work for me. You see, I plan on entering the gnome race's world, and who else can help me enter other than the son of the ruler?" When Robert heard Gray's plan, he almost fell to the ground after losing balance midair. The entire gnome race wanted Gray dead, yet he was planning to get into the gnome race's world. Only someone as crazy as Gray would have such thoughts in mind. The fact that he even thought about it alone is enough to tell what type of person he is. "You want to come to my world? Why go through the trouble of planning all this? You should have told me and I'll personally receive you there," the seventh prince replied. If Gray really wanted to come to his world, of course he would accept him. That would be the easiest way to kill Gray. A single snort from his father will end Gray's miserable life. As if seeing through the thoughts of the seventh prince, Gray said, "You see, I do want you to receive me, but under my terms and my control." With that statement, Gray moved closer to the seventh prince and sealed his cultivation. "Don't struggle, it will be over soon," Gray said as he sealed the cultivation of the seventh prince. "What are you doing?" the seventh prince yelled, scared for his life. "Don't worry, no harm will come to you," Robert stepped forward and said, before placing one hand on the seventh prince's head and another on the stomach. The seventh prince was suspended in that manner and soon lost consciousness after Robert started the entire process. Gray looked at the seventh prince and shook his head. He never thought he would be able to do something like this, but being able to encounter Robert meant that he could think bigger than what he originally wanted. He had always wanted to visit the gnome world, but he didn't know how to enter and what awaits him there if he ventured there without sufficient knowledge of the place, but with Robert things would be different. He would not only have someone there, but he would have someone that would be able to gain access to most of the important information of the gnome world. Nothing can go wrong now. Just as Gray made that statement, Robert spoke up. "There's an array in his consciousness, I can't break it." "Fuck me." Chapter 1453. What do you mean his consciousness has an array in it? Is that even possible? Gray was taken aback. There's an array in his consciousness, and as you can see, it's clearly possible. Robert replied. Is there a way to go through it? Gray asked. It's beyond anything I've ever seen. You'll have to take a look yourself. Robert made way for Gray. Gray stood in front of the seventh prince and his mental energy burst out. When Robert saw this, a thought came to his head, but then he shook his head. Before he could even begin his plan, Gray might have killed him already. Amazing! He was startled with the amount of mental energy Gray possessed. With such mental energy, Gray would have zero issues with controlling 10 peak venerables, which is something only those in the sovereign plane should be able to do. What sort of freak is he? Freakishly strong with his elements, and now even his mental energy is far above anything I've ever encountered. Robert was stupefied by Gray. While Robert was still wondering what sort of person Gray was, he heard something that scared him. I can work on it, but I'll need a few days. The array is made like an alarm. If tampered with, the person who placed this array there will be able to find out about it. Gray explained. This was an old array, it was like one of the ones he had been studying recently, and he managed to get a thing or two on this. In fact, this array will also help his general array knowledge after working on it. Robert was stunned by the fact that Gray said he could crack the array and even do it in a way the person who implanted it wouldn't be able to notice. They took the seventh prince and headed towards a cave. With the disappearance of the seventh prince, the gnomes left were a little worried but also free to go search for treasures. The secret realm was in a peaceful state, and although fights broke out occasionally, it was natural in this place. Gray was focused on deciphering the array and also learning the art of mind control from Robert. It was best if he had control over the seventh prince. As long as he was the one with control, he could do what he wanted without having to miss anything. Robert didn't have any issues with teaching Gray the technique, of course, as the creator of the technique, he made sure he was immune to it. This was to ensure that Gray never tries to place him under his complete control. The terrible thing about it is that if Gray were to do so to him, there's no way he would be able to find out, hence the importance of making himself immune to it. It took Gray 3 days, but he finally completed his objective. Not only creating a loophole in the array, but also placing the seventh prince under his control. When he tried to control the prince for the first time, he was astounded at the feeling. Such a strange concept. I'll make sure this thing is never practiced by anyone else. He thought to himself. Robert was a dispensable figure, and he wouldn't mind letting him go now that he could achieve mind control on his own. But he didn't mind having a few people under him, so he decided to spare Robert. He controlled the seventh prince for a while, making sure he learned how to use the puppets and everything before scrolling through his storage ring. This was the seventh prince of the gnome race, of course he would have some invaluable items stored there. And Gray was right, he found some top items, but there was one that caught his attention. This thing can help fix leaking cores. He had read about this particular item before, but it was so rare that finding it was almost impossible. He never expected the seventh prince to have one in his possession. Klouse' father, the principal, had an issue like this after the final battle at the Azure continent. The last time he spoke with his teacher, there wasn't much positive news from him about the principal's condition. With this, he could help restore the principal back to normal state. If I take this, he will notice it, but who cares? There's no way he would know that he's under my control. Gray didn't bother about how the 7th prince would react when he noticed this item missing and took it. He also took some top-notch treasures before sending the 7th prince back to the gnome camp. The duo who were under Robert's control were sent back with him. The person Gray left alive was killed in the end. Robert couldn't put too many people under his control, and already having these two along with his siblings was taxing. There was no harm in slowly scraping off some of the gnome race's strength, although 2 peak venerables aren't that important in the general scheme of things, it didn't matter. Alright, we should head back now. There's no point staying here. Gray took the lead as they headed towards the exit. Robert looked at the back view of Gray, still stumped by what happened these past 3 days. The fact that Gray not only found the loophole, but also learned the mind control technique in such a short time was monstrous. This shouldn't be possible, but Gray did it. Following him might not be bad after all. He thought as he followed Gray. Gray and Robert left the secret realm in the same manner they entered, without making any fuss. Other than the person guarding the portal, no other human saw them enter and exit the place. On the gnome's end, only Robert was seen, and they didn't know anything about him. The prince left and returned some days after, rushing into his room and telling the others not to disturb him. Only 2 people of the 4 who went out with him returned, and no one questioned him. Chapter 1454. The duo spent a total of 3 days in the secret realm before stepping out. When they came out, there wasn't any difference from when they entered the place. The elder from the Birchard family guarding the portal expected to hear stories of Gray's exploits in the secret realm once again, but when he was greeted with people casually stepping out without any breathtaking stories, he was astounded. It was common knowledge that whenever Gray steps foot in the secret realm, he causes chaos in the camp of the gnomes, sending them into retreat. As a matter of fact, the geniuses who entered during the time Gray came the last time grew the most. They had the opportunity to explore the place and search for more treasures thanks to the fact that the gnomes were nowhere to be seen. Humans and giants don't have any conflicts and they rarely encounter each other, much less fight for treasures, unlike the gnomes who actively seek out humans. The gnomes need humans to turn into corpse puppets, so they naturally search for them even when the humans are hiding. The Birchard family. Sylvia was sitting in her courtyard, drinking some tea while lost in thoughts. Her serene appearance was a contrast to her feisty nature. The flowers in the courtyard made the atmosphere exceptionally calm as she looked into the sky. "I never thought I would see you in such a manner." Gray's voice brought her back from her train of thoughts. Sylvia turned to look at him with a dazzling smile. "You returned earlier than I expected." "Yes, I've accomplished what took me there." Gray nodded and took a seat. "Your friends went out to explore the city, they will be back shortly. Why don't we reminisce about the old times?" Sylvia offered Gray a cup of tea. Gray didn't shy away and took the cup, taking a gulp down. "As much as I didn't like how you oppressed me, I must say your aggressive method was quite effective." "It's not aggression, you're just not wanting to grow, and I had the feeling I needed you." Sylvia chuckled and added, "In the end, I indeed needed you. You helped us defeat them, which was out of my expectations at the time. After all, you were only a weak origin plane elementalist at the time. Thinking about it now, I wonder what came over me to believe someone like you would be able to help us in such a battle." Sylvia shook her head. Gray didn't know the answer to this as well. It was a battle on a stage that he couldn't dare to think of at that time, yet he still managed to not only attend, but even defeat the top people there. It was an interesting experience. The duo continued talking, and before they knew it, a few hours had gone by. They spoke about their travels and how Sylvia forcefully made Gray fight battle after battle at that time. "My friends are back. We better get going. A war we can't escape is coming, and I don't want to be a burden to my parents." Gray stood up before walking in the direction of the exit. "What did you do in the secret realm?" Sylvia asked, making Gray stop in his tracks. "Let's say I found a way to sneak into the gnome world." Gray grinned as he replied, "Don't divulge this information, the entire gnome world wants me dead. It's best if they don't expect me." Sylvia dumbfoundedly stared at Grey, unable to utter a word. She watched as Grey's back view disappeared from her courtyard. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Grey, a known fugitive of the gnome world, wanted to sneak into the gnome world. I think the repeated battles have messed up with his head. This was the only thought in Sylvia's head. She couldn't even stand up, much less think of how to divulge such information. Even if she was being beaten, if she said something like this, the people would think she's crazy and might angrily kill her. Only a crazy fellow would dare to make such statements. He truly is something else. She gave a self-deprecating laugh as she continued drinking her tea. Grey and his friends left the Birchard Manor immediately. When the others saw Grey, they didn't ask any questions and decided to continue their journey. On the way, they heard something that made their blood boil. Grey wanted to sneak into the gnome world, and he wanted them to come with him. This was heaven-shaking news. If they entered the gnome world and caused havoc there, they would be able to slow down the process with which the gnomes would want to invade their world. Of course, there's also the possibility of them increasing the speed. All in all, it was a risk worth taking. Grey and his friends were a group of psychopaths, and it's natural that none of them even had the slightest hesitation towards this. Rather, they were all riled up. Among the group, Robert was the only one who was thinking properly, and he was praying deep down that when the day comes, Grey wouldn't need him to accompany him. Actually, one of the reasons he willingly taught Grey the mind control technique was due to this fear. Yes, Grey wanted to enter the gnome world, but what about him? Did Grey think he would actually follow him there? If he was in control of the seventh prince, there's a chance he would have no choice, but when he's not in control, he doesn't have to worry about anything. You can go there and get captured, I'm not going there with you. This was the only thing in Robert's head. The group of friends discussed what they would potentially do in the gnome world while Robert watched the lunatics as they ventured deep into the middle continent, on their way to the western continent. This set of lunatics were on a mission to save their continent, but before that, they wanted to cross a massive bridge first, becoming sovereigns. Chapter 1455. The Venerable Plane is already such a monumental plane to reach as an elementalist, but that wasn't the end. To some extent, some might say it's just the beginning. Getting to the Venerable Plane means one has the potential to become a sovereign. In the Aurora continent, sovereigns were highly regarded. These were the people who show up on most occasions and tend to appear the most. Of course, the true people pulling the strings were those above the sovereign plane, but getting to the sovereign plane means one has the opportunity to take the step further and become a half-god, an existence akin to a god. According to what Grey knows, his father had already taken the step years ago. From what he heard, his father is the fastest person to take that step in the last 1,000 years or so. He didn't know how difficult it is, and neither had he heard anyone speak about it, but given the way it was written in the books he had read, he knew it was something that isn't easy to accomplish. Grey had always wondered if Void would sleep and then just wake up as a half-god magical beast someday. If others hear about that, they might pluck out their eyes. Only someone like Void could achieve something like this with such ease. Void was currently on the verge of breaking through to becoming a sovereign. Once he achieves that, then the half-god plane would be within sight. One thing Grey had heard about the half-god plane is that it's even harder than when one is breaking through to become a sovereign. This is expected since he's already aware that with his plane, the difficulty of breaking through increases exponentially. There are people who still haven't been able to get past the origin plane even before Grey was born. Until date, they're still trying to break through that plane. Some of them were regarded as geniuses while they were in lower planes, and even after getting to the origin plane. But they will run out of luck and their cultivation will stagnate, without moving an inch, no matter how hard they try. A few eventually break through after trying all sorts of things, while others remain in that plane until the end of their lifespan. This is a sad reality all elementalists have to live with. Grey was also stuck in the origin plane for a long time, and only after figuring out he needed to increase his physical strength did he finally break through the gap. There are others who need just a little enlightenment and they will be able to soar, but not everyone is lucky. The group soon got to the western continent, and of all of them, Alice's faction was the first they would get through. After getting to the sovereign plane, we will meet up to go ahead with our plan, Grey said as Alice was about to depart from the group. You better hurry up, I don't like waiting. Klouse said. What are you babbling about? Reynolds snorted and said coldly, "Do you think you will break through before us?" "Obviously." Klouse replied matter-of-factly. He looked at Gray and said, "Other than him, no one else is as fast as I am when cultivating. I even caught up with him. Do you think we're on the same speed level?" "I can still beat you up," Reynolds commented. "Don't think because I don't like testing your strength means I'm afraid of you. I can beat you with my eyes closed," Klouse said in all seriousness. "Ha ha, even if I don't use my elemental warrior, you can't beat me," Reynolds retorted. "Want to try?" Klouse asked with an evil smile. "I'm not stupid, Klouse." "Of course not." Reynolds didn't blink as he replied. Only Klouse would shamelessly want to fight him, an 8th stage elemental venerable, while being at the peak. Not just that, but adding the fact that Klouse was freakishly strong among those at the peak. "Stop being shameless, Klouse." Alice joined in on the conversation. "I'm just saying he should not say things he can't do." Klouse shrugged. Everyone looked at him when he made this statement, even Robert, who was standing some meters away from the group. He has traveled with them long enough to know that Klouse always says things he can't achieve. There was a time they were surrounded by a group of magical beasts at the peak and Klouse shamelessly said he could fight all of them on his own. Did he do it though? Of course not. Klouse ran into their midst, forcing them to fight with the beasts. In the end, they ran away after a stalemate. Of everyone present, Klouse was the one who shouldn't even speak about this topic. Klouse wasn't bothered with their looks. He said in all seriousness, "Next time, don't say things like this." Alice gave up and hugged the group while saying her goodbyes before walking towards her faction. If she didn't do this, Klouse didn't seem to have any plans of stopping his bullshit. Klouse and Reynolds continued bickering as they went on with the journey. Reynolds' faction was the next stop. Surprisingly, Gray's faction was next after Reynolds, but he wanted to visit his parents. This meant he would go close to Klouse' faction, but he still won't get there. The group traveled for a few more days before Reynolds was left at his faction. Klouse urged Gray that they should move at a slower pace. He didn't want to return to his faction so soon, but Gray wasn't having it. He had important things to attend to and needed to make sure he wasn't delayed. As they were walking, Gray stopped Klouse to tell him about something he found. "You're saying it can help my father restore his core?" Klouse asked, agitated. "That's the use, but we'll only know after we see the principal," Gray answered. "Let's go then, what are we waiting for?" "Calm down. I need to be sure of something first." Chapter 1456. "What do you mean you need to be sure of something?" Klouse asked, still agitated. "I don't want a situation where it won't work. So I'll confirm from my father if this is what I want and then relay the message to teacher," Gray explained. "Uncle Chris will understand. Just tell him it might help." Klouse didn't want to wait. "We've waited for years, what's the point of rushing now?" Gray wasn't in support of rushing, like Klouse. Klouse thought about it and seeing it from Gray's end, he knew Gray was right. "Thank you," he said softly. "For what?" Gray couldn't help but ask. "Keeping my father in your head. If he hasn't recovered, this should be of great value to him," Klouse said with a serious expression. "Don't be like that. He's my principal, and I'm part of the reason he ended up like that." Gray didn't feel he was doing anything out of the ordinary. "I know, but thank you either way," Klouse said sincerely. Gray looked at Klouse's serious face and couldn't help but laugh. This was not the normal Klouse he knew, but since Klouse was serious, he wouldn't say anything else. The duo continued their journey, and on the way, they were forced to stop. A group was blocking their path, and they wanted payment if the group wanted to pass through this place. If they want to go around, it will take around a week or so. This was the fastest way to get to their destination. The group blocking their path didn't actually have the strength of a peak venerable, which made the duo laugh at them. Klouse could easily turn them all to an ice statue without much effort. Klouse, who was in a hurry for Gray to speak to his father, didn't even have any time to speak with these people. He directly froze one of them and the others escaped, not daring to fight with them. Gray laughed. "You didn't kill him, did you?" "Nah, he'll be good in a few hours." Klouse replied. Gray didn't speak much. He looked at the ice statue and moved it to the side where it wouldn't be damaged before continuing the journey with Klouse. It was evident Klouse wouldn't leave until this matter was settled. A few days later, Gray and Klouse arrived at the Dawson Manor. Gray was already well known there and he didn't have to stop for any inspection. He took Klouse inside and headed straight for his parents' building. When he got there, no one was home. The duo went over to Gray's place, waiting for his parents to come back. Gray knew his parents was always busy, but he was a little taken aback when he didn't find the little girl he brought back the last time. He didn't think too much about it and waited at his place. He knew they would return eventually. They didn't have to wait for too long. After 2 days, his father was the first to return. "Where's Mother?" he asked when he saw his father. "She went out to train the little one. They should be back in a month or so," Lucas replied. Gray didn't think too much about it. He went straight to why Klouse was still waiting. "Where did you find this?" Lucas questioned the second he saw the item in Gray's hands. He didn't even reply Gray's question. "The prince of the gnome race had it. He offered it to me, so I won't kill him," Gray said. Lucas looked at Gray, finding it hard to believe this, but he didn't ask too many questions. Gray didn't say anything else. He knew his father would never agree to him wanting to enter the gnome world, so there was no need to tell him about it. At least not now. Klouse was the one who didn't even speak. He only looked on as Lucas studied the item. After some time, Lucas spoke up. "This should be able to heal an elementalist's core, but it depends on the damage dealt to it. There are damages that cannot be healed," Lucas explained. Gray went on to tell Lucas about the principle and how he wanted to use this to heal him. "You can try, but given the time difference, I'm not very optimistic about your chances," Lucas told them his opinion. This was a very important treasure, and wasting it on someone that doesn't have any hopes of healing wasn't something he could bring himself to accept. However, this item belonged to Gray and he didn't have much say on what it could be used for, especially since the principal sustained his injuries because of Gray. Gray told him of his desires and he encouraged it. Klouse felt hopeful when he heard this. As long as his father could be healed, he was satisfied. Gray didn't waste any time and contacted his teacher. Luckily, there was a means of communication between the two, and even though they rarely use it, it was still there. Gray's teacher replied quickly, telling him of his intentions to come to the Aurora continent for an errand. As much as it sounded odd in Gray's ears, there was nothing he could do. "Teacher will come next week. I'll pass it over to him when he comes." Gray relayed the message to Klouse. "I would like to see Uncle Chris. It's been a while I saw him," Klouse said. Gray didn't have any issues with this. To be fair, he also wanted to see his teacher. The last time his teacher came to the Aurora continent, he didn't have the chance to see him. Now, he had the chance to see him. The duo stayed at the Dawson Manor until Chris was available. "Isn't this where he said we're going to meet?" Klouse asked as they waited for Chris. "Yes. Now we wait," Gray replied. "We've been waiting for a while now. It's not even been 1 hour. That's still long. If you don't want to wait, you can leave, you know." "I'll wait. It's not like I have anything to do in the faction." "Then shut up. Don't tell me what to do." Gray and Klouse continued bickering until a silhouette teared through the void and appeared before them. "How come you are in this exact location?" the figure asked with a shocked expression. "I'm familiar with places that has a high spatial fluctuations, so I located this place," Gray replied. "You have the space element?" Chris asked when he heard Gray's explanation. "Pretty much." Gray shrugged. When he sensed his teacher's cultivation stage, he was shocked. He couldn't sense it at all. This meant he was either in the sovereign plane or didn't have a cultivation base. Gray believed it was the former instead of the latter. He couldn't believe his teacher was actually in the sovereign plane. One has to know that they were advancing at a frightening speed, yet his teacher was faster. "Oh, you're already at the peak of the venerable plane." Chris was taken aback. He thought he was the fastest person, but he never thought Gray and Klouse would already be at the peak of the venerable plane. Teacher, you're already in the sovereign plane. Gray replied, I'd say you're the fastest person here. I'm your teacher, do you expect us to be in the same category? Chris asked with a scoff. Gray didn't say anything, but Chris could see the reply on his face. Gray caught up with Sylvia, who had a higher cultivation stage than his teacher at the time. He thought he would be ahead of his teacher, but seeing that his teacher had a higher cultivation stage, he was shocked. Chris wasn't bothered with Gray's facial expression. He looked at Klouse and said, You too. How come you're also at the peak of the venerable plane? Uncle, I have a better talent than you, remember? No one has a better talent than I do. Chris didn't even hesitate to say. What about him? Klouse looked at Gray. He's my student. Of course he's supposed to be special. Chris said shamelessly. One has to know that he didn't teach Gray for a long time, yet he was shamelessly saying Gray should have a good cultivation stage at the moment. Uncle, how's my father? Klouse asked. He's fine. Can't cultivate, but fine. Chris replied. Klouse's expression dropped when he heard this. He didn't think the situation was still the same. Didn't you say you would help? Klouse asked. I'm doing all I can. But there's no way I can help him. Chris replied downcast. He's here with a way to help. Klouse pointed at Gray. I know. Gray looked at the duo and said, I can speak now, correct? Yes. Go ahead. Klouse replied. Gray glared at him but didn't say anything. He showed his teacher the item and his teacher took it. Why are the gnomes looking for you? Chapter 1457. A long story. Gray scratched the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, but when he saw his teacher's look, he coughed lightly and explained, I have a way to make them almost useless. Gray went on to tell Chris about his first encounter with a necromancer and how he managed to figure out a way to remove the mark from his body. Chris listened intently. He never thought something like this would happen to Gray, but to be honest, he didn't think it was out of the ordinary. When he recalled what happened when Gray entered the trial lands for the first time, he knew Gray was a magnet for trouble. Ha ha, such a good student of mine. Now, come here, tell me how it works. Chris laughed before moving closer to Gray, placing one hand across his shoulder. Well, it's not entirely something anyone else can do. There's no point in telling you since there's no way you can use it. Gray replied. Chris looked at him, then threw a glance at Klouse, who gave a nod of approval. Seeing Klouse nod, Chris dropped his head. He knew about the gnomes and was interested in being able to weaken them just as much as his student, but seeing that there was no way for Gray to teach it to anyone else, he didn't speak about it anymore. You two seem to be doing well, Chris said while properly looking at them. He could sense the insane amount of vitality in the bodies of the duo. Uncle, why do you look younger? Klouse asked with a smile. What do you mean look younger? I've always looked like this. Chris retorted shamelessly. If I recall, at the time I saw you in Red City, you looked a little old. Gray commented. You're my student, you're supposed to be on my side. Chris glared at Gray before continuing, also, I've always looked this young. I was just keeping a facade so I won't be disturbed by ladies. The trio spoke for a while before Void and the bunny leader appeared. When Chris saw the bunny leader, his reaction was one of anger, and he was prepared to attack. You know this guy? Gray asked when he saw his teacher's reaction. That stupid rabbit tricked me into its area and had me beaten by some bigger ones. I had to force it to escape after growing stronger. Chris pointed at the bunny leader. Gray threw a glance at the bunny leader, who dropped its head, pretending it didn't hear Chris' statement. Well, looks like I wasn't the only one it tormented. Gray laughed. Chris stared at it, then at Void before saying with an evil smile, want to make me bunny soup? It's been a while since I ate it. And as we have it, we have a good one here. The bunny leader disappeared the second it heard Chris' words. There was no way he would stay here any longer. Chris seemed to still hold a grudge against it, and he didn't want to forgive it even though it was with Gray. Gray laughed when he saw the bunny leader's reaction before answering his teacher, I can search for another bunny here. It won't take long. Get to it then, I'll speak with my nephew. Chris waved his hand and moved closer to Klouse. Even though Gray was his student, he had a better relationship with Klouse since he saw Klouse grow up. Klouse was also very comfortable with Chris and the duo started to talk about their journeys. Chris hadn't been doing anything dangerous for some time now. He had been sent on multiple missions by the old man who was training him, but none of the missions were dangerous. He was sent to locate some factions that were dormant just like the old man's faction. With a special token, he could locate and even enter these places before communicating with the guardians there. He had been to a total of 8 and would be heading to another one after he was done with the boys. It didn't long for Gray to return with a dead bunny in his hand. The bunny leader was very efficient and found one very quickly. Gray prepared bunny soup for the group and they all ate, with the exception of the bunny leader who was seemingly sad at the demise of the bunny. It felt that bunny would have been good for his army. It was already at the peak of the Sage Plane and would be getting to the Venerable Plane in a short time. Yet it was taken down with a single attack by Gray. The bunny leader didn't speak much while the others ate. During the entire period it was there, Chris was giving it menacing looks and it shuddered at the thought of Chris attacking. Chris was a sovereign, not a venerable he could easily escape from. If Chris wanted to attack, it would be dead. But from the relationship between Gray and him, it was obvious Chris was restraining himself. To be fair, it indeed terrorized Chris, tricking him to believe it was defenseless while taking him to his area where the other bunnies ganged up on him. In the end, Chris was only able to escape after sustaining some injuries. But who could be blamed? Chris wanted to take some of the items from its garden. It didn't like sharing those things. Gray didn't know the details of what happened between them, and when he asked his teacher for more details, his teacher sent him flying. This casual strike from his teacher showed him the massive gap between a venerable and a sovereign. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. His teacher was lenient, making sure the attack wasn't harmful. He just wanted to make sure Gray was sent flying for asking such questions. And when Gray came back, his soup mysteriously vanished. Well, the plate was still there, but its contents had mysteriously disappeared. Gray looked at both Klouse and his teacher, but both of them had the same expression as they did before he was sent flying. It was as if nothing happened. Damn it! Now I know where he got his character. The more he looked at Klouse, the more he understood the reason he was acting so shamelessly. Growing up with someone like his teacher by his side, even though the principal was decent, there was no way Klouse would be decent having someone like that by his side. Chris was eccentric and did whatever he wanted without fearing what the consequences may be. He was very smart, but his strength made him a somewhat reckless figure who did whatever he wanted. Growing up with someone like that meant the young Klouse would learn from him more than his father since he was the fun one. Now as Klouse grew older and stronger, he was showing the same attributes of Chris. However, although Chris did whatever he wanted, he was also very smart not to overstep his boundaries. A smart yet reckless individual. Gray was forced to watch the duo eat, and other than him and the bunny leader, the others were busy munching on bunny meat, while slurping on the soup, Void included. Gray sat next to the bunny leader and they both entered a silent state. It was almost as if the duo were mourning the dead bunny while the others were enjoying it after its death. Time passed slowly, and after they were done eating, they stayed together a little longer before Chris told them he was leaving for his mission. After bidding him farewell, it was time for the duo to head back to where they came from. Klouse was going back to the Moonlight faction to try to break through to the Sovereign Plane, while Gray would head to the Dawson family first before heading for the Permanent faction. His intention was the same as Klouse, breaking through to the Sovereign Plane. Bad, break through as soon as you can. I need to make sure the gnome world is destroyed by me. Klouse said. You don't entirely have the means or strength of doing that. Gray commented. Don't underestimate what I'm capable of doing. Once I get to the Sovereign Plane, my ice abilities will see a greater boost. Even you will show me respect then. Good luck with that. Seeing that there was no way to get through to Gray, Klouse grumpily gave up and said, I'm being serious, break through soon. The war is closer than we think. He had a long conversation with Chris, so he was privy to some things Gray didn't know about. Chris didn't have the intention of telling Gray. I can tell. Gray nodded and looked in the direction his teacher faced. He knew the reason Klouse made this statement was because of something his teacher told him. The duo didn't speak any longer. After a handshake, the duo went their separate ways. Chapter 1458. 3 days later. Grey appeared at the gates of the Permanent faction. He looked at it with some emotions. When he came here he was in the Overlord plane, but in a matter of a few years, he had grown to the peak of the Venerable plane, on the verge of becoming a sovereign, being close to the very top of the Aurora continent, yet he didn't feel safe nor comfortable. Rather, there was a force urging him to grow stronger. He was growing stronger, yet the forces after his life were getting even stronger. In the Azure continent the strongest experts there were only in the Overlord plane, with a few at the Sage plane. But now, he was against a foe that had God plane elementalists in it. Not just him, but the entire continent. The difference between him and the others was that the gnome race wanted him dead at all costs, while the others could be pardoned if the Aurora continent was successfully invaded by the gnomes. To a certain extent, the humans were all fighting for their lives, but there was a good chance they could also survive under the control of the gnomes. Yes, they would be restricted from doing certain things, but there was a slight chance they would survive. Grey was different. With his ability, the gnomes didn't want him to grow. At the moment, even with his current strength, they feel he's already becoming more of a threat. Someone as dangerous as he is shouldn't have been allowed to grow. However, he was discovered very late, which was to his advantage. At the moment, it was common knowledge that Grey is wanted dead by the gnomes, and recently, the price placed on his head had been increased. Grey sorted out his feelings before walking into the Permanent faction. He was still a member of this once prestigious faction, and would always be. Even though he had some issues with one of the Grand Elders, his status as the son of the great Lucas Dawson was enough to ward off any evil eyes placed on him for the meantime. Other than the gnomes and necromancers, the rest didn't want to have any issues with Lucas, hence the reason some people hadn't taken on the task of killing Grey and collecting the rewards. When Grey entered the faction grounds, he was surprised that he didn't even get the chance to get to his house before he was teleported to the faction leader's place. Grey bowed to greet the faction leader when he saw him. When he sensed the teleportation energy, he knew where it was coming from, so he didn't fight it. Peak of the Venerable plane. A prodigy from the Dawson family indeed. The faction leader nodded in approval when he saw Grey's current cultivation stage. He knew Grey was going to get to the sovereign plane faster than his father, Lucas Dawson, but it is looking like it would be faster than what he imagined. It's good you've returned safely from your journey, he added. Thank you. Grey bowed once more. I'm sorry for this, but I was looking for the perfect person to send out for a mission, and since you're here, I couldn't help it. The faction leader gave a wry smile. Grey wanted to reject, but seeing the faction leader's sorry expression, he knew he was doing it because there was no other option. What is it about? He questioned. You have to escort some of the weaker members into a region and ensure they don't get attacked by rank 7 magical beasts while they train. The faction leader explained. Can't one of the elders in the faction do it? Grey raised a brow. From his perspective, this was something one of the faction elders should be doing. He wanted to get to the sovereign plane. Within these past 3 days, Void had gotten to the 8th rank and has been very cocky. Whenever Void or Klouse had the higher cultivation stage, they tend to bully him before he catches up. Well, Klouse has always failed, rather, he was beaten up instead. Void on the other hand was too strong and he only attempts this when he's in another plane. Since Grey caught up with him, he stopped training with Void as much as he used to. You're one of the elders of the faction, and has recently been announced as one of the potential next faction leader. The faction leader replied with a grin. Huh? Grey was speechless when he heard this. He rarely spent time in the faction since he found out he was from the Dawson family, yet he was already an elder and also announced as one of the potential future faction leaders. I'm sorry, but I can't accept these things. I'm not cut out for leading. I have too many people who want me dead that just being in this faction is already implicating it. Grey didn't want to take up such a responsibility. I know, and that will make the others strive to get better, taking this faction back to where it belongs before the start of the war. In all honesty, I believe you should take up this offer. There are certain things that will be very beneficial to you. The faction leader tried to convince Grey. Gray shook his head. "I'm sorry, but it has never been my intention to rule over a faction." The faction leader lowered his head when he heard this. Gray's brows were knitted before he added, "However, I would protect this faction to the best of my abilities. I've been doing this since I joined the faction, and until the day I die, I will protect this faction." A smile appeared on the face of the faction leader when he heard this. To be honest, he was more interested in hearing this than Gray accepting he wanted to become the faction leader. Both cases were to the benefit of the permanent faction, and as long as Gray was willing to protect the faction, it doesn't matter if he was the faction leader or not. At least as long as Gray was alive, they had the backing of the powerful Lucas Dawson. Gray saw his expression and knew this was what the faction leader wanted to hear. "Also, about the mission. You can't refuse that." The faction leader cut Gray off. "You've not been in the faction for a while now, and you need to at least complete some tasks. I'm sorry, but you have to accept it." "You don't have to worry, they wouldn't be venturing deep into the forest, just enough for them to train." The faction leader said. Seeing Gray's expression, he added, "Also, none of them will be aware of your presence. With your strength, don't tell me you can shield yourself from a bunch of Sage Plane elementalists." Gray thought about it and nodded. Since he didn't have any choice, he didn't mind following them. Besides, he had Void, who was already a rank 8 magical beast. Void would protect them while he trained somewhere else. "When are they heading out?" he asked. "In 2 days. So you have some time to rest," the faction leader said. Gray didn't speak any further and left the place, heading to his building. He was quite famous in the faction, and the others were able to easily recognize him. As he walked through the faction, he was getting looks from those around, and those in groups started to discuss him. There were a lot of rumors that were about him, and one of the most common one was the fact that he was very powerful for his cultivation stage. Not just him, but his group of friends were also very powerful. "You don't have to worry, they wouldn't be venturing deep into the forest, just enough for them to train," the faction leader said. Seeing Gray's expression, he added, "Also, none of them will be aware of your presence. With your strength, don't tell me you can shield yourself from a bunch of Sage Plane elementalists." The group of friends were even called God's favorites. As Gray walked, he heard all sorts of rumors and couldn't help but frown. His reputation had grown more than he expected. He didn't find this pleasing in any way. He liked being anonymous, but with his present fame, it would be difficult to even walk in the faction without having so many looks from others. Klouse would be enjoying this. This was the only thing in his head as he dropped his head and walked into his building to hide. It didn't take long before a visitor arrived. It was none other than Keith, the only person he regarded as a friend in the faction. It had been a while he saw Keith, and when Keith entered the place, he found out Keith was already at the peak of the Sage Plane, and with a little push, he would break through to the Venerable Plane. "You're back," Keith said as he walked in. "Yes. I didn't find you in your place, so I decided to rest for a bit." Gray nodded. "I just returned and heard some people talking about you, so I came here as soon as I could," Keith explained. He tried to sense Gray's cultivation stage, but he couldn't. As a matter of fact, as he tried to sense it, it was as if he was being dragged into the boundless space. Chapter 1459. Keith couldn't start to comprehend what stage Gray had gotten to now. To be fair, he was growing at a very fast pace, but he paled in comparison to freaks like Gray and his friends. One has to know that they were regarded God's favorites for a reason. At first, Gray was the only one in the limelight, but then the news of 3 others advancing at a shocking speed started to spread, especially the news of the only male in the Moonlight faction. It was said that he was an individual the entire faction was envious of, even the faction leader. Keith didn't think about it much since there was no point in doing so. Gray spent some time with Keith and found out he was the one leading the group that was about to venture out for training in a forest. He didn't tell him he would be going with them, but he told him he didn't have anything to fear in the journey as he would be safe. They spoke for a while with Keith telling him about his journey all this while. Gray listened to everything he was saying while occasionally speaking of similar events he encountered. In general, they had a good conversation before Keith left so he could rest. It had been a while since Gray was settled and felt he was in safe hands, so he did something he hadn't done in a while, which was getting a good sleep. Elementalists generally don't need sleep. They could stay awake for years, even hundreds of years without sleeping, but occasionally, it was good to have a shut eye. It keeps the mind sharp and refreshed. Gray didn't have any reasons to keep himself awake, so he slept. Time went fast, and before long the 2 days he was given by the faction leader arrived. The lives of the group were placed in his hands, and he needed to ensure none of them died. Of course, it didn't mean he had to intervene in whatever battle they were going to have as long as it was within their ability. However, if they were confronted with people above their level, he would step in and ensure that they were safe. Gray didn't think much about it. All he had to do was scare all the rank 7 beasts in the area while keeping the ones in rank 6 there. There's a way for him to do that without alerting the rank 6 beasts. After a short trip, the permanent faction members were present. Gray had to follow them through the journey so as to prevent any unforeseen events. After they got to the place, the first thing he did was to search the area. Only after he didn't find any traces of anyone above the sage plane did he go inside, with the others already about to step in. Gray was very efficient. With Void with him, there was no way anything above the sage plane or 6th rank could hide from them. They saw a few rank 5 magical beasts at the start of the forest, but they were within the abilities of those who just entered, so they didn't bother. Even though rank 5 magical beasts should generally be in the depths of the forest, there are a few occasions where they stroll to the edge for certain reasons. This was the reason Gray and Void were at the forefront, ensuring they scouted the place first. They didn't go too far from the group, making sure the group was within their scope. Void had a larger range than Gray, which made it easier for them. As they headed deeper, the frequency of rank 5 magical beasts started to increase, and there were even a few rank 6 beasts that were in the area. But they were still in the early stages and wouldn't be trouble for a group that had over 10 peak sage plane elementalists. Soon enough, the number of rank 6 beasts shot up and rank 7 beasts started to appear. Gray and Void got to work, chasing them away from the area the group wanted to train. They didn't care where they went, but as long as they weren't in this area, they were fine. The good thing about the magical beasts community is that the beasts in the early stages are at the front while those in the mid stages are above them, and so on. This meant that if they headed deeper, they would mainly encounter beasts in the mid stages of the 7th rank. After clearing the area, Gray and Void hid in the skies as they watched the group advance. To be honest, this was a strange feeling for both. They have always been the ones in these situations while there was a figure watching from afar, keeping them safe. But now, with the increase of their strengths, they are the ones in this situation as they have to protect these weaker people. Void was about to hide in Gray's storage ring when Gray said, "I'm going deeper. You're already in the 8th rank, watch over them. I need to break through too." Void didn't even have the time to respond before Gray vanished. In the end, Void was the one who was watching over them while Gray had ventured into the forest. Void wanted to be the one who entered the forest since there would be good things inside, but Gray was the one who left him there. He grunted but still stayed to watch over Keith and the others. In the deeper parts of the forest, Gray went straight to the very edge of the part that had peak rank 7 magical beasts. He knew he could deal with them easily, but after taking a blow from his teacher, he didn't want to venture into the area of the rank 8 magical beasts. When Void broke through, he tried to take an attack from him to see the difference between him and a pseudo-sovereign, and the difference was beyond words. He didn't know if it was because Void was generally stronger than those in the same stage as himself, but he knew at the very least, Void could kill him with at most 3 blows. This was a realization that made him know his current place in the world. Luckily, he didn't plan to sneak into the gnome world while he was still in the venerable plane, if not they would have thrown their lives away if they encountered a first stage sovereign, much less one in the 2nd or 3rd stage. I need to see if there's any beasts with special bloodlines present. If there's any, it might be a shortcut to the sovereign plane. He murmured to himself. One of the safest methods Gray knew to improve his strength was by assimilating with beast blood essence. As long as he gets a top beast's blood essence, he could easily improve his strength, and there's even the possibility of getting a bonus package as well with it. This was something he knew all too well, and he enjoyed it. At the moment, he would prefer seeing a wind elemental beast so he could awaken his wind domain. He already had lightning, fire, water, and earth. If he could add the wind or any other element to it, his strength would skyrocket while having 5 domains. This was unheard of, yet there's a possibility Gray would be able to achieve something within such a short time. He moved across the place while searching for the perfect beast to take their blood essence, but he didn't find anyone. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. He shook his head with a sigh. The chances of finding beasts with top bloodlines was very difficult. The beasts that usually have top bloodlines were dragons, phoenixes, griffins. Every beast mentioned there were legendary beasts and always have high and pure bloodlines. If Gray could capture one of these, he was sure of attaining a good blood essence from them, and being able to awaken whatever elemental domain its element is. Since he already has the fire, water, lightning, and earth domain, he didn't want to waste his time to capture any of these elemental beasts, but if he encountered anyone with either of the 4 elements he hadn't awakened their domain, then he would capture it with all his might. However, he knew it was a fool's dream if he believed he could locate one in this area of the forest. A low-level dragon was far superior to these guys, and they usually reside in the depths of the forests, just like any other magical beast. A rank 5 dragon can easily become king in an area like this, as long as it comes from the depths of the forest. None of these beasts wants to offend the dragons, so they would usually let them do as they pleased. Nevertheless, there are a few beasts who wouldn't mind becoming enemies with the dragons as long as they break through to the next rank. Chapter 1460. Gray continued to move across the place in search of the perfect beast or opportunity for him to break through, while the others were training under the watchful eyes of Void. Although Void can be very nonchalant, as long as he was given the job by Gray, he would do his best to accomplish it. He didn't want to miss out on Gray's delicacies. Just like Chris, he enjoyed Gray's cooking. Not just Chris, but everyone else that is close to him, Gray's parents included. While Gray was walking around, he got a message from Void about something he found around the place. He couldn't go and check it out since he couldn't take his eyes off the people training, but Gray could go. Gray didn't think twice about it and hastily rushed back. With his strength, it only took a few minutes before he returned. When he got back, Void told him the area he sensed it and told him that there seemed to be a peak rank 7 beast hiding there too. The place was around the region early rank 7 beasts usually stay in. Hearing that a peak rank 7 beast was hiding there, Gray knew whatever it is Void sensed was worth it. Without hesitation, he rushed there. And the closer he got to the place, the more he could feel what Void was talking about. He followed his senses and soon saw a large waterfall. A deep lake was beneath the waterfall. Gray looked at it and he couldn't sense anything from the waterfall, but the lake itself. Underwater. I don't want to improve my water element, but there's no harm in checking out what it is. He murmured and shot into the water. He was a water elementalist, so he had no problem with breathing underwater. With the help of a few air bubbles, he didn't have any problems. As he went deeper into the lake, he realized it was not a regular lake. The depth of this lake was beyond his expectations, and the deeper he went, the stronger the pressure as well as the feeling he was getting. The lake was also getting wider and darker. But for someone of his cultivation stage, there was no way he couldn't see in this darkness. A normal human would have died under the pressure of the water, but for elementalists, especially water elementalists, it was a walk in the park. Gray went deeper and soon noticed the source of the feeling he was getting. There was an underwater cave, and after swimming up, he came out of the water to see a large magical beast lying on the ground. Beside it was an egg that contained tremendous energy. Gray almost gasped out loud when he saw this. A dragon! He laughed internally. What were the odds of seeing a dragon this far out? Almost zero, yet here it was, a living, breathing dragon in front of him, and it even had an egg. From the looks of it, he could guess it was a female dragon. The dragon had dark scales and it gave off an eerie feeling. Its belly had a blue color. Both its horns had 2 different colors, one dark while the other was blue. It has 2 elements. Water and something else. Space or the darkness element wouldn't be bad. Gray started thinking of what elements the dragon had and what ways it would be beneficial for him. However, his expression changed when he noticed the large wound on the left side of the dragon as it turned around to inspect the water pool in the cave. The wound was still very fresh, and when he saw how the dragon moved, he knew that it was very weak. "Who's there?" The dragon spoke in the human tongue as it questioned. Gray could sense the tiredness in the voice, which seemed like it would fade away in a short moment. He didn't step out from his hiding place, opting to stay hidden. Do not be alarmed, I know of your presence, human. I can sense the dense dragon essence in your body. The dragon spoke once again, and this time, Grey had no option but to step out. He never thought the dragon would sense him due to the dragon essence he consumed. He didn't show any fears as he stepped out. The reason for this was because he was confident in his abilities, and also due to the fact that the dragon was seriously injured. He knew it posed no harm to him in its present state. Fascinating. The dragon spoke once again, but this time, its voice contained shock. At first, it could only sense the dragon blood in Grey's body, but as Grey stepped out, it could sense that there was not just dragon blood in his body, but other powerful magical beast's blood essence as well. Why are you hiding here? Grey asked calmly. As you can see, I'm injured. If I return to my tribe, I will be killed and my child will be devoured. The dragon spoke slowly, taking deep breaths between each word. Grey inspected the dragon and knitted his brow. The injury the dragon sustained was not as simple as he thought it was. As a matter of fact, it was very severe and the chances of the dragon surviving it was 0. There was no way it could be saved at the moment. What happened to you? He pointed at the place the dragon was injured. The dragon wanted to explain, but it would take too long. After thinking about it, he transmitted its voice into Grey's head, explaining everything within a few seconds. The dragon was sent out from its tribe for a mission. On the way, it was attacked by a group of magical beasts. All were in the same stage as itself. Being a dragon gave it the advantage and it was able to fight against them, gaining the opportunity to escape. To its shock, on its way back, the son of the tribe leader stopped it and attacked. Using a special technique, he seriously wounded her, while also giving the other beasts the go-ahead to attack her. With no other option, she fled. The reason she was attacked was due to the fact that the son of the tribe leader wanted her to be his mate, but she didn't and mated with someone else. The son of the tribe leader found out when she was close to laying her egg and decided to achieve his plot. She was lucky to have survived the attacks and even managed to hide someone to lay her egg. Dragons find it very difficult to conceive, but she was one of the few who got pregnant very quickly. She kept it hidden, but for some reason, the son of the tribe leader found out and wanted both her and her offspring dead. The father of her offspring was not from her tribe, which made things difficult. The tribe leader will find it hard to keep the child since it wasn't from their tribe. This was the reason she didn't try to go back to the tribe. She has been here for a few months now, and her offspring will be hatching soon, but she wasn't confident she would be able to keep herself alive long enough to take care of it. Grey listened intently to the dragon story. He felt a bit of pity for her since he didn't expect the dragon tribes to be this way. Since they rarely conceive, he believed they should at least be able to keep all their eggs with them. I'm sorry you had to go through all this trouble, he said softly. He truly did feel pity for the dragon. Something like this only happened to humans, or so he thought, but this dragon changed his view on things. Your offspring will be coming to life soon. I can help keep you alive for a few more months. Grey had some things that could extend the dragon's life, but they were very valuable. As much as he wouldn't generally want to use it, he felt pity for this dragon and he wouldn't really mind helping her. There's no point in keeping me alive for a few more months. The dragon shook its large head. What do you mean? Grey asked. Keeping me alive for a few months isn't enough to train my offspring. I need at least 15 to 20 years. And there's still no hope for me. Death is certain for me with this injury. The dragon explained telepathically. What do you plan on doing then? Grey asked. Well, I didn't know, until you arrived. The dragon gave Grey a deep look. Grey looked at the dragon, giving him a strange look. He didn't understand the meaning behind the look he was getting from the dragon. Human, are you willing to make a deal with me? The dragon asked with her raspy voice. Chapter 1461. Grey was startled when he heard the question the dragon asked. He had never expected that the dragon would be willing to make a deal with him. He even suggested he could offer something that would keep the dragon alive a little longer, but the dragon doesn't seem to have any interest in temporary solutions, rather, it wanted a permanent one. Grey remained silent, and after a while he moved his head slightly. What's the deal about? He wanted to know if it's something within his capabilities before agreeing. What if it was something about sneaking into a dragon tribe? With his current strength, the only thing that awaited him was death. This was something he was certain of, so he didn't want to take such risks. He preferred that the dragon told him what the mission was first before he agrees to whatever deal the dragon asked. Are you willing to take my offspring and bring it up? The dragon transmitted her voice. At the moment, she was finding it harder to speak in the human tongue, so he opted to transmit her voice. Oh. Gray never expected such a request from the dragon. It was literally giving him the go-ahead to take her baby. Most dragons wouldn't want a human to have custody of their children, but this one doesn't seem to have a choice. I have something precious. I might be dying, but I'm a dragon, after all, she said with a proud pose. Gray saw the elegance of the dragon and nodded. To be honest, he never thought a chance would come where he would get one of the legendary beasts. Having the baby dragon had already made this journey worthwhile, even if there was no chance he couldn't break through. He didn't show the excitement out, but internally, his blood was boiling. If I agree to take care of your offspring, this is a big if, what's in it for me? Gray asked. He didn't want the dragon to think that he felt privileged to train a dragon, therefore, asking for a reward would make the dragon know he wasn't one of those people who took dragons as supreme beings. Like I said, I have a special treasure I can pass on to you, and a dragon technique. However, I'm not sure you can learn it since it requires one to have dragon scales. The dragon was in the middle of speaking when Gray's body glowed with bluish light as scales appeared on his body. He awakened his water domain thanks to something from dragons, and it seemed to be from a water dragon. The dragon was taken aback when she saw the scales on Gray's body. I stand corrected, you do have the facilities to learn this technique, she said after seeing Gray. Gray motioned for the dragon to continue. Does this mean you accept the deal? The dragon asked. Gray thought about it and nodded. All I have to do is train your offspring, correct? Yes. Revenge? You don't have to. There's no point in having revenge against him. What if the opportunity arises in the future? Then do what you must. Gray nodded, even though he wasn't obligated to take revenge for the dragon, as long as he was going to take care of her offspring, then he was going to make sure if the opportunity arose, he would take revenge for her. Pass on the technique to me and some memories I can pass on to your offspring. Gray had read about dragons being able to pass on their memories to the next generation or someone of their choice. He didn't doubt it in any bit since it was something he read from a book at his father's house. The dragon didn't argue and moved her large claw in Gray's direction. Gray didn't move since he wasn't afraid of being attacked by the dragon. She placed the tip of her claw on Gray's forehead and a bright light passed through her claw into Gray's head. Gray's eyes shone brilliantly and he couldn't help but shiver from the influx of information into his head. It was almost as if he was living through the life of the dragon. From the dragon, she had the offspring for to her tribe, he saw it all and even how to get into the tribes. It was a strange experience. This was the first time he was experiencing something like. After a while his eyes dimmed. He had not only learnt about the life of the dragon, but he had also learned a few techniques from the dragon tribe. Each dragon tribe had a special technique, and according to the hierarchy, there was a dragon tribe at the top that had a technique that could make dragons take the form of humans. It was said to be passed down from the dragon god, and only those worthy of it could learn it. Regrettably, this dragon's tribe didn't have such technique with them. Gray found out the name of the dragon and also the name of the tribe leader's son who attacked her. Her name was Melmora, while the name of the tribe leader's son was Cyrevius. After taking in so much information, Melmora looked at Gray and said, I have 2 elements, and I can give you the essence of one of them. Which would you prefer? What are the elements? Water and the darkness element. Melmora's reply was within Gray's expectations. He knew the dark color on the horn of the dragon signified it had either the darkness or space element. He wouldn't mind taking the essence of either since it would mean the chance of awakening either of the domains. He didn't really care which one he awakened, as long as he awakened a new one, he was satisfied. Gray didn't think twice as he said, the darkness element. You also have the darkness element? Melmora knew Gray had the water element, and she could sense a vast amount of earth, space, fire, and lightning element around him. This meant he had 5 elements, having the darkness element meant that he had 6 elements. The senses of dragons were very sharp, so she was sure of what she sensed. Grey nodded. There was no point in hiding from her. Since he would be taking care of her offspring, he needed to come off as someone she could trust. "I'm curious about something." He spoke up. Melmora looked at Grey curiously. He didn't mince his words as he asked, "Why do you trust me? You've just been betrayed by one of your kinsmen. Why do you think a greedy human like me would not take advantage of your predicament?" "I'm just placing my hopes in you. I can't say I'm certain you will hold your end of the deal, but I believe you would at least want to have a dragon. We are at the top of the magical beasts world. No human would pass up the opportunity to have a dragon as a loyal companion," Melmora explained. Grey couldn't help but applaud her statement. In all honesty, she was right. There was no human that could pass up the opportunity of having a dragon. Even the top powerhouses wanted dragons, but only a few have them, especially one of such pure bloodline. Most of the dragons used as steads are those with impure bloodlines. They have all the features of a dragon, but they lack the essence of dragons. In truth, dragons like Melmora who had such high bloodlines are what are regarded as true dragons. The rest can be called dragons, but they know they're not on the same level as these true dragons. Grey was impressed with Melmora's thought process. "There's another thing, I can't wait until it hatches." Grey explained his purpose of coming to this forest and the responsibility that was on his shoulders. Melmora didn't complain, rather she looked at the egg before saying, "I have a way to quicken the process, but it means I will die after it hatches." Melmora's voice was calm. It was as if she wasn't afraid of death. As long as her offspring could live, she was okay with dying. This was something Grey believed all parents had. Well, there are a few who aren't afraid of sacrificing their children to save their lives, but he knew the majority of them didn't want anything to happen to their children. "All right, go ahead with the process. Is there a way you can pass on some memories to it before you hatch it?" Grey wanted the dragon to know a few things about its life after it hatches. Melmora didn't have any issues with that. As a matter of fact, she had already done that. She only transmitted the information of her making a deal with Grey to the dragon. Grey watched as Melmora started the process, and as he looked at the egg, he couldn't help but recall how Void, a cat, seemingly came out of an egg. Chapter 1462. Grey watched the whole process while thinking about Void's hatching. Void ate his treasures as he came to life. The scene of a small cat sleeping inside his bag with a big protruding stomach was funny as he thought about it. I wonder what type of cat Void is, he thought to himself as he watched the scene before him. It took almost 1 hour for the process to complete, but then Grey started to hear cracks from the egg. Melmora has quickened the whole process, and the egg, which was supposed to take a few more weeks, hatched in less than 1 hour. Changing the time of something is really strange, Grey thought. He recalled the time he spent with the old turtle that seemingly had the ability to change the time in the space. He spent what seemed to be weeks there, and it was only a few days. It was a strange concept. Time isn't something he believed could be played with, but there are 2 instances now that he has witnessed it himself, and he was starting to have another thought about it. If there's a way he could mess with time, then he didn't mind doing it. Take for instance, he could isolate himself somewhere where the time was moving around 10 to 20 times slower. He would be able to achieve something of 20 years in a year there. Just the thought of this made his blood boil. Unfortunately, it was something that was out of reach. There was also something the turtle said about Void being from somewhere else. Grey threw all these to the back of his head. There was no use in thinking about them now. He had more important things to attend to now, which was surviving. The Aurora continent was on the verge of being attacked by the gnomes. According to what he knew, this was what was referred to as the War of Gods that happened years ago. Many heroes fell during that way, and it was on the verge of happening once again. There's a chance humans might not survive it this time, or even if they do, he might not necessarily be alive since the gnomes wanted him dead at all costs. The cracks on the egg started to increase, and before long, a small dragon head popped out. The head looked around and placed its eyes on the large dragon that was looking at it, exhaustion evident on its fate. "My dearest Icendrache, I'm afraid I will not stay with you through your journey. You must stay with this human." Melmora paused as she looked at Grey. Grey knew she didn't know his name, and he went on to say it. "Grey Dawson, he will be your guide and also your family. He will take care of you, and you will do the same. The little dragon, Icendrache, didn't say a word as Melmora said her last words to her child. Icendrache, a male dragon, came out of the egg. A supposedly joyous day was one filled with sadness. His beady eyes were filled with tears as he seemingly knew what was happening. His mother, Melmora, was dying, and there was no way to save her. The human who was standing by the side, Grey Dawson, was the person she was handing him over to. She didn't know his character, but she didn't have any choice. Having his mother transfer some of her memories to him meant that he was very smart, even for a newborn. Dragons aren't like humans who tend to be incapable of doing anything at a young age, especially the types like Icendrache whose parents transfer some of their memories to. Melmora knew transferring most of her memories to him would affect his growth, so she only transferred the ones she felt he needed. However, those were enough for him to gain a little information about some things. Grey didn't say anything as he watched the mother and son share the last moments. A few minutes later, Melmora glowed with a brilliant light as two lights came out of her body, a bluish and a darkish light. One shot into Icendrache's body while the other went Grey's way. This is the essence, do with it whatever you want. Melmora's voice came with it. Grey looked at the light, and then at Icendrache. He shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hand. The light shot into Icendrache's body. He had both elements of his mother, but there were two more colors on his horn, which meant he had 4 elements. This information shocked him to the core. The 2 elements were the wind and earth element. As much as he wanted the darkness element, he didn't mind giving it to the little dragon. Melmora and Icendrache were shocked at the decision of Grey. I may want benefits, but I'm not heartless. Let him have everything, Grey said when he saw the look Melmora was giving him. The look the little dragon gave him changed slightly as there was a little softness in it. Icendrache absorbed everything, and the dragon, which was born only a few minutes ago, started to see a change in its cultivation stage. Icendrache went from rank 1 to the 4th rank in the blink of an eye. Grey watched everything unfold before his eyes. Icendrache started to grow in size, and before long, the small dragon was almost the same size as Grey. One has to know that a fully grown dragon was well over 8 meters long and 15 meters long. In the space of a few minutes, Icendrache went from barely half a meter to close to 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long. As Icendrache was growing in size, Melmora was turning into lights. Grey could see that she was starting to fade away. Icendrache was growing stronger while Melmora grew weaker. A few minutes later, Melmora faded away, while Icendrache was over 3 meters tall in the end. Grey watched everything with a sad expression. He didn't expect to see something like this. Chapter 1463. Icendrache started crying as soon as his mother turned into light particles. Grey didn't rush to move close to him, he stayed in the same location as he watched the saddened Icendrache. He stayed for a little while, before walking over to where Icendrache was located. Hey! Icendrache looked at Grey while prepared to attack. He was in rank 5 while Grey was a peak venerable, which was equivalent to the stage his mother was in, rank 7. Even his mother at the peak wouldn't be able to defeat Grey, much less a mid-stage rank 5 dragon. Don't do that. Even your mother in her prime can't beat me, much less you in your current state. Grey's words was like pouring cold water on his body. Icendrache calmed down, but the tears on his face were evident. I can't say I understand how you feel, but to a certain extent, I know what it feels like losing a parent, both in my situation. Grey tried to calm Icendrache down. After all, he was only a child. Even though he was quite large for a little dragon, he was still only a child. Grey spoke with him and was able to go close to him after a while. Icendrache wasn't evil, he just didn't feel okay with what just happened. Grey didn't rush his conversation with him, which gave him the chance to accept him. Icendrache was a little child Grey had to raise, and after having to deal with Void's shenanigans, he didn't think Icendrache would be worse. Void was a magnet for trouble, he literally always goes in search of trouble actively, which was a characteristic Grey thought only Klouse possessed. After they stayed for a while, Grey said, I promise to help your mother take revenge. I know it's your job, but I can't allow a child like you to take on such a responsibility. He's someone I can deal with now, but there's no way I can sneak into the tribe. Grey explained, he looked at the agitated Icendrache and said, "I'll wait till I'm strong enough to do whatever I want." Icendrache didn't see a problem with his statement. The fact that Grey passed on his supposedly payment over to him meant that he wasn't like other humans. He was greedy, but to a certain extent. And when he saw the memory of his mother with Grey, he saw the place where Grey was asking for revenge. This meant he had it in mind, but would only do it when he could. Icendrache didn't say anything more and asked when they could leave this place. "Well, you're a dragon. As much as I would like to take you out of here with me openly, I can't. You're one of the most sought-after magical beasts in the world. The second you step out, even other dragons will want you." Grey didn't dare to take the risk of bringing a dragon out with him. He didn't mind keeping him in his spatial storage, but the problem is that, unlike Void and the bunny leader, the dragon couldn't enter on his own. He couldn't keep a living magical beast in there, but Void could. Icendrache looked at Grey with a sad expression. "Don't worry, I have a way to sort this out." Grey consoled him before contacting Void. "Hey bud, come over to help." He transmitted his voice to Void. "There's a battle ongoing, once it's done I'll come." Grey didn't have any issues with that, rather, he started playing around with Icendrache, seeing how proficient he was with his elements. It took a while, but Void came over eventually. "Fuck! Why are you so deep underground?" Void complained, so he appeared with water falling around him. He hated getting wet, but he made a mistake when calculating Grey's location and appeared inside the depths of the lake. He was soaked, to say the least, and was fuming. "Stop complaining, Void," Grey said. When Icendrache saw that the figure Grey was waiting for was a cat, he was taken aback. Originally, he thought the person Grey was waiting for was another human. He never expected the figure to be a magical beast. And given how Void spoke to Grey, it was clear that their relationship wasn't that of a magical beast and a human. "Oh, a giant lizard, how nice," Void said as he looked at Icendrache. "Stop being rude, Void." Grey reprimanded Void before saying, "This is Icendrache." Grey told Void about what happened when he came here, and Void couldn't help but take another look at Icendrache. "So you're saying we have a means of transport now?" Void asked. Grey couldn't help but facepalm. He just recalled how Void treated dragons. Unlike humans, Void felt dragons were inferior creatures, which was a shocking thing to say. Dragons are even more powerful than humans, yet Void felt that they were inferior to him. Void has never seen dragons as beasts above him in any way. "Void, he's like a baby brother to you. Don't tell me you want to use your baby brother as a stead?" Grey asked with a long face. "Well, he's quite big. What's the problem with sitting on his head?" Void retorted. Grey peeked at Icendrache and gave him a look of "reduce your size." Icendrache did as told by Grey and reduced his size to the same as Void. "I've already seen your size, do you think you won't be my stead?" Void asked. "Void, don't annoy me," Grey said with a cold expression. When Void saw Grey's expression, he smiled pleasantly and said, "I'm joking. Welcome to the family, oversized lizard." Seeing the change in Void's disposition, even though he still referred to him as an oversized lizard, he noticed he at least gave in to Grey's demands. Now he didn't have to worry about being oppressed by Void. "I have to hide him in the spatial storage. Do what you're good at." Chapter 1464. Void took a look at Icendrache and without hesitation, he teleported him into the spatial storage. "So easy. I wonder why he's able to bend the rules of space to his favor and I can't." Grey pouted as he thought. This was something he has never been able to understand. Void and the bunny leader were able to access his spatial storage and even that of others they are stronger than, yet he couldn't. They could even enter and actively stay there, but Grey couldn't bring in living beings, except on a few occasions like the triplets from the Horned race. "Hey, why can't I do this and you can?" He couldn't help but ask. Void shrugged as if saying he had no idea, and before Grey could speak, he disappeared. Grey could only watch him leave with veins almost popping on the side of his head. Since Void broke through, he had been very cocky. He sighed and muttered, "I need to break through." After looking at the place, other than the egg, there was nothing left. Thinking about it, he picked up the egg shells and threw them into his spatial ring. These were the shells of a dragon. Of course they might be special. He didn't know if there was nothing special about them, he was just going to keep it for the time being. After a while, he looked around, since there was nothing to do, and he already had a means to increase his domain. Of course, it wasn't 100% certain, but he felt the chances were high, so he decided to study the technique Melmra passed on to him. The technique involved the delicate use of the dragon's scales. According to it, it's a means of deflecting attacks coming his way without having to expend too much energy. All he needed to do was to vibrate his scales in a certain manner and towards a certain direction, and each attack sent at him would be deflected. This doesn't mean he could deflect all attacks, just the ones within his capabilities. If he were to be attacked by some late-stage venerables and he used this technique, he should be able to deflect the attack. But late-stage venerables like Alice and Reynolds were not added to this mix. People like those two possessed a stronger attack power compared to normal late-stage venerables. But in general, with this technique, he could easily stroll into a crowd of late-stage venerables without having to defend against their attacks. Pretty cool. He soon started to practice the technique, but as time went on he realized it was very difficult to achieve. This was something that involved moving all the scales which were supposed to be on his body. There were hundreds of scales on his body, and he needed to control each of them in perfect synchronization. Controlling one proved difficult after a few hours, and he could only give up with a shake of his head. He was a fool to think a technique passed on by a dragon would be easy to practice. I should get going, there might be other opportunities for me outside. This generally wasn't a great opportunity. Yes, he had a dragon, but he couldn't extract Icendrach's blood essence without his permission. It was safe to say that as long as Icendrach didn't agree to it, he couldn't have some of the much-desired blood essence. Rather than getting an opportunity, he got a young dragon he had to be responsible for instead. Gray scanned the place one more time, and after confirming there was nothing present, he dived into the pool, swimming towards the surface of the lake. Time went by and it has been over 2 days since they came here. Why am I so unfortunate? Gray sighed when he looked at the item in front of him. A great treasure was born in the woods, but it was practically useless to him. One of the things he hated about his new strength was the fact that it was getting harder to see things that could quickly increase his strength, unlike when he was in lower levels. His mind went to Keith and he could only pass on this chance to him. However, Keith was the person leading the group and he didn't want to interfere with their expedition. He's smart, he wouldn't tell others I'm keeping watch, he said, and went over to the group. Void was bored from watching them and was playing with a black orb that was causing the space around him to crack. When Gray arrived, he felt his heart palpitate when he saw that orb. The orb was strong enough to kill him, this wasn't something he doubted. Fuck! Put that thing away! He yelled from a distance. Relax, it's not dangerous, Void said while playing like a normal house cat as he hit the orb which was tied to a string. Gray felt his heart beat faster with his hit Void gave the orb. If that orb fell to the ground, at least an entire kilometer or two would disappear from the face of the world, and Gray wasn't exaggerating. Put it away, please. I don't want any incidents, Gray could only say with a soft voice. If he had the strength to stop this, he wouldn't be scared, but he didn't, and there's a chance Void's casual nonchalance might come. Void grumpily put the orb away before asking, "What do you want? Didn't you say you're searching for opportunities?" "I saw something I want to give to Keith." Gray pointed in Keith's direction. "Oh, him. He's been doing pretty well. He has already fought off 2 peak rank 6 magical beasts and won." Void recalled who Keith was. Good, this is a chance for him to get to the venerable plane. Gray nodded. "I thought you didn't want them to know we're here?" Void asked. "He's not going to tell anyone about it." Gray didn't see any problems with this. He quickly sent a transmission to Keith telling him to move away from the group. Chapter 1465. Keith was looking around as he was giving orders to the others when he heard a voice transmission. He froze for a second but quickly regained his composure. "I didn't expect him to be the person sent to watch over us. I'm in luck." He was pleased to hear from Gray. One of the things he has found out with following Gray was that whenever he was traveling with him, he was always getting benefits without having to do much. He had been stuck at the peak of the Sage Plain for a while now and hadn't been able to find the right opportunity to break through. With Gray here, he suddenly felt like there was a huge opportunity before him. The fact that Gray contacted him meant that the opportunity might have already presented itself. With a pleased smile, he excused himself from the group and went over to a place where he wouldn't be seen by others. Gray soon appeared from the void, with Void on his shoulders. "Why didn't you tell me you're the one in charge of this mission?" Keith asked begrudgingly. "It was on a short notice." Gray replied and said, "You've been doing well. However, I think it's time you step up a little. The Venerable Plane is just within grasp, and I have the perfect opportunity for you." Keith was elated when he heard this. He knew this was the reason Gray called him, but he never thought Gray would be so direct. Without hesitation he nodded. "I've been stuck at the peak of the Sage Plain for a while now. I have been trying to break through, but there has been no chance of doing so." Gray grabbed him by the shoulder and Keith saw his environment change. He was still in the forest, but he was in another part of it. When he sensed the essence in this place, he realized this was the deeper parts of the forest. At the time Gray came back, he found a large bird in this place. The bird had its eyes set on the item he wanted to give Keith. The second it noticed them, it looked at them with cold eyes and its aura spread out, trying to intimidate the duo. Keith sensed the pressure only for quarter a second and he felt as if his lungs wanted to implode. He found it hard to breathe, but before the pressure could affect him, it vanished into thin air. "Get the fuck away from my belongings." Gray's voice was calm, but the chilling cold that accompanied his voice made the bird shiver in fear, and after squawking, it flew away, not daring to stay there any longer. The bird was only in the mid-stages of the 7th rank, yet it wanted to intimidate someone like Gray who could kill multiple beasts at the peak of the 7th rank, much less itself that was so weak. Keith was in awe of Gray's overbearingness. This is what the strong do. This was an attribute only the strong could showcase. Imposing overbearingness. Gray said the treasure was his and there was nothing the bird could do. There might be a chance that it had been nurturing this treasure in hopes of using it to increase its strength, but Gray found it and said it was his, and that was the case. There was nothing the bird could do to change it. Keith looked at Gray's back view, but Gray didn't think much about it. He didn't want to kill the bird since there was no need, hence his tactic of scaring it off. He said to Keith, "That's it. I believe you will be able to break through after consumption. I'll help you set up an array to ensure you don't attract attention." Gray left the place as soon as he was done speaking. This was a magical beast's forest and possessed powerful beasts. He had already encountered a dragon, although it was all due to circumstances. He didn't want to take any chances. If another legendary beast were to be attracted over due to Keith breaking through, and it happens to be stronger than he is, then he was toast. He went to work while Keith grabbed the opportunity presented before him. This was something he would never give up, and since Gray was going to watch over him and ensure his safety while he breaks through, there was no point in thinking about anything else. Time went by and before long, the process was complete. Keith had broken through to the elemental venerable plane with the aid of the treasure. He didn't consume the complete treasure, but what was left is inside his body and will make him grow at a quicker pace during the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. "How nice," Gray commented as he appeared. He was pleased that his friend broke through and looked to be very close to the second stage as it is. He could sense there were still leftovers in his body, and if his calculations were right, then it should get Keith to the 4th or 5th stage within a few months. "It's all thanks to you," Keith said with gratitude. His eyes were filled with emotions. Since he encountered Gray, he hadn't done anything for him, yet Gray had been helping him over and over again. He even made him relevant in the faction. Now he has helped him to get to the elemental venerable plane. "I don't know how I can repay the kindness you've shown me all this while," he said with his head lowered. "Ha ha, you don't need to talk in that manner. We're friends, it's only right I help you get stronger." Gray said. He added with a smile, "You would do the same for me if you were in my position. So there's no need to repay me." Keith laughed and nodded, "Most definitely. I didn't think you would help me so early after your return. Having a friend like you is like a shortcut to success." Chapter 1466. Gray and Keith continued talking for a while before Gray took him back. Keith was the leader of the group, yet he had been away for quite some time, and it was best to send him back to the others. When they returned, the others couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Keith. Some moments ago he was at the peak of the Sage Plane. He walked out and came back after some time, and he was already in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. This was something that was unbelievable if they didn't experience it. One thing they found shocking was the fact that Keith didn't cause any commotion as he broke through. Even though it could be controlled, they should still be able to at least sense it. However, they didn't sense anything, rather Keith walked out from where he hid as a first stage elemental venerable. Gray watched the entire scene from the sky before smiling to Void, see how nice it is to help friends. Void didn't show much reaction on his face, only taking a glance at Keith's expression before looking away. "When are we leaving?" he asked tiredly. "They'll be here for a while." Gray replied. After watching Keith for a while he said, "I'm heading deeper. If I contact you, know I'm in trouble," he added before disappearing. He wanted to head to the side that had rank 8 magical beasts. If he were to be sensed by any of them, he would be in serious trouble. This was not something he wanted for himself. Void could only complain after Gray left him to babysit the group who came into the forest. On Gray's end, he was very careful with his movement as he moved into the area he knew belonged to those rank 8 magical beasts. These beasts wouldn't think twice before taking his life. The dragon blood essence in his body would make him easily noticeable by other dragons, but he didn't have to fear being sensed by these other beasts. Unlike the rank 7 magical beasts area of the forest, this area had tribes. Each magical beasts were part of a tribe and there was a clear hierarchy. The tribes had outer and inner areas. The weaker beasts are in the outer areas, while the stronger ones are in the inner area. Beasts born in the inner area of these tribes usually possess top-tier bloodlines of their respective species. Gray arrived on the perimeter of one of these tribes, searching the memories. He was impacted by Melmora. He knew this was the lizard tribe. Only special magical beasts like dragons and other legendary magical beasts have multiple tribes in the inner part of the forest, which is referred to as the inner court amongst these lower-leveled beasts. Each type of lizard species resides in the lizard tribe. If I recall correctly, she was attacked by one guy from the lizard race who was promised some benefits. Gray murmured to himself. He didn't know the benefits the lizard was promised, but it was something that should be worth it since it dared to attack a dragon. After thinking about it, he decided to take the risk. The lizard was one of the weakest magical beasts who attacked Melmora, and was injured during the fight. Even though it had been weeks ago, Melmora believed it would still be hurt, and so did Gray. He traveled through the outer regions of the tribe in a very cautious manner. If his aura was sensed here, then he was doomed. Even Void would have a difficult time taking him out of this place. He sneaked through the place, escaping from the senses of the lizards guarding the place. Most of the lizards were in the 6th rank, but he occasionally saw a few in the early stages of the 7th rank. It took a while, but he soon saw a lizard that fit the image of the lizard in Melmora's memory. All he needed to do was to take it out of this place and interrogate it. He didn't only want to interrogate it, but he also wanted to see if there was anything worth taking in the outer regions. Most of the lizards in the inner region wouldn't take some treasures in the outer region seriously. It took a few hours, but he managed to follow the lizard until it was alone before appearing. According to the memory of Melmora, the lizard was in the 7th stage of rank 7. The lizard before Gray was indeed in the 7th stage of rank 7, and he could also sense remnant aura from Melmora's essence. As someone who had seen Melmora's essence, he could catch the aura no matter how small it was. Without hesitation, he took the lizard and disappeared from the place, moving to the perimeters of the tribe. The lizard didn't panic when it saw the change in scenery. It felt, since it wasn't killed by the first attack, it meant the person wanted it alive. Gray didn't speak much, only asking the vital question, "How did you get injured?" The lizard looked at him, and after seeing his eyes and sensing the killing intent, he didn't hide anything from him. When Gray was serious, it was very easy to scare anyone before him. This lizard was the same. It didn't even have the chance to say anything before it was filled with dread. Gray let it speak after his short intimidation. "Oh, so you attacked a dragon. How bold of you." Gray praised sarcastically. The lizard dropped its head. Given the normal hierarchy, it shouldn't have dared to attack a dragon, but the chance of acquiring a dragon blood from the tribe leader was too thrilling to let go. No lizard would dare to let go of such a chance. Only those honorable lizards wouldn't dare to attack dragons, but most snakes and lizards wouldn't think twice, especially when the risk is non-existent. From what it was offered, there was no risk factor in the plan. Well, looks like I'm here to make you pay for your crime. Chapter 1467. The lizard started pleading for its life. It didn't want to die yet. The only reason it dared to take on the mission was because the tribe leader's son told them there was no danger. In fact, it wasn't the only reptile that dared to attack, even a snake was involved in the attack. The snake was already at the peak of the 7th rank and was one of the main forces during the fight. The lizard was scared. Grey sounded like he wanted to kill it, and it didn't want that. Grey looked at the lizard that was trying to plead its way back to life. Unfortunately, you already made the mistake and I plan on getting revenge for her. Well, when I can. Grey didn't take its words to heart. He knew every party that was present during Melmora's attacks through her memories, and he planned to take all of them out, not just the figure who instigated it. The lizard begged continuously, and Grey gave an evil smile. What special treasures are in the outer region of your tribe? The question took the lizard by surprise, and it froze, but then a gleam of hope flashed through its eyes. Since Grey was questioning it about treasures, it meant there was a good chance that as long as it gave him the information he wanted, he would let it live. Without a single ounce of hesitation, it started speaking on all the treasures that were in the outer regions, and even how he could sneak in without being detected. To be honest, Grey was impressed with the lizard's details in each information. He told it he would let it go after getting the treasures, which the lizard didn't argue with. Grey didn't know if he should call the lizard a dummy or if it was genuinely that innocent. It should be smarter than this since it dared to attack her. He thought to himself. He threw the thought to the back of his mind before sealing the lizard's cultivation. It was at that time he realized the lizard was only trying to get him to leave soon. Seeing the lizard's reaction to him sealing its cultivation, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you think I would leave you like this without holding you somewhere?" Seeing the look in the eyes of the lizard, Grey almost burst into laughter. There were some cunning magical beasts, while there are the dull ones like this lizard that thinks it's very smart. If I go to these places and do not find anything relating to everything you've told me, I'll come back and remove one of your legs, permanently. Grey released a bit of his aura, and the lizard knew he wasn't playing around. Given Grey's cultivation stage, he could severely wound it and make sure the injury doesn't regrow. The place might heal, but there's zero chances of regrowing any part that is cut off. The lizard nodded, affirming that everything it told Grey was true. Grey didn't hassle with it any longer and shot straight into the tribe. Without any hesitation, he headed for the nearest place. According to the lizard, there are 3 places that possess treasures in the outer region, and they were all protected by a 9th stage of the 7th rank. As long as Grey could take out these guards without alerting anyone, he could take all 3 treasures without having to worry about being caught. As he moved to the first one, he was cautious. Although he somewhat believed what the lizard said, he wouldn't carelessly risk his life due to a statement of a lizard that attacked a dragon. When he got to the location, he waited patiently as he studied the place. To his surprise, it was everything the lizard described. Not even a blade of grass was in the wrong location. It shouldn't be this accurate. Grey was taken aback by the lizard's description. After a while, he followed the lizard's instructions, of course, cautiously. In the end, he was able to accomplish the task. The person guarding the place was a 9th stage rank 7 lizard, just like the lizard described. It was very easy for Grey to immobilize such a magical beast. After taking what he needed, he took the beast with him. Leaving it there might attract some unwanted attention, and he wanted to complete the process without having to worry about alerting the tribe. The second place was the same, and it was finally time for the 3rd place. Just like the description of the lizard, it was also very accurate. Nevertheless, during the last mission, something unexpected happened. Just as Grey was about to take the last treasure, the other 2 he had in his possession left his spatial ring and merged with the last one that was hanging in the sky. Fuck! Don't tell me it didn't know about this. Grey was irate. He never expected something like this to happen. If not, he would have been prepared. During this last phase, he tried to be extra cautious and search everywhere for any traps, but he never expected it to be something like this. What was annoying was the fact that the treasures were lighting up the entire area. Damn it! He tried to hurriedly seal the area, but it was too late. Some part of the treasure's aura had already seeped out. Without hesitation, he grabbed the still-merging treasures and disappeared. His target was somewhere unexpected. Deep in a cave, under a lake. Gray appeared in the same cave he encountered Melmora. This was the safest place he could come to with this thing still active. The distance and water should be able to help him out. Not just that, but he instantly started working on it, and before long, he was able to contain the aura there. He waited for a few minutes, and after being certain it was fine, he brought it out. He didn't go to the lizard tribe's region, rather, he went over to meet up with Void. Chapter 1468. The treasure completely fused before Gray went to meet up with Void. When the duo met up, Void could tell that Gray was able to get something good. After probing, he got Gray to tell him the item he got. He only saw it for a second, but he could already tell that it was a top-tier treasure. This is good stuff. Is there more? None in the outer regions of the tribe. You will be able to get better things in the inner region, but I won't advise it. The inner region definitely had better items, but the risk was higher. The lizards they would encounter there aren't those in the 7th rank, rather, he would be facing 8th rank lizards who are more deadly. Void also thought about it. After calculating the risk and rewards, he decided to give up. Gray stayed with them for a few hours before heading back to the lizards region. He had to deal with those guys he kept in the cave. Some of them had to die. He didn't want to kill the guards of the treasures, but the lizard who attacked Melmora definitely had to die. He wanted to see if he could sneak into the snake magical beast's tribe. If he could, he would kill the snake that took part of the mission as well. The snake was one of the main attackers that made Melmora's injury worse. In the cave where he kept the guards. All 3 guards were still unconscious, while the lizard who gave him the information was still alive. The second he appeared, the lizard heaved a sigh of relief and transmitted its voice over. I thought you had forgotten us. I can never forget about you. Gray said with an evil smile, and just as the lizard was expecting him to free it, Gray stabbed a large spear into the chest of the lizard, stabbing its heart. The punishment for attacking a dragon, a superior species, is death. Gray's voice was ice cold, like an executioner. He executed the lizard while passing on his final judgment. The eyes of the lizard remained wide open, and it couldn't say a word even after it had been attacked. It watched Gray with a look of shock, not believing what was happening. The lizard was large, but Gray killed it without it being able to even react. To be fair, the difference in strength was massive, and it was just recovering from Melmora's attack during the battle. Gray looked at the 3 guards. There was no point in killing them. However, he didn't take them out of this place. He wrote the word traitor on the body of the lizard he killed before leaving his next target, the snake tribe. He wanted the magical beast's kingdom to know that someone was out for revenge, and he would kill only those that attacked Melmora. By the time the people of the inner court will find out about it, the son of the tribe leader would know someone is out for revenge, and live the rest of his life in fear of being killed. Such a psychological torture is even more deadly than actively killing the dragon. The dragon will be on edge for the rest of its life, and only when he has confirmed that the person after him is dead will he be settled. The snake tribe. Just like the lizard tribe, the weaker and those with impure bloodlines are left in the outer region while the more powerful ones reside in the inner region. Gray's target stayed in the outer region, close to the inner region due to its strength. The snake was a golden horned snake, a powerful earth elemental magical beast that was very difficult to take down. One of its greatest attributes was its dazzling scales that were almost impenetrable. Gray knew getting to it would be very difficult since it was very close to the inner region and he might draw the attention of those rank 8 beasts. As much as Gray wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't risk his life for it when he knows he can always come back to get revenge against the snake. After careful planning, he kidnapped one of the snakes in the outer region, one he knew was dispensable, and he used the mind control technique on it. Although magical beasts are different from humans, the mind control technique solely relies on the consciousness of the being, so be it human or magical beast, as long as they have a consciousness, it could be controlled. After taking over the snake, Gray sent it into the tribe, and after asking around, he found the snake he was searching for. The golden horned snake was very popular due to its unique traits. Gray didn't waste any time as he hurriedly cooked up a story to lure the snake out. Given the greedy nature of the snake, and its urge to grow stronger, this was an opportunity it wouldn't want to miss. Gray used this against it, and the snake fell for it. It didn't even doubt the snake that came to pass on the news of the treasure. The golden horned snake sneaked out of the tribe with the other snake, while making sure that they weren't being followed. Gray was waiting for them a long distance away from the tribe. One of the reasons the golden horned snake didn't doubt the other snake was due to the location of the place where the treasure was located. According to the way the forest was shared, only beasts in the mid-stages of the 7th rank reside there. The snake that came to call it was in the mid-stages, and there was no way it could fight all the others alone. The deal was to share the treasure equally, but the golden horned snake had other plans. There was no way it was going to give this snake a share of the treasure. Chapter 1469. The golden horned snake didn't know that it had already fallen deep into a trap. It was still thinking of ways it would take advantage of the other snake. Since it was stronger, it believed the other snake didn't have any share in the treasure. If only it knew there were no treasures. Gray was waiting for them at the place they were headed. His plan was a quick sneak attack. He was an expert in hiding his aura, and as long as the snake doesn't sense him quickly, he should be able to deal a fatal blow before it would react. This was a powerful snake, and he didn't want to have a prolonged battle with it since there's a chance others might be drawn to the place. His plan was to deal with it quickly. After a while, the two snakes came into his view. He prepared a deadly attack at the tip of one of his fingers, and after a deep breath, his figure shook and turned to that of a snake. He switched places with the snake which was behind the golden horned snake. The golden horned snake didn't notice the change until it was too late. Gray's finger was already pointed at the head of the snake like a gun. It released fire. Just one shot, that was all it took, and a multicolored ray of light passed through the head of the large golden horned snake. One has to know that the snake was at least 10 meters long, yet it was killed with a single attack from Gray, who wasn't even as big as the snake's head. The gigantic body of the snake fell to the ground, motionless. It was dead from the attack. Gray's attack ended its life within a matter of seconds. Attacks to the head have always been more effective when it comes to quick deaths than one to the heart. Gray looked at the enormously large body of the snake and couldn't help but think of what price it would fetch if he went to sell it. This was a treasure, but he didn't want it. He wanted the others to know that there was someone who was killing some targets, and all of them had a hand in the death of Melmora. After Gray was finished, he took them back to the snake tribe and left them alone in a hidden place. He wrote the word traitor with the blood of the golden horned snake on its body, making sure it would also be seen on it. He knew the magical beasts would know a human is the one carrying these acts, but they would be curious as to the reason a human was killing some of them and writing the word traitor. If some of them decide to investigate, there's a huge possibility they would uncover the truth. Gray's next target was surprisingly the cat tribe. There was a cat in particular that had a hand in Melmora's death. It was a wind elemental magical beast, one of the fastest beasts in the forest. It was the one that made escaping difficult for Melmora. Even with her powerful attacks, this cat was so fast that it was difficult to hit it. And it attacked, making sure there was no escape for Melmora. The cat was also in the 7th rank, in the late stages of the 7th rank. As long as Gray catches it unaware, there was no way it could escape. The only issue is that the cat stayed in the inner region of the tribe. Locating it would be very difficult. As long as he could use the same tactic as he used for the snake, he would be able to kill it without much hassle. After a while, he caught a cat from the outer region and tried to investigate the whereabouts of the tricky cat. It took a few hours, but he got news after a while. The cat was actually outside the tribe, and the location was a very favorable one for Gray. The only thing was that it wasn't alone, as there were 2 peak rank 7 cats with it. Gray wasn't confident he could kill the cat without being detected, but he was sure before the others could react, he was done with his act. I don't want them to know I'm the one. Gray is a very famous figure. He didn't know if his fame had spread to the magical beast's kingdom, but he didn't want to take any chances. He gave it some deep thought before deciding to see the situation. If the opportunity presents itself, he would kill the cat. If not, then he would move on. When he got to the location, he almost burst into laughter. It was as if the universe wanted him to exert revenge for Melmora. Even the world hates these guys. I wonder if Melmora was special. He thought to himself as he prepared to attack. The cat he was after was actually all alone. The 2 peak rank 7 cats were nowhere to be seen. This was Gray's chance, and he was not going to let it go. When the cat was less vigilant, he struck. The cat didn't even know what hit it before it died. Its eyes were still open, staring into space. Gray was exacting revenge on Melmora's behalf. She was dead, but her offspring is still alive. He also wanted something to do while he was here. This was the best beast he could kill. The reason for that was because he was searching for a wind elemental magical beast all this while, and who would have thought such an opportunity would come to him? Encountering Melmora gave him this opportunity. Without hesitation, he took the blood essence of the cat. This was what he had been searching for. Why would he let go of such a chance? After taking the blood essence, he left without hesitation, not forgetting to write the word traitor. Chapter 1470. Time slowly went by and a few weeks passed within the blink of an eye. During the past weeks, Gray had been on a killing spree, taking out any of the magical beasts involved in the attack on Melmora. To a certain degree, it caused an uproar in the magical beasts kingdom since a human was going about killing some magical beasts, but after careful thoughts, they realized there was something strange about the beasts being killed. They all had a link, and that was working for a certain figure that was close to the inner court. It's common for those powerful figures in the inner court to have magical beasts outside doing some of their bidding, but when all those affiliated to a certain power start to get killed and the word traitor branded on their bodies, it means that something happened behind the scenes that prompted these killings. Gray couldn't be bothered with what was going through the heads of those in the tribes he had attacked, but he knew one thing for sure: the last 3 people were proving very difficult to deal with. The reason for this was because they were all in the same place and seldom moved alone. All 3 were also at the peak of the 7th rank, and he couldn't take all of them out with a single blow. The best chance was by getting one of them out. After incapacitating it, he would put it under his control and trick the others out of the tribe. His efforts during the past few days, however, have been futile. 8 beasts attacked Melmora in total, and he had killed 5 who were in different tribes. He's left with these 3, but they were cautious given the fact that Gray's attacks on the other tribes had been made known to most of the beasts in this area. At the moment, most of the tribes are aware of the attacks. Gray waited patiently for the time to come. Seeing that it would take longer than expected, he decided to try to absorb the blood essence of the cat. If he's lucky, he might be able to awaken his wind domain, which will be a massive step for him. If he's not, there would be no changes. With his current cultivation stage, it was difficult for him to level up with just this blood essence. If the blood essence was from a legendary beast, then there was a good chance he would be able to break through with its help, but with the current level of the beast, awakening his domain was all he had in his mind. Gray was about to start the process when he received word from Void. The group was about to leave. He stopped and looked in the direction of the tribe he camped at the perimeters. He could only sigh as he gave up. He didn't want to leave any of them alive, but since there was nothing he could do about it, he had no other option but to leave. Gray headed back to the outer regions of the forest to meet up with Void and the others. As he went further away from the depths of the forest, he noticed the decline in the quality of the essence. Shame humans don't have the same privileges. Compared to humans, the magical beasts have a better training environment. Of course, those in the inner region and inner court have it better, but even the area that housed rank 6 beasts has a better essence than most places. Only top factions and families can rival these places. The essence in the Dawson family and that of the Perman faction were ahead of even the outer regions of the tribe area in the depths of the forest, but Gray wasn't sure if it would be on the same level as the inner court. The more he thought about the inner court, the greater his curiosity towards it. If the opportunity arises, he will surely visit it someday. The initial posting of this chapter occurred via Nouvelbin. "What have you been doing?" Void asked when Gray appeared. "Nothing important." Gray shrugged his shoulders before looking at the group. Keith wasn't the only one heading back with a big boost. One more person broke to the elemental venerable plane, and from what Gray knew, this guy had been at the peak of the Sage Plane for over 7 years. At the time Gray came to the Perman faction, this person was at the peak. "At least they grew, unlike me who got a dragon instead," he murmured before moving with the group. Void perched on Gray's shoulder as they escorted the group back to the faction. If anyone heard Gray's statement, they would definitely try to end his life. Gray treated a dragon as if it wasn't important. What was worse was that this dragon had a pure dragon bloodline, which makes its potential limitless, yet Gray didn't see anything with it. It was strange how Gray didn't care about things that will make others close to the verge of madness. The journey to the forest was uneventful, and so was the one back. The group wasn't attacked by anyone above their league, therefore, Gray's intervention wasn't needed. In the end, if he hadn't assisted Keith, he wouldn't have done anything for the group during the journey. After they got back to the faction ground, Gray went to report to the faction leader. At least he didn't need to bother about any more missions for the meantime. He wasn't held back by the faction leader, nor was he given another task. The faction leader acknowledged his task before dismissing him. Gray went straight to his building and activated his array. With the array active, no one would disturb him unless it is a matter of life and death. His first objective was awakening one more domain. If the blood essence doesn't work, he has another alternative. Once he had awakened another domain, his next target was breaking through to the elemental sovereign plane. This was his aim, and he plans to achieve it. Chapter 1471. The Northern Continent. In a large hall, a group of four could be seen gathered, discussing intensely. One of the people present was Gray's father, and beside him sat a beautiful lady who looked to be in her 30s. It was none other than Martha, Gray's mother. The duo were surrounded by elderly people, and one of the people had a striking resemblance to Martha. She was a woman who looked to be in her 50s, but she looked very healthy and could be mistaken for someone in her 30s. "My grandson is in danger and you still refuse to bring him here?" a man in the hall asked calmly. He looked even younger than the woman in her 50s, and unlike the woman, it was very difficult to associate him with someone more than 50. "Gray's safe, and under the watch of the Dawson family," Martha replied while staring into the eyes of the man. HMPH. What can the Dawson family do in perilous times like this? They have so many enemies, they would most likely be destroyed by humans. The lady who had a striking resemblance to Martha snorted coldly. "The Dawson family's business is my business, and I will go down with them if need be," Martha replied with a calm expression on her face. The lady looked at Martha and was about to speak when the man raised his hand to stop her. "She has your mannerisms, and she will only run away if you force her hand." The man was calm as he spoke, his eyes didn't radiate the same youth as his face. He looked at Martha and asked, "You left over 30 years ago, I'll forgive you since you're my daughter. Knowing you, you didn't come here because you missed us." He added, "There's something I need, and as much as I do not want to stay here, this is the only place I can get it." Martha didn't hide the fact that she came here in search of something. The man thought calmly before asking, "You're here for that thing? Does my grandson have issues with his cultivation?" Martha's mother asked. "Whose cultivation is going very smoothly. You should have heard about some of his battles given he's quite famous amongst the top families and factions." Martha replied with a proud smile. Her son didn't need the fame of her parents to grow. He was a genius who is even above them in terms of talent and perseverance. Not everyone would take on the task of training their body after not being attuned with any element during the affinity test. Naturally, everyone has heard of Gray Dawson. Someone wanted dead by the gnome race isn't someone people wouldn't be interested in. I, too, am interested in the boy. I wonder what makes him so fascinating. The man didn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. He should have been proud that he had such a grandson, but his relationship with Martha wasn't the best. Most people didn't even know Martha was from this family, a powerful family that resided in the Northern Continent. They ruled most of the top factions here, and almost everyone bends to their will, well, except for their rebellious daughter. Then why are you in need of it? You know there are very few left, and one of them is very precious. Martha's father asked. I have a little girl under me, she's growing too fast. We've tried to stop it, but all our efforts have failed. She's on the verge of breaking into the elemental venerable plane. If that happens, she'll explode from the excess energy. Martha explained. The reason Martha came over to her family was all due to Cory being on the verge of breaking through. Gray's attempt to halt her cultivation has been futile, and even after her training, she realized the essence was just too much for her. She knew of a way to remove the dangers of breaking through, but that would mean she had to come to the Northern Continent. She used her own method and even asked Lucas for help, but in the end, they were only able to slow it down and not stop it. The fact that as the day goes by she draws nearer to breaking through made things worse for them. With no other choice, she finally came to the conclusion of coming, but she dragged Lucas with her. This was Lucas' first time here. He knew her family, but he didn't come due to Martha's request. The idea of finally being able to meet Martha's parents personally intrigued him, and so he didn't argue with her. "How old is she?" Martha's mother asked curiously. 11. Martha's reply shocked those in the room, with the exception of Lucas, who was already aware of Cory's age. "How's that possible?" Martha's father was genuinely bewildered at the age of Cory. In the Aurora continent, only after one gets to the age of 12 are they able to know what elements they have an affinity to and start training. He had never heard of someone being close to the venerable plane at such an age. "My son." Martha told them of how Gray brought her out of the Chaos battlefield. When they heard of the story of how Gray took in Cory, they were amazed at Cory's luck. Gray found her right after her brother had been executed. The little girl didn't know the right step to take, but Gray appeared and made everything right, helping her in the end. "I wonder what sort of man my grandson is growing up to become. Now I'm truly interested in seeing him." Martha's father squinted his eyes as he looked into space. Lucas looked at the expression on the face of Martha when he heard this, and to his surprise, she didn't seem pleased in any way. Rather, there was anger in her eyes. He grabbed her hand as if to tell her it was fine. Martha gave him a glance before smiling and looking back at her father. "Will you help me?" Chapter 1472. "I would like to see this child," Martha's father requested. "Impossible." Martha showed her stance to the request. There was no way she was going to let Cory come here. Her father is someone who liked dictating how the lives of those around him goes. This was the main reason she left and didn't come back, not even once during the past 30 years she has been away. If her father thought she would bring Cory here, then he was joking. "Don't speak to your father in that manner," Martha's mother scolded harshly. Martha grunted and didn't say anything else. Lucas saw the tension between them and said, "Sir, we have no issues with bringing Cory here, but she will leave with us as well." Martha wanted to speak, but Lucas grabbed her hand tightly, making her stay quiet. She needed this for Cory, as this was the only way she knew they could help her, but she didn't want her father to forcibly take Cory away from her. "Do you still have so much hatred for your father?" Martha's father asked. He looked at her expression and added, "Given the fact that you relinquished the Littleton name, I shouldn't have given you an audience. But you're my daughter, and I want the best for you. You put me through hell. I shaped you into the woman you are today. You're known as a groundbreaking genius after you left, second only to Lucas Dawson. That's all thanks to me. You made my life miserable. Hard decisions make your life easier. The decisions I took for you made you who you are today. Don't discredit my impact in your life. You don't care about what I feel about your decisions." Lucas watched as the father and daughter went back and forth, and to be honest, this was the first time he was seeing such an emotion from Martha. When he first met her, she refused to tell him her last name and only went with her first name, Martha. She became famous across the Western continent at the same time as he did, but she was only known by her first name. After they spent a long time together and had fallen in love, she told him her full name, Martha Littleton. There was only one Littleton family in the entire continent. This shows just how powerful their last name was. This was a family that was in power even during the times of the gods. They had multiple god-plane powerhouses, and the last name Littleton was never used by anyone again. The Dawson family was a family that rose to power. The Littleton family, on the other hand, has always been in power. The difference between the two was massive. No one dares to go against the Littleton family, well, except for Martha, who is from the family. She had such contempt towards them that she warned Lucas that if he dared to visit them, she would break all ties with him, even during the time she was pregnant. Martha and her father continued discussing while Lucas watched them without interfering. In the end, even though Martha didn't agree to her father's statement, she agreed to bring Cory over since this was the only way to save her. "You're too stubborn," Martha's mother commented. Martha looked at her mother but didn't say anything. Her mother had a feisty temper just like her. Her father was authoritative, but very calm when handling things. Her mother, on the other hand, she doesn't like pissing her off, even till this day. Martha gave her husband the go-ahead to bring Cory over, and Lucas left the hall. It was disrespectful to use his strength here when it's not an emergency, so he could only walk out of the large hall. It took only a few minutes before he returned with the little Cory in tow. Fascinating, Martha's father said the second he saw Cory. Such a child was not something he thought he would see. But to his surprise, here Cory stood, at the peak of the sage plane, on the verge of breaking through to the elemental venerable plane before the age of 12. This was something that could be said to be out of this world. If he had known there was a child like this in the Chaos battlefield, he would have sent people there to bring her over. Ma. No. It was as if Matter already knew what he wanted to ask and declined instantly. She had already told him from the start that she was not going to let him have Cory. Martha spent her youth days with her father and knew him well enough. He was addicted to training talents. Amongst all his children, Martha showed the greatest talent as a child, and her potential was limitless, so he spared no effort in her training. Martha started her training from the day of her test. Unlike Gray, who had to wait for a test to be conducted in Red City, a prestigious family like the Littleton family had their testing stones in their manor. The second Martha became 12, her entire life changed before her eyes. There was nothing she could do about her. At the start, her mother tried to plead with her father, but after realizing that it was impossible, she could only give in. Martha was trained by her father personally, and he was a perfectionist. This made Martha's life hell. She couldn't make any friends, and all her time was focused on training. In the end, Martha's father betrothed her to his best friend's son, who was also a top talent. When Martha found out during her early 20s, she ran away from the Littleton family while telling them she was no longer part of the family. They tried to get her back, but after being trained by an expert such as her father, who was the head of the Littleton family, she knew how to evade her pursuers. But of course, given the resources the Littleton family has, her father found her himself, and she threatened to not only kill herself, but to disgrace the Littleton family as well. In his anger, he let her leave. Chapter 1473. I will not train her in the manner I trained you. Martha's father didn't want to let go of such an opportunity. Being able to train someone like Cory was a pleasure he didn't want to miss. No. She's my daughter and I will train her, personally. Martha refused. She was very adamant with her refusal. There was no way she was going to hand Cory over to her father, especially when Gray was the one who brought her to them. Martha's father tried insistently to convince her, but her reply was the same: she didn't want to hand Cory over to him. Okay, what about you let her stay with me until she breaks through to the venerable plane? That should be enough, right? He asked calmly. Yes. She will be left with you until she breaks through to the venerable plane. Once she has done that, we will take her back. Lucas replied. He knew Martha was never going to agree to leaving Cory here. If she's staying here, then so will I. I have to make sure you're not putting her through those grueling practices of yours. Martha said. You'd be surprised how much I've changed over the years. Martha's father smiled softly at her, before motioning for Cory to come over. Cory took a peek at Lucas and Martha, and seeing Lucas nod, she walked over. Such a lovely little girl. Come, I'll start the process now. She'll need to be prepared. It's a good thing you're here to help her throw it. Martha's father ushered them into the inner part of the manor. The Littleton manor was larger than that of the Dawson family. In fact, it could almost rival a faction ground, which shows just how large it is. Only those with the Littleton name or blood are allowed to stay here. Only during a few instances will someone else be allowed in, and that is from marriage. Lucas was allowed in because he's married to Martha. Although Martha dropped the Littleton name, she was still from the Littleton family in the end, and her father was the family head. They didn't spend too long walking before they got to a room. The room was filled with a strange energy that Lucas had never sensed before, but he could feel the peace in it. He didn't know how to describe it, but there was a certain way it made him relaxed. Martha became a tour guide to him as she was telling him what the place was and what effect the energy possessed. Lucas was impressed by just this thing. He had never seen it before, and given his cultivation level, he had traveled to multiple places. The fact that this was the first place he was seeing something like this showed how majestic the Littleton family is. Martha's father made Cory sit down cross-legged at the center of the place while giving her a particular breathing routine. He wanted to use this to expel all the impurities in her body before he used the treasure to help her break through. The process would take a while. From what Martha told Lucas, it could last a week or close to a month depending on Cory's impurities. Cory was from the Chaos battlefield, so she expected her to contain a lot of impurities. And since she had been breaking through while in the Chaos battlefield, there was no way she wouldn't have too much undiluted Chaos energy in her body. Those energy would need to be expelled before the treasure could be used. Lucas only stayed for a few days before leaving. He was one of the pillars of the Dawson family. Staying away for too long might be troublesome. The Dawson family has other powerhouses like him, but he is the one that can instill fear in the hearts of others, and that could move freely. No one knows what the Dawson family is capable of doing, but everyone for sure knows that if Lucas Dawson comes after a particular figure, it doesn't end nicely for that person. When one cultivates to such a level, they value their lives very much. Not just that, but Lucas has proven to be very powerful compared to others in the same stage. There's a high chance that he could defeat over 90% of the old people in the same stage as himself. This showed the level he has attained. No one wanted to be used as a scapegoat, so everyone gave him his due respect. There are people who hated Lucas Dawson, but none of them would dare to step forward for a fight with him. Lucas left, leaving Martha and Cory behind. Martha and her father didn't speak much as they were waiting for the impurities to be expelled out. But she didn't speak with her mother who, although not pleased with her leaving, had missed her a lot. She wanted to see her grandson, and after repeated pleading, Martha gave in. He's not in that Dawson family. When he came back from his journey, he went to the Permanent faction. Martha told her mother how they left the Aurora continent to hide in the Azure continent. Her mother was displeased with Lucas' unwillingness to take on the responsibility of the family head. Given his strength, it was only right that he was the one who leads the Dawson family. But due to not wanting any conflict with his brothers, he left, along with his pregnant wife. What Martha's mother believed was that if Lucas' family had known that Martha was from the Littleton family, they wouldn't dare to stand against them. This would have made taking up the role as the family head easier for Lucas. Martha didn't see the need for them being the ones leading the family. She preferred their current carefree role compared to having to take responsibility for the entire family. In the end, her mother could only give up seeing that Lucas and Martha were on the same page. Chapter 1474. Western Continent. The Permanent faction. Gray could be seen sitting silently in his building. It had been a few weeks since he returned, but there had been no changes for him. He sighed and gave up on getting another domain. Since he returned, he locked himself up for weeks and absorbed the blood essence of the wind elemental cat, but he wasn't able to awaken his wind domain. He wished he could awaken another domain before breaking through to the sovereign plane, but it didn't look likely at the moment. With no other choice, he gave up. I don't know what will happen when I'm breaking through to the sovereign plane. He murmured to himself. After careful thinking, he decided to leave the faction. During the last few times he had broken through, there has been one commotion or another. If he caused a commotion here and his secret was exposed to everyone, then the danger he would be in might multiply. I should get father to watch out for me. He knows everything. He thought, and without hesitation, he walked out of his place. On his way out of the faction ground, he received a voice transmission from the faction leader. Before he could react, he was teleported to the faction leader's cave. "You're leaving again?" The faction leader looked at Gray curiously. He had been monitoring Gray's movement since he returned from the mission, and he had been inside all through. Seeing him walk towards the gate the second he stepped out was a little surprising. "I have to search for opportunities to break through to the sovereign plane outside the faction. From the looks of it, I can't break through while idle," Gray explained. Most of the times he has gotten a major breakthrough to the next plane, there has generally been something to stimulate him, or so he wanted the faction leader to believe. "I see. Since you're leaving, I won't stop you." The faction leader nodded in understanding before bringing out a few talismans. "Take these. I know your father might have given you stronger ones, but this should help against weaker opponents." Gray was someone he cherished, and he knew the danger Gray was in at the moment. Most people want him dead, and there's no way Gray could fight against sovereigns if he were attacked by one while he was on the course of getting to the sovereign plane. The only way he could protect him was by giving him multiple talismans. He might not be as strong as Gray's father, but he was a top expert at the peak of the sovereign plane. Gray didn't reject the talismans, he took them and bowed to the faction leader. With nothing else stopping him, Gray left the place, heading in the direction of the Dawson family. He needed to meet up with his father. On his way to the Dawson manor, he tried to check his connection with the 7th prince. The 7th prince was still in the secret realm, which he expected. After observing what was happening, he left. He didn't want to blow his cover, at least not so soon. If others notice a change in the actions of the prince, there is a chance they might suspect something like that happened. A few days later, Gray arrived at the Dawson manor very quickly. At the time he arrived there, he didn't meet his father, but he encountered someone he was acquainted with, Connor Dawson. The duo hadn't crossed paths in a long while, and to Gray's surprise, Connor was in the mid-stages of the venerable plane when they met. "Gray, it's been a while. How are you?" The duo started conversing as they waited for Gray's father to return. Connor knew of Gray's parents' absence, but Lucas returned some days ago and has been in the manor ever since. He left for some business before Gray arrived and would return the next day. Gray and Connor spent the day talking before they went into the city to explore it. Gray hadn't gone to too many places in the Upoya region, and after the duo explored the city, Connor suggested they head out. One of the guards was told to inform Gray's father of his presence so as to ensure he didn't leave while the duo were away. "What happened to the war for the secret realm? Did they stop?" Gray asked as they walked. When he was brought to his grandfather the first time, he fought for a while in the war, killing multiple people. He found it strange that for a while now, he hadn't heard anything about it. "Thanks to you, they stopped attacking after we got allies." "You didn't know?" Connor was shocked at the fact that Gray didn't know about it. Gray shook his head. He didn't really concern himself with the aftermath. Connor went on to tell him how his act saved the Dawson family from the stress of war. The reason Lucas could travel this freely was all due to this. Also, there's the supposed upcoming war with the gnomes. Everyone knew there were bigger things to concern themselves with than killing each over a secret realm neither of them could enjoy if they didn't fight off the gnomes. In the end, Gray's actions as well as that of the gnomes stopped the war that had been raging on for so long. Amazing how they stopped just like that after causing the deaths of thousands. Gray thought to himself. Most of the people who died as a result of the battle are those who weren't at the top of power. It was a sad thing thinking about it. They died fighting for something they couldn't enjoy. Even if they didn't die and won the battle in the end, most of them still wouldn't get the opportunity to enter the secret realm. He shook his head and continued following behind Connor. Being venerables meant that they could travel kilometers in a matter of seconds. Before long, they were almost at the end of the Upoya region. Gray stopped and looked behind him. "We're being followed." Chapter 1475. Gray and Connor exchanged glances after he made that statement. "Void, be ready to help out if there are any sovereigns." Gray didn't dare to take any chances. Since he could sense that they were being followed, he knew they were people within his capabilities. As long as the people were too many for him, he didn't have any issues with taking on 3 to 5 peak venerables, but once there's over 5 or close to 10, no matter how great he was when it came to fighting against multiple opponents, he would find it difficult to defeat them. One of them is a pseudo-sovereign, the rest are just at the peak. "You'll be fine." Void replied nonchalantly and went silent. Gray couldn't help but shake his head at Void's usual nonchalance. Unless Gray was in danger, Void didn't like fighting much, especially when it wasn't against strong opponents. "How many?" Connor asked. 5 or so. Gray wasn't certain of the number, but he knew the people were more than 3, he just couldn't get their accurate number. The duo didn't act like they were aware of the presence of these people and continued their normal journey. They joked and laughed, and just as they turned around at the edge of the Upoya region, the stalkers stepped out. There were 6 people altogether, which was close to Gray's estimation. One of them was in the pseudo-sovereign stage, while the others were at the peak of the venerable plane. Connor isn't capable of fighting against a peak venerable with his mid-stage cultivation level. See. Gray observed the numbers and couldn't help but complain internally. If Void isn't so lazy, he would have helped out. Void didn't have any plans of stepping out of the spatial storage to help, and fighting all 6 on his own was too difficult. Gray thought about it carefully and said to Connor, "You have some sovereign-level talismans, correct?" Connor nodded. "All right, on my signal, use it against me. And retreat as far as you can. I'll find you," Gray instructed. He didn't want to get Connor involved in the fight, but he needed to at least take out one of the people from the start, and this was the best way to do that. As long as Connor used the talisman right, he should be able to kill the person he switches places with. An elemental venerable can't defend against a sovereign's attack, which was in favor of the duo at the moment. Coming from a top family like the Dawson family meant they would at least have one with them. Gray spoke up, "Why are you following us?" "He, the brat from the Dawson family. It said you're very courageous." Looks like they didn't lie. The man in the pseudo Sovereign plane was the one who stepped forward from the group. He didn't even bother with Gray's questions, his eyes were placed on Gray's body. "Actually, we're stuck in a dilemma. Should we capture you and hand you over to the gnomes, which is very dangerous?" The man placed a finger on his chin before looking at his comrades, "Or, should we take him and demand a ransom from his father? The great Lucas Dawson, he's bound to have treasures that will be equivalent to whatever the gnomes are offering." Gray didn't show any reactions to his words, "You're here for me? You're very hot in the market, everyone is out to get you. I didn't expect you to pass through our territory. It's only right that we take advantage of this opportunity," the man said with clasped hands. "Now!" Gray wasn't interested in speaking any further. Since these people were after his life, there is no point in delaying. It wasn't like they were waiting for backup. Connor reacted very quickly, sending a talisman at Gray. When the man saw this, he thought Gray and Connor wanted to use the talisman to escape. With a cold snort, he stretched out his hand and rushed towards them. "Not under my watch." His expression, however, changed drastically when he realized that Gray's figure remained planted on the same spot, and just when the talisman was about to strike him, the figure changed to that of one of his men. It came as a shock, and before he could react, a powerful attack struck the unsuspecting man. But that wasn't the only thing that happened. At the moment this attack struck the man, another powerful explosion rang out behind him. This one was more controlled, which indicated that it was done by someone powerful. Gray didn't have a need to waste his faction leader's talismans, at least not yet. With his fusion orb, he could deal a deadly blow to the other four peak venerables. The venerable he picked among them was the one he sensed was below on the pseudo-sovereign. He could sense that the rest recently just broke through to the peak of the venerable plane, and it would make it easier for his attacks to be effective. The sovereign plane talisman used on that man meant his death was almost guaranteed. The pseudo-sovereign stood in the middle, motionless. He stayed in the same attacking stance as when he was about to stop Gray, but his facial expression didn't hold the same viciousness, rather, there was genuine shock. The man in front of him was blasted to smithereens by the attack, and from the impact of the attack behind him, he didn't think all four peak venerables would survive. And the ones who would survive the attack will be seriously injured. Gray was a vicious fighter, and the man just realized it. Could this be the reason they want him dead? This was the question that echoed in the man's head. From the start of the encounter, Gray was already prepared to fight them. Not just that, but he acted in such a manner that there was no way the man could predict. No one would expect Gray to be the first to attack in such a situation. Unknown to the man, this was one of Gray's signature moves when battling multiple enemies. Chapter 1476. Gray stood in the middle of four figures that were sent flying. He didn't make another move, he could already tell that all four of them were dead. The man in the pseudo-sovereign stage thought at least one or two of the people would survive, but Gray didn't attack with the intent of letting any of them go. When Gray appeared, he unleashed his shocking killing intent, which froze the unsuspecting men before using the fusion orb. He didn't only use it, but he attacked with a series of attacks that went off at the same time. The fusion orb was the strongest and it covered the rest of the attacks. This was the reason the pseudo-sovereign didn't notice it. He heaved a sigh of relief when the pseudo-sovereign didn't go after Connor, who left as soon as he used the talisman. It was clear that the man was still in shock at Gray's sudden attack. The pseudo-sovereign turned around slowly, and his eyes widened when he realized that all four people were dead. Their bodies suffered from different elemental attacks, from rotting from the darkness element, to being frozen by the water element. One of them was burnt to a crisp, while the last suffered from Grey's fire elemental attack. Grey used fire elements to attack while also using the fusion orb, which was very powerful. The four didn't have the chance to defend against Grey's attacks since they didn't expect him to attack them at such a time. In the end, Grey killed all of them with the aid of his ability to launch a surprise attack. The pseudo-sovereign looked at Grey, his eyes turned red from anger. You killed them. You didn't think I'd follow you without retaliating, did you? Grey asked with a sarcastic smile. The pseudo-sovereign laughed and nodded. Ha ha, good, I'll enjoy killing you. Grey could sense the killing intent from the body of the man, but he didn't feel any fear. He had a greater killing intent than what the man was showing. Grey's killing intent had the ability to render his opponent motionless. He had trained it to a stage where it could be used as a form of mental attack. As long as he was stronger than his opponent, and they had a weak will, they could be easily overwhelmed by his killing intent, rendering them incapable of fighting back. The man attacked, but Grey was prepared. Over the past few weeks, he wasn't on the same level as the first time he encountered a pseudo-sovereign. Now, he could put up a fight against one. Even though he hadn't broken through, he was still growing in strength every day. The man's attack was blocked by Grey, who countered with an attack of his own. He didn't give the man any chance to take advantage of his superior attack power. The man was taken aback when he saw Grey countering his attack. He never thought a peak venerable would ever be able to fight back against a pseudo-sovereign like himself, but to his shock, Grey was fighting against him without feeling the pressure of his higher cultivation stage. He couldn't help but wonder if he was useless, or if Grey was just too strong. He soon got his answer after taking one of Grey's attacks head-on. The attack rocked him, making him take a step back. He didn't know whether to celebrate that he wasn't useless or be dumbfounded at Grey's shocking attack power. Grey attacked once again, but this time, he was already prepared for it. Without hesitation, he dodged it. He was a wind elementalist, which gave him frightening speed. He didn't give Grey the chance to attack again before unleashing his wind domain. A wind gust enveloped the area, and multiple wind blades shot at Grey. Grey tried to use his fire and lightning domain, but the wind domain of the pseudo-sovereign overpowered his domains, which was within his expectations. He withdrew his domains and brought out his earth and water domain. They were the best for defense, so he opted to use them. With his earth domain, the area around him was within his control, and his water domain created multiple ice shards that shot in every direction. The man blocked the attacks before attacking Grey. The duo engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Both parties were almost on the same grade, strength-wise, but anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the pseudo-sovereign had the slight advantage. The pseudo-sovereign hadn't been able to take advantage of this due to Grey's versatility. Having the space element, water, and earth element meant that his defensive prowess was unbelievable. He could dodge most attacks at shocking speed, and retaliate within a second. Their battle shook the skies, and powerhouses in cities kilometers away could feel the pressure from the fight. Most of the cities at the edge of most regions didn't have people above the sage plane in most cases, while there were a few in the venerable plane. The battle currently taking place was above their level, and if they dared to go close, they might get caught in the after effects and get seriously wounded, if not dead. Kilometers away from the battleground, Connor looked at the sky that was changing colors from the battle that was taking place. To think he'd grow so fast, he said with a wry smile. He thought he was advancing at a quick speed, but Grey was a freak. Not just Grey, he also knew of Grey's friends and their cultivation speed as well. It was as if all those close to Grey were not advancing at the same pace as others. It was shocking to think that they've not been well known in the Aurora continent all this while. Such geniuses are heavily guarded by their factions, but the group of friends are almost always out of the faction, with the exception of the figure in the Moon faction. Connor wanted to grow stronger, but he knew it was a fool's wish to think he could catch up to Grey. Chapter 1477. The pseudo-sovereign started to show signs of panic as he noticed something strange as the battle progressed. Grey was getting stronger. At the start of the fight, his attack power was stronger, and Grey relied heavily on his versatility to stand against him. As the battle progressed, Grey started to go against him blow for blow. His attacks didn't seem to carry the same weight as it did the first time. After careful consideration, he realized it wasn't that his attacks didn't carry the same weight, rather, the person he was fighting was increasing in strength. This was a scary experience for anyhow in such a close battle. At least, he could still put up a fight when he had the strength advantage, but the second Grey catches up to him in attack power, his outcome is almost predictable. With no hesitation, he unleashed a powerful attack to force Grey back, and to Grey's surprise, the man didn't think twice as he tried to escape. The man didn't have any more of Grey, but Grey didn't want him to leave. This was a chance to increase his strength, of course he was going to take it. Not just that, he could sense that he was on the verge of breaking through. One of the things he loved was breaking through while in a fight. He would be able to consolidate his new realm while still battling, which would make it very easy for him. He chased after the man, and being the faster elementalist, he caught up with the man in a matter of seconds before unleashing attacks on him. The pseudo-sovereign was forced to stop and block Grey's attacks. He couldn't neglect any of Grey's attacks. Fuck! Regret washed over him. He didn't want to admit it, but he regretted following the duo here and even attacking them. If he didn't follow them, he wouldn't lose his comrades, nor would he be in such a situation. He fought vigorously with Grey, but Grey was only growing stronger. Before long, Grey had not only caught up to his strength level, but he was starting to show signs of overpowering him. Despair and desperation appeared on the pseudo-sovereign's face. This was a mistake that might prove to be very costly to him. If Grey didn't let him go, or an opportunity didn't present itself, he was sure Grey would most likely kill him. Boom! Bam! Bang! Their battle raged on, and the man started to notice a change in the sky. Essence was gathering from around the world. He knew what this meant, someone was breaking through to the sovereign plane. If he were the only one present, he would have been excited, since it would have meant he was getting to the next level, but he wasn't the only one here. His eyes locked onto Grey's figure, which had already started greedily absorbing the essence even though it hadn't fully formed yet. The pseudo-sovereign's heart sank when he saw this. If Grey breaks through, then his death is certain. I have to stop him. He came to a conclusion internally. There was no way he could escape, he had already seen how persistent Grey could get. The only choice was to stop him from breaking through and giving himself better chances of escaping from this demon's hands. Grey laughed as his body absorbed so much essence. On another part of the Aurora continent. While Grey was on the verge of breaking through, a phenomenon happened. A large figure loomed over the skies of the Aurora continent, visible to everyone. This figure was aloof as it looked at the rest of the people like they were ants. Every single individual in the Aurora continent saw this phenomenon, and they all stopped everything they were doing. The aloof figure in the sky was looking down on ants, and those who were on the ground couldn't help but feel awe and a majestic pressure from this figure. Discussions broke out in different parts of the Aurora continent. Everyone was speaking about this apparition, and it was called the apparition of a god. Some bowed down to worship it, while others looked at it in fear. The figure didn't say a word, only the act of looking down on all lives. In the depths of the magical beast's forest. The trial lands. The old man who was teaching Chris stepped out of the realm and raised his head to stare at the figure above. It's coming soon. This was a sign of calamity. The first time this happened, the gnomes invaded and the human world was almost destroyed during the war. A large population of humans died in that war due to the onslaught of the gnomes. Now, this figure has appeared once more. It means calamity will befall the continent sooner than expected. The old man sighed and disappeared from view. In the Aurora continent, all top factions and families were watching the apparition in the sky, shocked at the sight. This was the first time most of them were seeing this thing. Old families like the Littleton family who had experienced a lot frowned at the sight of this, while the others who knew little about this felt their hearts throb. To some, this was calamity, while to others, it was a sign that a god was watching over them. Nonetheless, the apparition drew the attention of everyone in the continent. Even the magical beast's kingdom were drawn to it. The apparition, which attracted everyone's gaze to it in the continent, surprisingly didn't appear on the place Grey was breaking through in. The sky was covered from the battle of the duo, and Grey's sudden breakthrough covered the sky in this region. Grey and the pseudo-sovereign had no idea what was happening, and neither did Connor. The pseudo-sovereign rushed after Grey and attacked. These were desperate times for him, and he had to take desperate measures. A large sign appeared in his hand and he said coldly, "I'll be the one to end your life." Chapter 1478. Even when you had the advantage you couldn't beat me. Grey chuckled as his body was filled with the energy he was taking in. I wonder what gives you the courage to utter such words. The pseudo-sovereign slashed out with his scythe and a powerful wind blade shot out. This wind blade wasn't like the other attacks he had been using. The wind blade had rough edges like the teeth of a wild animal. And just like an animal, the blade struck, slashing Grey's figure. To the shock of the pseudo-sovereign, he saw his attack deflected to another direction. Ha ha, you're such a great sparring opponent. Grey laughed delightfully. He just learnt the technique Melmra passed to him when she died. He had been practicing during his seclusion, but he hadn't been able to master it. However, on the verge of breakthrough, he got an insight on it and mastered it. The thought of using it came to mind and he used it against the pseudo-sovereign's attack. To his bewilderment, it was very strong. He didn't think there would be a technique that possessed such abilities. The pseudo-sovereign looked at Grey and attacked once again. This time, he made use of his domain, increasing the strength of his attacks. Multiple wind blades shot at Grey and after deflecting two, realized there was a scratch on his scales, and they looked to be on the verge of being destroyed. Guess I can't use it against someone of his level. Reality hit on Grey, and he reassessed his choices. He wanted to use just this technique to deflect all the attacks, but he realized against someone like the pseudo-sovereign, he had to be careful. This gave Grey the strength of the technique. It was powerful, but like all techniques, it had its limitations. Against someone on the same level or stronger, using it was only detrimental to himself. The pseudo-sovereign noticed Grey started moving, which made him smile. The sky was filled with multiple blades as he attacked Grey aggressively. Grey was still in the middle of absorbing the essence around the area. His eyes glowed and his icy flames spread out. A large ice wall, accompanied with flames, appeared before him to block the blades coming his way. Two symbols lit up the sky and he created his domains to fight against the pseudo-sovereign. The pseudo-sovereign didn't expect Grey to use inscriptions. What he also didn't expect was how long it was taking for Grey to break through. Grey's cultivation was still at the peak of the venerable plane, which was shocking given the amount of essence he had taken in. The pseudo-sovereign blocked the attacks from the inscriptions, but this was the chance Grey needed to get close to him. He threw a fist at the man, and the man was sent flying by the punch. Grey's physical attack power was on another level. The pseudo-sovereign didn't even get the chance to block the attack before it hit. Grey was too fast, which made it even harder to block. The pseudo-sovereign crashed into the ground. Grey didn't rush to attack him, rather, he stayed mid-air, quickly absorbing as much essence as he could. Internally, he was on the verge of tears. Why is it taking so long? He never expected that his breakthrough would take so long. The thought of his breakthrough not causing a commotion made him calm down and want to break through quickly, but now, it was looking so difficult. Even with the amount of essence he had taken in, he hadn't even got past the peak of the venerable plane. He was on the verge of begging for the pseudo-sovereign stage. At least he would know there was an improvement. The pseudo-sovereign attacked once again, his attack power was stronger this time. On his head, a large feather appeared, made purely from wind essence. On a normal day, achieving this was almost impossible, but Grey was in the midst of breaking through, and the essence in this place was higher than anywhere else in the entire Aurora continent. The pseudo-sovereign used the opportunity to use one of the greatest wind elemental techniques of all time. With this feather floating above his head, his cultivation spiked, getting to the very edge of the pseudo-sovereign stage and bordering the sovereign plane. When Grey saw this, he knew the man was taking advantage of the situation, but he didn't care. He wanted to break through, and since this man was going to be his stepping stone, he would never allow him to escape. The battle broke out once again. This time, it was even more intense. Grey is probably the only one who could take this long to break through to the sovereign plane. With the amount of essence he had absorbed, he should have broken through to the sovereign plane already, but it was proving difficult. As the battle raged on, the phenomenon in the sky on the other parts of the continent started to show signs of fading. The phenomenon, which had hung on the sky for a few minutes and made everyone stop whatever they were doing, was on the verge of disappearing. No one knew what caused the phenomenon, nor did they truly understand what it means. All they could feel from the apparition was that it was supreme to them all. Even the likes of Lucas Dawson felt inferior to the apparition. Grey and the man were in a stalemate. The only way the battle could be concluded was with Grey breaking through, or the pseudo-sovereign escaping. Grey slowly started to notice something happen. The essence isn't enough. What the hell? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had absorbed enough for 2 people at the peak to break through, but it wasn't enough for him to break through to the sovereign plane. The feeling of the essence slowly weakening around him made his heart sink. Just as the essence was about to fully fade away, another one happened. This time, it was a reaction from the man. Haha, you're finished. Chapter 1479. Grey looked at the man with red eyes. His breakthrough was about to end while the pseudo-sovereign was on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign plane. If he continued fighting, he would definitely lose. The issue was that he couldn't retreat at this moment. The moment he tries to retreat, the pseudo-sovereign will never give him that chance. He looked at the man with cold eyes. If I don't break through, then you should forget about it, he said coldly. His eyes were red and he attacked the pseudo-sovereign. Since the start of the battle with the man, he had been on the defense, but now, he attacked. He didn't want the man to break through while he was still stuck in this stage. The pseudo-sovereign didn't mind his attacks, he focused on defending. As long as he didn't give Grey the chance to catch him unaware, he was certain that he would survive. Once he breaks through, he would kill Grey and hand him over to the gnomes for the rewards. As he was breaking through, he couldn't help but thank Grey. The reason he wanted to attack Grey was because he was trying to break through, but now, he didn't even need to hand Grey over, yet he was breaking through to the sovereign plane at the moment. Grey attacked in a vicious way, but the pseudo-sovereign didn't shy away, rather, he stayed and blocked Grey's attacks. He knew even though Grey's attacks were powerful, they wouldn't be able to kill him. All he had to do was defend against them and he was fine in the long run. Grey's essence was stopping, meaning the end of his attempted breakthrough, while the man's essence was increasing, signifying his breakthrough. At the moment, one failed, while the other was on the verge of getting the sovereign plane. Grey didn't know how to react. He wasn't afraid since he had Void by his side, but he was a little worried about himself. He couldn't break through to the sovereign plane even after absorbing so much essence. The only thing he could do at the moment was ensure his survival against the pseudo-sovereign. The pseudo-sovereign was in high spirits as he attacked Grey. He knew with his current state, he could not only defeat Grey, but achieve something he never thought was possible. The fight was very aggressive, but the pseudo-sovereign gained the advantage as his essence increased while Grey's essence decreased. Grey looked at the situation and a smile appeared on his face. I've stopped one pseudo-sovereign from breaking through before, I can do it again. This was the thought in his head. Since he couldn't break through, there was no way he was going to allow his opponent get to the sovereign plane, which was going to guarantee his death. He had stopped someone from getting to the sovereign plane before, and that was his plan at the moment. Without hesitation, he shot straight to the essence that we are gathering in the sky. Ha, even with your presence, I'll still break through. I want you dead, and you're going to die. The pseudo-sovereign laughed in delight. He already declared Grey death when he sensed the situation. Most people in the same position as himself would do the same. Grey thought this was a situation he wouldn't be able to escape without the help of his faction leader's talismans or his father's help, but things didn't go the way he thought. There were things that showed that he wouldn't need to experience the same situations. The main reason was that he was different. Unlike others who had to face an opponent that was breaking through, he had the chance to change his opponent to one who wasn't breaking through. And something unlike ever came to his mind. What if I absorb his essence? This was the thought in his head. He could destroy the essence one needs to break through. What if he attempts to absorb the essence they need? It was only a thought in his head, but he soon tried it with others. And the answer was something he expected. He could actually mess with when people broke through to the sovereign plane. At the moment, he was the only one with such an ability. And he didn't allow others to know about it. Grey shot into the sky, and did something that had never been done before. He tried to absorb the essence that belonged to the man. Since he could destroy it, he felt he could absorb it as well. The pseudo-sovereign didn't think something like this was possible, but to his greatest surprise, Grey started to suck in the essence he was absorbing. What the hell? He screamed in shock. This was the first time he was experiencing something like this, and he never thought it was possible. Without hesitation, he attacked Grey. Grey, who was mid-air, was shocked at what was happening. To be honest, he wanted to disrupt the breakthrough of the pseudo-sovereign, but he never thought he would be able to absorb the essence. I've destroyed it. Does this mean I can absorb it as well? Grey thought as he tried to stop the man from breaking through. The pseudo-sovereign didn't think something like this was possible, so when it happened, he was caught off guard. Grey is a greedy individual, especially when it comes to absorbing essence like this. The pseudo-sovereign absorbed as fast as he could, while Grey did the same. Outside this place, the apparition that was showing signs of fading off started to show signs of solidifying. Most people didn't know what the sign was, but some took it for what it was and used it to their advantage. They tried to increase the cultivation of some of their venerables. They all knew that this was something that happens when a venerable tries to get to the sovereign plane. Grey watched as the pseudo-sovereign's cultivation stopped increasing. Unlike him who had to know from the pseudo-sovereign's cultivation, the others didn't need it. They could see that a peak venerable was on the verge of the sovereign plane, even though there was something that showed that it was out of the ordinary. The pseudo-sovereign was stunned when he noticed something strange. The essence he was receiving wasn't as much as he expected. In fact, it was so little that he knew that there was no chance he would be able to get to the sovereign plane. What the fuck? He thought internally. He knew this was something that had been on for a while, so seeing someone that has managed to bypass it was shocking. The entire world was placed on freeze. No one thought what happened would happen. Grey literally paused the world and continued it. Most people don't know how powerful Grey's attacks are, only when they try to use it do they know how strong it is. Grey doesn't care about all this, he attacks with intent, making sure whoever his enemies are, he gains the advantage. Some people do not know of this and try to attack Grey who's in a dormant state. Only when they attack does he fight back. The fight was very aggressive, and both people wanted each other dead. Grey didn't know if the other partner would survive, neither did the other. The duo tried to kill each other off to favor themselves, but in the end, it only favored the web. The battle was very aggressive as both partners tried to make sure there was no way the other party wouldn't survive the attack of the other. In the end, both parties not only survived, but they thrived. Grey was very aggressive in his attacks, he didn't want the pseudo-sovereign to get to the next stage, while the pseudo-sovereign was trying to ensure he broke through to the next stage. In a moment, it was a battle of time. Each party was fighting for who would get to the next stage first. Grey didn't know if there was any chance for him, while his opponent was certain. His only chance was to make sure he broke through before his opponent. For others, the apparition that was fading off was starting to gain color. It didn't only fare, but was starting to retain the previous color 8T had. As long as it regained the previous color, it had had itself. Grey was delighted when he noticed that he could absorb the essence of the pseudo-sovereign. As long as he could absorb it, it meant that he could get to the next stage before the opponent. He knew that most of the people in the same stage as himself would have a change against him, but once he used his advantage against them, he would be able to beat them. As the fight raged on, none of them was able to break through to the next stage. Grey had a way to stop him, he wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1480. Grey and the pseudo-sovereign were in a tug-of-war. He was going to absorb more essence. The pseudo-sovereign was the clear favorite since it was his essence to begin with, but Grey was robbing him of that essence. If he was told something like this was possible, he would never believe it. As a matter of fact, he would attack the person who said such words. But now, he was seeing it with his own eyes. What was shocking was the fact that Grey, someone that was on the verge of failing his breakthrough, was about to get to the sovereign plane thanks to his sudden breakthrough. It was surreal. How's this possible? He exclaimed internally, but there was nothing he could do. He was sharing his essence with Grey, and the annoying part is that Grey was absorbing more than he was. If this continued, then Grey would definitely take more than he would, and also put a stop to his supposed breakthrough to the sovereign plane. Currently, his breakthrough didn't look like a great opportunity for him, rather, it was a regrettable moment. If he didn't break through, Grey wouldn't have any way to get to the sovereign plane and would fail. But now, thanks to his help, he was not only going to have a better chance of breaking through, but he was also going to stop him from breaking through as well. This was the worst thing that could happen to anyone. The pseudo-sovereign was a wind elementalist, so more wind elemental essence gathered in the area. As Grey was absorbing more wind essence, he noticed something that put a brilliant smile on his face. "You're such a gem." Grey laughed out in pleasure. He wasn't even trying to fight with the pseudo-sovereign at the moment. All he wanted to do was to ensure that he absorbed as much essence as he could. His wind domain was about to be awakened. He never thought that he would have such a lucky break. He literally failed to break through while absorbing the blood essence of a wind elemental magical beast, yet he was on the verge of breaking through thanks to this wind elements list who wanted to break through. Grey was pleased with what was happening, but the pseudo-sovereign didn't like it. Grey was spoiling his plans, and if he doesn't break through, Grey would kill him without hesitation. He attacked ferociously, but Grey wasn't in the mood to fight at the moment. If he tried to fight, he wouldn't be able to absorb as much essence as he wants to. The man chased after him, while Grey focused on evading the attacks. "At this rate, you will never break through. Take advantage of this opportunity, my friend," Grey said to the man. The man didn't think much of Grey's words. There was no way he was going to listen to the person who was on the verge of making sure he didn't break through. If anything, he wanted Grey dead, or at least not absorbing the essence meant for him. He chased after Grey, while Grey ran, absorbing as much essence as he could. He could sense his wind domain was on the verge of awakening. Even if he doesn't get to the sovereign plane, at least having the wind domain has increased his strength significantly. The pseudo-sovereign chased and chased, while Grey wasn't in the mood to fight with him. The thought of escaping at this moment came to the mind of the pseudo-sovereign, but he couldn't leave this place. The essence had gathered here, and there was no way it would follow him if he left this place. This meant that if he tried to leave, he had given up on his chances of breaking through to the sovereign plane. For people like him, missing such an opportunity was hellish. The chances of him getting it again without any top natural treasures was almost 10%. This shows how hard it is to break through to the sovereign plane. Grey's an anomaly given the amount of essence he absorbed, yet he wasn't able to get to the sovereign plane, not even the pseudo-sovereign stage. The pseudo-sovereign couldn't miss out on such an opportunity, so he was forced to endure with Grey, while also trying to attack the person stealing his essence. While Grey and the pseudo-sovereign were in a tug-of-war, the entire world's attention was placed on the apparition in the sky. They all thought it was done when it started to fade, only for it to rekindle its spark on the verge of completely fading off. It started to grow even clearer. The apparition looked at those living in the Aurora continent as ants. If Grey was able to see this apparition, he would be shocked. The apparition had the same features as the Chaos God he saw during the early days of his cultivation journey. This was the same aloofness and features that spoke to him at that time. The apparition was looking down on all figures, and for the first time, there was a slight reaction from the apparition. It looked in a certain direction with nonchalant eyes. The place it was staring at was the direction the trial land was located. Grey didn't know what was happening outside. All that mattered to him at the moment was to get enough essence from this man's breakthrough and use it to his advantage. At least getting to the pseudo-sovereign stage was a massive step. This was the first time he was finding it difficult to break through to the next plane even after meeting all the criterias. He didn't think too much about it and focused on the fight before him. The essence was about to fade off, and if he didn't take more for himself, then it was a loss for him. The man stopped attacking Grey and focused on absorbing the essence as well. Since Grey didn't want to give him any face, he was going to break through and kill Grey. Chapter 1481. Grey was on the verge of awakening his wind domain, while the pseudo-sovereign was on the verge of getting to the sovereign plane. A few moments later, both parties burst into laughter simultaneously as the essence faded off. The man had gotten to the sovereign plane. But he didn't know why Grey was laughing in delight. He took a closer look at Grey and realized that he had gotten to the pseudo-sovereign stage. He laughed even harder when he sensed this. A pseudo-sovereign against a sovereign was not even a contest. The sovereign would defeat the pseudo-sovereign at any encounter. Grey didn't think much about the man. He looked at himself in pride. Yes, he failed to break through to the sovereign plane, but it didn't change the fact that he was one step closer to it. Getting to the sovereign plane from the pseudo-sovereign stage was easier than getting to it from the peak of the venerable plane. "Kid, unfortunately, you couldn't stop me." Now, I'll cut off your limbs before taking you to my hideout." The man laughed. "I'm sorry, but you're not enough to make me scared." Grey didn't feel any pressure from the first stage sovereign standing before him. He could sense the power coursing through his body and knew what he was capable of. A first stage sovereign like this man isn't enough to make him worry, and he was certain of it. The man didn't think much of Grey's words. He chuckled as he replied, "I'm not going to deny that you're a genius. But a sovereign against a pseudo-sovereign? Not a chance." Grey didn't respond and prepared for a fight. All he needed was for the man to attack and he would retaliate. The man laughed slightly and sent out a casual attack. Grey blocked the attack, but he was forced a few steps back. The sight of this made the man laugh. He knew Grey wasn't his match after his breakthrough, but since Grey wanted to test his ability, he didn't mind waking him back to reality. People like this have clouded judgments. This was what the man thought of Grey. He felt he was one of those people who didn't know their limits and feel like they can do everything. He was still sovereign, yet Grey, a pseudo-sovereign, felt he had a chance against him. Even if he didn't want to say it, he felt Grey was a fool. Only a moron would have such a thought process. Grey couldn't be bothered with what the man thought of him. He looked at his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. "The gap is wider than I thought." Grey thought to himself, but he didn't show any signs of backing off. The gap might be more than what he imagined, but he was confident he could take down the man. The man wasn't one of the people Grey would back down against. If he were fighting someone on Alice's or any of his friends' caliber, he would have escaped a long time ago. However, this man was one of the weaker people on the same stage. He knew he could close the gap because of this. The man didn't think about all this. He had gotten to the much-coveted sovereign plane. His next step was to grow stronger at a faster pace. As long as he could get to the mid or late stages of the sovereign plane, he would be almost untouchable in the Aurora continent. This was the life he had been praying for, and with Grey's rich background, this was the only chance he could achieve it. Grey looked at the man with cold eyes and said, "I'm not on the same level as you when you were a pseudo-sovereign. You might not be able to fight against a sovereign, but I can." "Ha ha, I'll like to see that happen." The man laughed and attacked once again. Grey blocked the attack, but was forced back by the force of the attack. He knew the man's attack was above his own, but he had his ways to fight against it. He didn't dare to phase through the attacks. The man had gotten to a level where he could affect the space around Grey with his attacks. Doing something like that would only put him in serious danger. He is aware of this and didn't try to do it. He focused mainly on defending and also evading the attacks. There was no point trying to block all attacks. His scales and defensive suit can't take on attacks like these continuously. The plan was to let the man drop his guard and attack when he was not suspecting. The man didn't have any plans of leaving. Seeing that Grey was no match for him, he wanted to relish the feeling of oppressing him before taking him out of the picture. His attacks were powerful and he forced Grey back with each one. Grey took each attack calmly, making sure he didn't show any weakness. The man was attacking, Grey was evading and defending. Time went on and the man started to feel bored of bullying Grey. At first he wanted to fill his ego since Grey made life difficult for him while he was in the pseudo-sovereign stage. Now that he had the advantage, he wanted to make Grey regret his choice of not escaping when he could. Grey didn't see anything wrong with what the man was doing, he would have done the same. Well, not really. Unlike most people, he didn't like underestimating his opponents. He continued taking the man's attacks, and when he noticed the man had changed completely from how he previously was, he knew that things were about to get serious. He increased his guard and didn't let anything slide. He was facing a sovereign, someone that could wipe out the entire Azure continent with one move. Red City wouldn't even survive the after effects of such an entity. Chapter 1482. Boom! Grey's figure slammed into the ground, causing a large crater on the ground. The man stood in the air, like a supreme overlord. He looked down with disdain. Grey might be powerful, but he didn't believe he was on the same level as himself. Yes, when he was in the pseudo-sovereign stage, he wouldn't dare to fight against a sovereign, and even if he did, he wouldn't do as good as Grey's doing at the moment. This, however, doesn't change the fact that he didn't think much of Grey. To him, Gray was a youngster who overestimated his abilities and is paying for it. Anyone in their right minds would have tried to escape, but Gray was fighting with him, which he saw as a sign of disrespect. A sovereign should never be disrespected. This was something that was common, unless it was by another more powerful sovereign. Gray, an individual who just got to the pseudo-sovereign stage, was challenging him in a battle and didn't even try to escape. The man was still staring at the ground when a lightning orb shot at him. The lightning orb had Gray's blue flames surrounding it. When it got close to the man, he blocked it, but it exploded, sending out frightening levels of force. The man felt his body shake, but he didn't show it out. This attack from Gray was stronger than anything he had used since the start of the fight. If Gray could continue using this attack, there's a chance he might be able to cause the man some injuries. This made the man even more infuriated. At the moment, he was angered by Gray's stunning abilities. Envy clouded his mind, and he was genuinely ready to kill Gray without even thinking of keeping him captive. Such a figure was too dangerous to capture and left alive. He would rather he killed Gray and look for other ways to increase his strength than to try to collect any reward from either the Dawson family or the gnomes. Gray shot out of the dust and attacked. This time, he used a 3-element fusion orb. He didn't want to use all the elements since he wasn't sure he would be able to control his new strength. At the moment, he was using this to test his strength. This time, the man didn't try to block it, rather, he dodged it. But the fusion orb chased after him. A pleasant smile was on Gray's face when he saw this. The effects of the man's previous attack had worn off, so he wasn't in any pain. With his defensive armor and scales, it was very difficult for him to sustain injuries. Not just that, but on most occasions, he uses his light element as soon as he feels any pain in his body. This made it easy for him to quickly recover from such impacts of attacks, especially when there's no significant injuries. The man was running to escape from Gray's attack, while Gray stood on the same spot with a mocking expression on his face. He could tell the man was very proud, so the best way to get to him was by using Klouse' technique of baiting. In a short time, the man would succumb to his emotions and would try to kill Gray at all costs. At the moment, the man wasn't 100% into wanting to kill Gray, he was only attacking due to what he had experienced. Once he steeled his mind into wanting to kill Gray, he would take attacks like these just to get closer to Gray and attack. The man saw Gray's expression, but he didn't lose control of himself. While evading the attack, he sent an attack Gray's way. Gray stood his ground and actually took the attack head-on. To the shock of the man, unlike the previous outcome, Gray only took a few steps back. "This is all a sovereign can muster? I'm ashamed." He shook his head at the man who violently struck Gray's fusion orb that had been pestering him for a few seconds. Gray laughed when he saw the man's reaction. He attacked once again, this time using 2 fusion orbs, both had 4 elements. He was starting to get serious. There was no way he would let this man win. Of course, he knew keeping the man here was impossible, but he could at least use the man as a means to master his new strength and grow stronger. His aim was to keep the man for as long as possible. The man wanted to kill him, but he was confident there's no way that was happening. All he needed to do was to use the talisman given to him by his faction leader. He would be able to kill this man with a single attack. Even if the man survives, he would be fatally wounded. His faction leader was a stronger sovereign, after all. The man saw both orbs coming his way and shot straight through them, making them explode in the process. He was heading towards Gray with a vicious expression. Gray didn't expect his sudden reaction, so he was caught off guard. The man was a wind elementalist. Being in the sovereign plane meant that compared to a venerable or pseudo-sovereign, he was faster and stronger. He used his superior speed and ability to cut through the attack while quickly blasting through before it exploded. Gray realized he underestimated the man and quickly changed his tactic. I wonder how powerful he is, physically? This was something Gray was certain he had the advantage over the man. And there's only one way to find out, getting close to the man and attacking. The man was coming towards Gray quickly, but Gray didn't shy away. Rather, he used his explosive speed and moved at a speed that was slightly faster than the man's speed. Due to his incredible physique, Gray had shocking explosive speed. In a short dash, he might even be faster than a second-stage wind elementalist, much less this man that was in the first stage. Chapter 1483. The man never expected Grey would move with such explosive speed, nor did he expect Grey to come towards him. Anyone in Grey's position would be looking to escape from his clutches, yet Grey was not only trying to escape, but he was actively coming his way. The annoying thing is that due to his speed, there's no way he could move away from the incoming Grey. I'll prepare an attack before he can. This was the only thought in his head. Grey didn't prepare an attack beforehand, so he had nothing to fear. As long as Grey paused to create an attack, he would be able to attack before Grey's able to do that. Sovereigns can attack almost instantaneously, while venerables are a little slower compared to them. Grey might be a pseudo-sovereign, but he can't be as fast as the man. The man who was waiting for Grey to use an elemental attack was given a rude awakening when he saw Grey's fist striking his chest. Grey was moving at a scary speed, being struck by a fist that was moving at such speed. Even if Grey wasn't physically strong, the man would still break a few ribs from the attack. The man noticed something strange happened. The blow was stronger than what he expected. As a matter of fact, he could sense a hole in his chest. What's happening? The man was confused. He couldn't comprehend the sharp pain he was feeling in his body. Grey's fist passed through his chest and the blooded arm was seen on the other side. Grey stopped moving and the man was sent crashing into the trees on the ground. The man's body crashed on the ground for over 500 meters, destroying all the trees that were in his path. Even a small hill was destroyed by the force at which the man crashed into it. Grey stood in the air, looking at the result of his attack. A proud smile appeared on his face. This was one of his biggest secret weapons. No one expects an elementalist to possess such a powerful physical body, so whenever he attacks them, he's always catching them off guard. Before anyone realizes what's happening, they were already placed at a disadvantage. Grey only admired his work for a few seconds before he shot towards the man. He knew he didn't have the advantage of power over the man, and he could only use such explosiveness a few times. The man wouldn't fall for it again, so it was best to use this opportunity. He arrived at the place the man crashed and to his surprise, he didn't find the man. Who? He raised a brow and his eyes widened. The man was escaping underground. He never thought the man would escape after being struck by such an attack. The man didn't want to fight with him again, but Grey felt the need to stop him. The reason for that was because he was 100% certain he had the complete advantage over his opponent. One of his trump cards was also his ability to create poison miasma in his body. On most occasions when he's fighting people stronger than he is, whenever he gets the opportunity to use his superior physique to attack them, he always pumps in as much essence as he can into their bodies. They usually don't realize it until a minute or so. Grey hadn't used his miasma for a long while now, and he had quite a good amount stored in his body. He offloaded almost everything into the body of the man. Even if he doesn't chase after the man is finished. There's no way for him to recover from the poison miasma, and it would only take a few months before he dies. Grey, being a good guy, didn't want the man to go through such torture before he dies. He felt it was only right he helped the man by killing him. The man only managed to escape a few kilometers before his speed reduced. He came out of the ground and saw the hole in his chest. It wasn't healing, rather, it was covered by a black patch. What's this? Fear and confusion enveloped him. He didn't know what was happening, and how this thing was on his chest. At first, he thought it was from the ground, but after careful consideration, he knew there's no way he could enter something like this without being aware of it. Unless... Impossible. Right? Grey appeared with a smile. He added, I've always found this ability so fascinating. The man looked at him, understanding what he meant by his words. This was Grey's doing, and he seemed pleased with himself. What are you? The man asked. Someone with a massive reward on my head. Capture me and get what you've always wanted. Grey's reply was sarcastic. The man sensed the strength leaving his body. He soon realized he was infected with miasma, but how's it possible? He asked with a confused expression. He had seen a few people that were stuck in miasma for a short time. They only survived due to not spending a long period of time there. The amount of miasma in his body was more than enough to kill at least 2 sovereigns. How did you manage to get your hands on miasma? Can it be controlled? The man was thinking straight and started asking questions. It's a long story. I don't think you have such time on your hands, Gray said with a thoughtful expression. The man's expression changed when he heard this. He knew Gray was right, but he was finding it hard to accept. There was silence in the place. Gray broke the silence. I'm here to help you. I'll make sure you don't have to go through the torment of having to live with this only to die from it. What do you mean? The man asked. Simple. Gray grinned. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1484. The man was taken aback by Gray's words, but as he felt the strength leave his body as he was getting corroded by the miasma, he knew escaping was out of the picture. Please, help me. The man had crumbled completely. His chances of survival were currently in Gray's hands, and he hated it, but he didn't want to die, not now that he just got to the sovereign plane. Everything is supposed to go well after he got to the sovereign plane. He would be open to greater chances to grow and become a significant person in the world, but he was on the verge of being killed by a young kid who hadn't even gotten to the sovereign plane. Regret filled his mind, but the emotion in his mind that was more than regret was the will to live. He didn't want to die. This was the start of his journey, so why would he give up now and die? At the moment, he was willing to do whatever Gray wanted, as long as he was able to live on, even as a slave to Gray. He didn't care, as long as he wasn't killed by Gray. You see, I wouldn't mind having someone in the sovereign plane to be my servant. But you're not needed. I have people who will get to the sovereign plane in a few weeks or months, and they're much more useful than you are. Gray didn't feel moved with the man's begging. He could also tell the man was on the verge of death, but he didn't care. This was someone who hunted him down, and if not for his strength, he would have been captured by this guy. It was unknown if he would have met a cruel fate under the man or not. Since he had the advantage, he didn't mind killing the man. The man was about to beg, but his eyes soon turned listless. The man was in his weakest state mentally, and Gray used his icy flame mental attack on him. The man couldn't defend it and his consciousness was frozen instantly. Gray destroyed the body with an emotionless expression. He looked in a certain direction and vanished. He didn't want to stay here for too long. Some kilometers away, Connor was still in his hiding spot. He noticed the impacts of the battle had reduced, but he didn't dare to come out. He didn't know what the outcome of the battle was. If Gray was defeated or if he fled the area, he would be the one in danger. He didn't know if Gray was able to kill those people. All he did was attack and escape under the cover of the talisman's explosion. He was still hiding when Gray appeared before him. They're dead, we should get going, Gray said when he arrived. Didn't you break through to the sovereign plane? Connor raised a brow. Gray saying those people were dead meant that he was the one who broke through and killed them with his new strength. Hearing Connor's question, an awkward smile appeared on Gray's face as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I wasn't the one. I only got to the pseudo-sovereign stage. Who? Connor found Gray's response unbelievable. Gray was a genius well known across the entire continent. There was no way anyone would believe he failed to break through to the sovereign plane and only stopped at the pseudo-sovereign stage. Someone of Gray's caliber shouldn't have any problems with getting to the sovereign plane from the peak of the venerable plane. It's nothing. We should head back, Father should have returned by now. Gray changed the topic. To be honest, he was a little ashamed of what happened. But there's nothing he could do. He never thought that the essence he needed to break through was more than what just one phenomenon could produce. One thing he noticed was that his physical body experienced a massive change. In fact, his body was the main thing that absorbed most of the essence. His core wasn't able to absorb enough of it, which caused his failure to break through. Only after his body seemed to have gotten enough did his core start to absorb more. The impact of his punch on the man's body was more than what he expected. This showed that even he underestimated the strength of his physical body. His explosiveness was also on another level as well. After the failed breakthrough, he was still fighting, so he didn't have the chance to think about the process. But now that he was no longer fighting, he placed his mind on it. Apparently, his body is a vessel that needs to be filled up. Only after it was filled did it allow his core to absorb some of the essence. But there was a difference with the essence entering his body. It was in a completely fused state. Meaning, all elemental essence was fused before it was absorbed by his body. He didn't know how it happened, but that was how it was. His core continued absorbing the normal way, while his body absorbed the fused form. Thinking about it, he didn't think something like this was supposed to happen. Unfortunately, there was no one he could question about what was happening. All he could do was learn on his own. As much as he liked the fact that he is able to use all elements and increase their grades, he found it frustrating that he has to go through all these things on his own. Gray didn't let this affect his mood. He followed Connor with a bright expression. The pseudo-sovereign stage was an upgrade, and he already noticed he could fight against a first-stage sovereign, which meant he didn't have to worry about being in danger when faced with such opponents. Gray didn't expect to achieve such a status in such a short time. But he was proud of himself and the fact that he never gave up on himself, no matter the situation. Chapter 1485. Gray and Connor were heading back to the Dawson family, while the entire continent was in an uproar. The apparition of a god appeared in the sky. Even though it wasn't clear, it was something that gave some people hope that a god-plane elementalist might be appearing in the continent soon enough. If this happens, then the current state of things in the continent would change drastically. There are hundreds of half-god plane elementalists present in the Aurora continent, but none of them have been able to get past this blockade. All they needed was for one person to shatter the shackles, and the rest would be able to follow suit in a short time. This is something everyone is aware of, but the problem is that no matter how hard they try, none of them has been able to achieve this. This was a sign of something. Most people didn't know if it was a good or bad sign, but they knew things would be different very soon. The appearance of that apparition means that something was happening behind the scenes, and only a few people might be aware of this. The Northern Continent. When the apparition appeared in the sky, Martha was with Cory in a room. The duo stepped out and Martha looked at the apparition with squinted eyes. When Cory saw the figure in the sky, she smiled and called out softly, "It's him." Cory's words drew Martha's attention. "Who?" "Elder Brother Gray," Cory said seriously. Martha's expression changed drastically. The thought of this being caused by Gray didn't cross her mind, but the moment Cory made this statement, she recalled something. He has a god's orb in his body. Could this mean that he has the chance of getting to the god plane? Her mind started moving quickly. This was a serious matter. If Gray has the potential to become a god, then he has to be protected at all costs, even if the entire continent was sacrificed. As long as he got to the god plane, it was worth it. He would break the chains holding them down and reconnect the rumored broken path. If others find out about this, he'll be in danger. She understood what came with such responsibility. "Never say this to anyone, okay?" She turned to Cory. The seriousness in her expression was taken aback, but she nodded her head. She always listened to her. Well, how could she disobey her? She had seen how she handles Lucas whenever he makes a wrong decision or says something wrong. She admired her and wanted to be like her. Martha smiled and gently caressed her hair. They continued watching the phenomenon, and even when Martha's father came over, Cory didn't make any statement about its apparition being Gray. Martha wasn't certain, but with whatever that was written in that scroll, and Gray's ability to use all elements, this was quite easy to believe when she connected all the dots. Being able to use all elements was something she felt only a god should be capable of doing, and even in the ancient texts, the gods that roamed the Aurora continent didn't have the ability to control all elements, which made the god Gray got his orb special. After a short while, the apparition faded off. She heaved a sigh when the apparition didn't show Gray's visage. The fact that Cory was able to recognize it was beyond her, but she didn't doubt the little girl. The entire continent were in a heated discussion about the apparition on the sky. As Gray and Connor headed back, they noticed that whatever town or city they flew past, everyone was gathered outside, all discussing fervently. It was fine if it was just one, but 3 cities were in such a state, and the duo's curiosity made them stop. And when they listened to what happened, their eyes widened. "You're saying a large figure appeared in the sky?" Connor was in a state of disbelief. "You didn't see it?" "I'm certain that figure could be seen across the entire continent." One of the young men they asked replied with a serious expression as he explained what happened. The young man was only in the Overlord plane, and seeing young people like Gray and Connor, he felt they were on the same level as he spoke to them carefreely. Connor and Gray exchanged glances. Connor gave Gray a strange look, while Gray wore a confused expression. He didn't see any apparition. The duo disappeared on the spot, leaving the city and appearing on a hilltop. Could the man's process of breaking through have blocked the sky and not allow us to see such a phenomenon? Gray placed his hand on his cheek while his heart was beating rapidly. He used his superior ability to hide this detail from Connor as his expression was calm. The description of the apparition according to the young man was exactly how his breakthrough happened. If the young man was correct, that meant the apparition in the sky was a visual of his breakthrough. This is bad. Will I get noticed? Gray was panicking internally, but in front of Connor, he wore a calm expression. Your battle was very serious, covering a large area due to it. There's a good chance it might have blocked us from seeing it. Connor replied. He couldn't accuse Gray of being the one who caused it, even though he suspected it. He didn't dare to make such allegations. What do you think the apparition in the sky means? Did someone become a god? Or did a god come over to take a peek at how we're leaving? Gray asked multiple questions in a row. He wore a perplexed expression as everyone else who saw the apparition. There was no way he was going to give himself away. Connor was also just as perplexed. His suspicion towards Gray was thrown to the back of his mind. There were hundreds of half-god plane elementalists in the continent. There's a good chance one of them might have actually broken through. Chapter 1486. Gray spent some hours with Connor before getting to the Dawson family. There's nothing else they could get from the people outside the family. They've learned everything there was to learn outside. When they got to the family manor, his father still wasn't around. He had to wait for his return once again. It took a few hours until Lucas finally arrived. When he saw Gray, his expression changed. He knew that Gray had gotten to the pseudo-sovereign stage with a single glance. He didn't expect it, but he was able to sense it almost instantaneously. When did you get to this stage? Lucas raised a brow, slightly confused. Gray was stuck in the pseudo-sovereign stage. He didn't expect someone of Gray's caliber to fail to break through. To most people, the pseudo-sovereign stage was a sign of failure of one's attempt to get to the sovereign plane. Seeing Gray in that stage didn't look good. Gray told him of his experience with the man and how he fought for his life. I see. Lucas nodded. He looked at Gray and said with a thoughtful expression, you broke through in the process? Yes, during the fight. Gray replied. Lucas thought about it for a while and asked, did you see the apparition that appeared a while ago? Personally, no. But someone told me about it on my way back. At the time, I was still battling with that man. I wasn't given the luxury to look around. And the sky was covered due to the man's breakthrough. Gray explained. Do you have any idea if it's connected to you? Lucas questioned. Originally, he didn't have such thoughts, but the second he found out Gray was in the midst of breaking through at that time, he started to grow suspicious. It was too much of a coincidence for such a thing to appear when Gray was in the middle of breaking through to the sovereign plane. Adding the fact that Gray failed and how the apparition almost completely faded off at one point showed that there's a great chance they might be connected. Gray paused to think. Seeing the seriousness in his father's eyes, he took it seriously too. I'm not sure of the specific details or if I'm connected to it. But I can confirm it indeed happened during the battle and during my breakthrough. I don't know what it means. Lucas looked at Gray with a thoughtful expression and said, no one should know about this, except your mom, of course. Gray nodded. After getting that out of the way, Lucas looked at his son. Why did you leave your faction? Gray rarely leaves his faction unless there was something he wanted to do. Either he wants his father's help with something, or he's going out for another journey. I'm on the verge of breaking through, and over the last few years, there has always been a commotion whenever I break through a major plane. Gray explained. He looked at his father before adding, something like what happened today, for instance. Lucas took a glance at Gray and he suddenly understood why Gray came to him. If he causes such a commotion in the Perman faction while breaking through, there's a chance they will try to investigate why something like this only happened when he was breaking through. Good thing you came to me. He applauded Gray's smartness. Gray knew what was best for him, and breaking through in his father's presence will put him in lesser danger. All right, I'll make preparations for your breakthrough. Will you need anything? He asked Gray. Gray thought about it and told his father of how the essence he absorbed wasn't enough and was only able to break through to the pseudo-sovereign stage with the help of the essence the man was using to break through. Lucas wore a dumbfounded expression on his face. That's possible. I've stopped someone from breaking through by destroying the essence gathered, so I thought of absorbing another person's own, and to my surprise, it worked. Gray explained. You mean? Lucas was finding it difficult to believe, but he knew Gray wouldn't lie to him. And from how the apparition faded at the time, he knew Gray was not lying, but it was still a shocking thing to accept. How could someone actually achieve something like that? Are you sure about this? Lucas couldn't help but ask once again. Gray nodded. Impressive. Lucas was genuinely impressed with Gray's ability. As if having the ability to learn all elements wasn't enough, now he could even stop people from breaking through. Not just that, but he could absorb the essence for himself. Gray was a cheat to the rest of the world. Having such abilities shouldn't be possible, but he not only has one, but he has so many. Lucas has seen him use dragon scales and knows he's also able to use that. It was another shocking discovery at the time, but that isn't as astounding as what he's hearing right now. Even someone of Lucas' status was a little envious of what Gray's able to do. This was not something he could do even in 100 years. That orb truly is special. You, my boy, deserved it. He commented as he looked into space. Gray sighed, yes, but now it needs too much essence. I should have gotten to the sovereign plane by now if not for it. Sacrifices, my boy, sacrifices. Lucas didn't think this was a challenge. Compared to the things Gray's able to do thanks to the orb, these obstacles weren't anything serious. As long as Gray could still break through in the end, all this didn't matter. One thing he knew for sure with the appearance of the apparition is that it is certain Gray will get to the god plane as long as he didn't die. For someone to have such a high probability of getting to the god plane in their world meant more than a little setback. Chapter 1487. Lucas took Gray away from the Dawson Manor. Given what might happen, he didn't want to take the risk of Gray breaking through while they were in the manor. Gray was a very important figure right now. At the moment, Gray represented hope, not just for himself, but the entire Aurora continent as a whole. A person who can get to the god plane would change the trajectory of the upcoming war. As long as they could hold on for a year or two, Gray should be able to get to the god plane at that time. This was the rise of a god, and with a god plane elementalist, the gnomes wouldn't dare to attack them anymore. Not just that, but Gray would open the way for other gods to emerge, making the continent to have more gods given the large amount of people that were already at the very peak. Like Lucas and the other top powerhouses in the continent that has been alive for hundreds of years, some even thousands of years. Time went by as Gray prepared for his breakthrough. Lucas was preparing for Gray's breakthrough, while Gray was also doing the same. The entire continent was still speaking of the apparition. This was a sign of hope for a lot of people, and they knew this very well. As for others, it was calamity. To necromancers, Gray is someone that shouldn't be allowed to grow. But to a certain extent, those half-god plane necromancers wouldn't mind it if Gray got to the god plane. The reason some of them got into necromancy in the first place is to increase their cultivation stage and try to attain the elusive god plane. Once Gray opens the door, the rest will be able to follow his footstep. Gray set up a large array in the place while Lucas went out in search of a few items that will increase the essence Gray could absorb. He wanted to make sure the essence wasn't short, so he had to prepare well for it. Gray, on the other hand, was also using a gathering array that will act in such a manner and also hide his aura. He was a famous person that, if wanted dead by a lot of people, if they sense him while he was in the middle of breaking through to the sovereign plane, he would find life difficult. In the Moonlight faction. While Gray was preparing to break through to the sovereign plane, so was Klouse. Compared to Gray, Klouse didn't need to fear that he might not get to the sovereign plane. He was in one of the top water elemental factions in the entire continent that deals with ice. There's no way there wouldn't be enough essence for him to break through. The matter of the apparition was starting to die down. Of course there were still discussions, but it wasn't as much as the first few days. Klouse was in the faction's special training ground. Sitting in the middle of a large block of ice, his eyes were shut. Two women were present, watching him. It was as if they were there to make sure Klouse didn't escape. All of a sudden, they heard Klouse laughing in delight. Ha ha! I'm definitely breaking through before that bandit. Klouse laughed in ecstasy. His eyes opened wide and they glowed with a bright light. His hair stood straight to the sky as it started to turn white, just like his eyes. Klouse, in the middle of the ice, seemed to have turned into a pure white snow. It was as if he hadn't seen or experienced anything bad. Given Klouse's nature, it was difficult to associate him with a pure person. Even his current psychotic laughter was a pure contrast to the energy he was giving at the moment. His entire body was covered with a white glow as he actually started to absorb the ice around him. The sacred ice. One of the women shouted. Quick! Get the faction leader! The other woman with a higher cultivation stage said in panic. Don't worry, I'm already here. A serene voice sounded behind them and snow gathered before them. The snow formed a figure. A lady who looked to be in her mid-20s appeared, but anyone who knew her knows that she's well over 100 years. She was calm as she watched Klouse. The sacred ice, goddess. One of the women bowed and said. Don't worry about it. I want to see what it makes of him. The faction leader said. Klouse was still laughing like a psychopath as his figure absorbed more of the sacred ice. Unlike others, he didn't need the essence from across the world. The sacred ice was present and it will not only fill for essence, but it was the best thing he could actually use at the moment. Klouse's figure started to freeze up, alarming everyone present, including the faction leader. Goddess! One of the women called out, I'm fear. Don't worry, he should be fine. He knows what he's doing. The faction leader said. She had been with Klouse the most and knew his character. He rarely does things that endangers his life. He has a knack for locating ice elemental treasures. From the first time Klouse came to the Moonlight faction, he has been wanting to come here. Only now that he was close to the sovereign plane did she finally agree to it. Now, she didn't know if it was a good thing or not. The sacred ice started to reduce in size, while Klouse's aura spiked in the process. The essence of the world started to gather. The ice essence that came with it was purely different from when a water elementalist breaks through to the sovereign plane. All water elementalists only draw the water essence, but Klouse was drawing pure ice essence like an ice magical beast. Only magical beasts such as ice dragons and phoenixes have the capacity to do things like these, but Klouse was doing it. The ultimate ice user is born. Chapter 1488. The faction leader watched as Klouse was in the final stages of his breakthrough. The temperature around the faction had dropped even further down, showing the signs of the tremendous impact of Klouse's breakthrough. In the place Klouse was breaking through, the expressions of the three ladies present soon changed a little. The faction leader's mouth twitched softly as she saw something that shouldn't be happening. Is that supposed to happen? One of them ladies asked with a soft voice, trying to make sure she didn't interrupt Klouse's breakthrough. The faction leader sighed and shook her head. He's doing it himself. She has been around Klouse for a few years now, and it could be said she knew a little about his antics, and seeing what he's doing at the moment, she knew for a fact that Klouse was doing it on his own. Klouse was currently floating mid-air, his hair white, eyes glowing, and a majestic long robe made entirely from ice was fluttering in the wind behind him. He made himself a robe befitting of a king as he was breaking through. The two ladies didn't know what to think about Klouse. He is the greatest genius the faction had ever seen when it came to life ice abilities. This was one of the reasons he was taken in, and also the fact that he went on to learn the hardest ice techniques with ease. It was as if Klouse was born to be the ultimate ice user, and seeing what is happening as he is breaking through, they confirmed their guesses. Klouse truly is on course to become the best ice user the faction will ever produce. The robe was long and Klouse's figure soon started to descend. It was as if a king appeared before them. He gave them the feeling of a sovereign, not just in his cultivation, but a true sovereign reigning over them. It's enough, we get it. A young lady's voice sounded from behind the faction leader and the two ladies. It was one of the top talents in the faction. She was the #1 person before the arrival of Klouse. She couldn't say she hated Klouse for taking her spot, but she didn't have a good impression of him due to it. When her eyes trailed to the once magnificent block of ice that had been reduced to barely the size of a human head, she almost went red from rage. "What happened to the sacred ice?" she asked one of the ladies. They might be older, but just like Klouse, she had a high status in the faction and could question them. He absorbed it during his breakthrough. One of them answered. He what? The young lady couldn't believe her ears. It's only right I used it while breaking through. A little sacrifice the faction has to pay. Klouse was in high spirits, and rightly so. He just broke through to the sovereign plane and was in a great mood. He could tell that his ice ability has shot up thanks to him absorbing this ice. You greedy, self-centered, AB. Enough. The faction leader stopped the young lady. The sacred ice was on the verge of melting off. There's no need arguing over it. But it's fine. We can get another one. The faction leader said. Klouse grinned as he looked at the young lady with proud eyes. The snow-made robe was still on him and his hair had reverted back to its usual color. You see, we can get another. He strode forward as he spoke, on the verge of walking out of the place. The faction leader's next statement made him freeze in place. Like shattered ice, Klouse felt his heart break. Klouse will get us another one. I think there's a mix-up somewhere. Klouse turned around and asked, I'll do what? You will get us another ice, just like this one. Or else, I'll make sure you cough up every single ice essence you took from it. The faction leader wore a dazzling smile as she spoke. The face of the young lady lit up when she heard this. The sacred ice was indeed obtainable, but it was in a very dangerous place, and few water elementalists can get close to it without freezing up. An array was placed in the faction that helped reduce the freezing effects of the ice, giving them the opportunity to cultivate in it. I could kill myself. I mean, there's no difference between the two right now. Klouse felt like crying. That was a death sentence. Well, at least that is how he saw it. You'll be fine. I wouldn't want to kill my precious student. The faction leader laughed and disappeared. Fuck. Klouse was visibly upset and the temperature around the place dropped even lower. Even for these people that were part of a faction that focuses on ice, they felt a cold in their spine. The eyes of the young lady dilated when she sensed this. She had always known she was not on the same level as Klouse when it came to pure ice abilities, but experiencing this solidified it. Klouse stormed off, heading straight for the exit of the faction. His intentions were simple: run. He didn't mask it and headed straight for the gates. The young lady rushed a report to the faction leader, but she was fine with Klouse leaving. She knew for a fact that Klouse would definitely return, so there was no point in chasing him. Some kilometers away from the Moonlight faction, Klouse looked around in a city. After confirming he wasn't being followed, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've always known she doesn't like me, he thought to himself before disappearing into the crowded street. Due to the way Klouse broke through, news of it soon started to travel across the continent. Making the temperature of the entire faction drop was a stunning feat. Klouse fame started to spread, while Klouse himself was making the most of it. Chapter 1489. Gray had no idea Klouse had broken through to the sovereign plane. He was still focused on himself and concealing his breakthrough as much as possible. If the same phenomenon occurs, it might lead people to him, especially if he breaks through. He was afraid that compared to when he got to the pseudo-sovereign stage, the phenomenon would be greater if he had actually gotten to the sovereign plane at the time. Now, he wanted to conceal it, and so did his father. They both knew the danger that might come with Gray's breakthrough, especially in such a manner. The gnomes want him dead. If they find out that Gray not only has the ability to keep them at bay, but also get to the god plane, they will do anything in their power to kill him. Lucas already has a plan he wanted to suggest to the top powerhouses in the continent, but that will be after Gray's breakthrough. If his plan works, a lot of people, especially the top powerhouses, will most likely die, but the possibility of Gray being given the chance to grow and get to the god plane was not something he wanted to take chances with. It took a few days, but both Gray and his father were finally ready. These should be enough to get 2 people to the sovereign plane, Lucas said as he looked at the large number of treasures lying on the ground. All were absorbable, and they contained an insane amount of pure essence. If these aren't enough, then... Lucas didn't know what to think at the moment. It soon struck him. If breaking through to the sovereign plane is taking up this much resources, what will he need when he's about to reach the god plane? The question stumped Lucas because he didn't know how to answer it. He is using most of the treasures he had in store, and even had to go out in search of other treasures as well. Not just that, but he traded with some people to acquire some of these things. He shivered at the thought of what Gray would need to break through to the god plane. I'm ready. Gray took in a deep breath. He wanted to break through once again. He could feel that he could activate it whenever he wanted. All he needed was a good amount of resources with him, and he should be able to do it. Lucas nodded and flew up. I'll make sure the place is secure. You can go ahead now with it. Lucas disappeared after this statement. Gray sat down cross-legged, and like a magnet, he attracted all the essence in the area towards his body. His body was like the ocean, endless as it sucked in an insane amount of essence. If his father were to witness this scene, he might freak out from shock. Gray was taking in so much essence that would make even a mid-stage sovereign explode. It was almost as if Gray wanted to kill himself. Gray picked up one of the treasures that was a fruit and gobbled it down without hesitation. He didn't stop there. He picked on a magical beast's meat he prepared as well and munched on it. Gray was feasting on the food while his body was absorbing all the essence from it without stop. The sky surrounding the place started to go dark as a large cluster of thunderclouds appeared with lightning running through it. From the side. When Lucas saw the sudden appearance of the thunderclouds, he didn't know if to smile or cry. This meant Gray was most likely going to break through, at least with the help of the items, but how is he causing such a commotion just by breaking through to the sovereign plane? Lucas didn't understand how it is possible, but as long as he could make sure no one senses Gray's presence here, he was fine. With a wave of his hand, he created something that looked exactly like the sky, and he actually used it to hide the thunderclouds that were above Gray. He didn't want to cause any issues by destroying the thundercloud, but he also didn't want people to see it. On the other side, he felt an immense pressure, and when he raised his head, the figure was once again looking down on them from above. This time, it looked real, and the pressure it gave off was enough to make even someone like him shake in his shoes. This was the aura of a god, a dignified person that was high above the rest. Just this alone was enough to put fear in his heart. He wondered what it would be like to face a god. His fear suddenly disappeared, and it turned into excitement. Gray was going to become a god, and that will open the path for others to follow suit. He has a very good chance of becoming a god as well. Although he knew it wasn't something that was easy to achieve, he believed in his talent. The entire continent once again fell into complete silence. This time, people could barely speak as the pressure the figure was giving off was too strong. This was a god. In a busy city street, Klouse was looking at the sky and his face was twitching endlessly. Gray, damn it! He didn't even get the chance to show off his amazing breakthrough, yet Gray was doing something like this? How's this even fair? He dropped his head low. The first time he saw the apparition, he felt a sense of familiarity from it, but it wasn't solid, so he didn't think too much about it. But now, he could almost recognize Gray's features on the apparition. There was only one way something like that was happening. Gray's on the verge of breaking through. This guy will never let me have a good laugh over him. Klouse sighed. He had given up. Chapter 1490. The Aurora continent was placed in a standstill as everyone watched the figure in the sky. The figure was staring down with the aloofness of a god, and people found it hard to look into the eyes of the figure. Klouse recognized the features as that of Gray, but he wasn't the only one. Both Alice and Reynolds also recognized him too. Other than Cory, they were the only ones who recognized Gray's features from the figure. Even Gray's parents wouldn't know it's Gray if they weren't informed about it by Cory and Gray. Other than these people, no one else knows this figure has anything to do with Gray. Gray might be famous in the continent, but there was no way people would associate him with something like this. There was someone else who had a suspicion, Connor Dawson. At the moment, Connor was in the Dawson manor, staring at the figure in the sky. He sensed the overbearing pressure that the figure was releasing, and he couldn't help but look in the direction his uncle, Lucas Dawson, resided. Gray had been with him for a while. And it was said the duo left for a mission some days ago. No one knew their whereabouts, so there was no way for him to locate them even if he wanted to. If he comes back as a sovereign, does it mean that he's the one who caused it? He thought internally as he looked at the figure in the sky. He was skeptical about this, however. Even if Gray does come back as a sovereign, there's nothing actually tying him to the figure in the sky other than a weird coincidence. From Gray's reaction, he could tell Gray had no idea about what happened. The confusion he saw on Gray's face was enough to let him know he didn't know about the figure in the sky. He didn't think too much about it. Even if he finds out who is making this apparition to appear in the sky, there was nothing he could do about it. With that, he threw the thought to the back of his head as he continued watching the apparition just like everyone else. Everyone had a thought or two about what was happening, but everyone had to keep shut since they did not know the cause of the apparition. On Gray's end, he was absorbing so much essence. The lightning clouds above him raged on, and they seemed to be on the verge of striking down. Gray wasn't the one who conjured the clouds. This meant they appeared on their own. He was crazily absorbing the essence when a lightning bolt struck. Gray didn't sense it, and only when it landed on his head did he sense it. His entire body jolted, and he instinctively entered a fighting position, only for his eyes to widen when he saw another, slightly more powerful lightning bolt coming his way. He bit onto a fruit, and with the fruit in his mouth, he placed both hands before him and created a seal. An inscription appeared, different from the ones he usually uses. A powerful attack struck the incoming lightning. He nodded proudly and removed the fruit from his mouth. To his greatest shock, he felt his body jolt once again from the shock from being hit by another lightning bolt. It was the exact lightning bolt he tried to stop a few moments ago. Apparently, it just went past his attack and struck him. He wanted to take a step, but he noticed something strange. My body is getting stronger. It was little, but he sensed the change in his physical strength. The last time he was only able to absorb so much essence into his body, and he felt that was the end. He didn't think his physical body would continue growing stronger unless he had broken through to the sovereign plane. Nevertheless, he was getting stronger now even when he thought he had gotten to the limit. Was my body too weak, hence my failed breakthrough? This was the question that popped into his head. He didn't stop the next lightning attack coming his way, rather, he prepared himself. He ate more of the treasures present while also absorbing all the essence he could from the surrounding. He didn't only create an array to hide himself from the outside world, there was another array that gathered more essence to the center of it, the place Gray was standing. The next lightning bolt was stronger. It shot down, heading straight for Gray's head. Gray didn't move away. He looked up and with an intimidating smile, his aura burst out as he welcomed the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt struck, and the impact was stronger than the previous ones, but it wasn't enough to get Gray to move. Is this all you have? He spat on the ground in disgust. As if sensing the disrespect, the next lightning bolt was almost 2 times stronger than the previous one. I was only joking. Gray's eyes twitched when he sensed the strength behind it. He didn't know what created the lightning clouds, but it looked like it was the universe, and it seemingly doesn't like being challenged. The lightning bolt struck, and for the first time, Gray took a step back. He looked up and his eyes turned cold before he stood back on the same spot. With a wave of his hand, he didn't try to eat the treasures any longer, rather, he sucked out all the essence. This was something that required a powerful consciousness to achieve, and that was something Gray has always had. His mental energy was as a result of his powerful consciousness. He looked up as his aura burst out once again. It was already at the threshold of the pseudo-sovereign stage and the sovereign plane. At the moment, it was only a matter of time before he becomes a sovereign, and a powerful one at that. Let's see who will win. Chapter 1491. Gray stood on the same spot as the lightning came crashing down. One after another, it didn't stop, it only got stronger. Gray didn't take a step away from the place he stood. He prepared each time a lightning was about to strike and withstood it without any thoughts of backing down. The lightning got fiercer, but Gray stood in the same spot. With the help of all the defensive abilities he had in store, he withstood all the attacks. Luckily, he has had a few encounters with not just one, but 2 tortoise-type magical beasts, one of the beasts known for their impressive defensive capabilities. Those encounters were enough to equip him with what it took to withstand these attacks. With every attack, he felt like he was poking ever stronger at the veil blocking his path from getting to the sovereign plane. He wanted to achieve this, he was desperate to achieve this. There was no way he would give up now that he was so close to achieving this. The sky roared, as if angered that Gray was on the verge of breaking through. Gray looked at it, not showing any signs of backing down. As long as he had already gotten to this stage, he would see it through. A few kilometers away. Lucas' attention had been drawn away from the apparition for the first time since it appeared. He sensed a powerful aura at the place Gray was breaking through. At first, he thought someone powerful had sneaked to where Gray was and attacked him. But when he spread out his senses, he realized there was no one there, rather, Gray was being attacked by the sky. The world is fighting him. He speculated. The path to the God plane, which has been broken, means the universe will do whatever it can to stop anyone from getting to the God plane. Normally, it would win, but Gray was an anomaly. The heart rate of Lucas started to beat faster. Gray was fighting for the chance of not just himself getting to the God plane, but the chance of everyone in the Aurora continent. Even some necromancers wouldn't mind ensuring Gray wasn't killed if they found out about such news. The chances of them getting to the God plane was more important to them than whatever rewards promised by the gnomes. One of the reasons the early necromancers started was so they could try to break the curse, which was the half-god stage. The half-god stage is the same as a pseudo-sovereign, it's just that there was a massive gap in strength between a half-god and a god. Even someone like Gray will not be able to bridge it. Gray was able to fight with that man even though he was a pseudo-sovereign and the man was a sovereign. But in the half-god and god plane, it is completely different. There was no way anyone could bridge the gap. A god was a god. Lucas looked at the sky and his eye showed concern. He was worried for the safety of his son. Those should be enough for him, right? He thought as he looked at the treasures left. Gray has used over half of the treasures, but he felt they should be enough to get Gray to the sovereign plane. The intensity of the attack was already on the sovereign plane. As long as Gray could last a little while, he should be able to push through. The apparition in the sky was releasing an even greater pressure, and it was as if it was fighting against something that wanted to stop it. Only Lucas knew that the figure was indeed fighting against something, and it was nothing else but the universe. The universe should be undefeatable, but a god naturally has the ability to defeat it. Lucas watched Gray nervously, waiting to intervene if Gray's life was endangered. Gray, on the other hand, was standing firm. Since the first time, he hadn't been pushed back by any other attack. He had stood in the same spot, taking all the attacks. The energy in his body at the moment is enough to make a sovereign explode, but he was still fine. He gritted his teeth as he looked at what was left. The sky was still rumbling, but his eyes were placed on what he had left. I'll absorb them all. With the sudden boost, I might be able to break through. He came to a conclusion and without hesitation, he started the process. The essence from everything laid before him was taken in instantly. Gray's body showed signs of cracks. The amount of essence he took in at once was too much, and even with his special body, he found it very hard to keep it in check. His eyes turned red, but he didn't let any of the essence leak out of his body, not even a tiny bit of it. We'll see who wins. He roared internally and his body started to bloat. While cracks appeared on Gray's body, the same happened to the apparition that was in the sky. Everyone saw the cracks in its body, and even for a short moment, they saw it start to bloat. Everyone wondered why the sudden change in the apparition's image. Only those who knew of Gray's identity showed signs of worry. They could tell this was connected to Gray in some way. They all knew he was at the peak of the venerable plane and might be on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign plane. If this apparition breaks apart, it meant Gray was done for, or so they assumed. They watched it with worry in their eyes. Gray, on the other hand, was stubbornly absorbing everything. A lightning bolt struck him and the cracks in his body increased, but his size was going back to the original state. The cracks were still there, but he wasn't bloating again. Another lightning bolt shot his way, but there was no signs of fear in his eyes, rather, there was only excitement. Chapter 1492. Gray could sense the strength that was flowing through his body. At this rate, he was 100% certain that a single punch from him could make a second-stage sovereign plane elementalist explode from impact. He was getting stronger, but so was the lightning. However, he didn't show any signs of worry as he faced the lightning that was coming his way, rather, he was excited. The more he was struck by the lightning, the stronger he got. If this continued, he would be able to fight with a mid-stage sovereign while he was still in the first stage. He was planning to sneak into the gnome world. As long as he could get stronger before he entered that place, he didn't mind if he had to suffer a little. With the increase of his strength, he could withstand the attacks. They hurt a little, but it wasn't something he couldn't bear. His body was strengthened by all elements as he broke through to the sovereign plane. This was the greatest boost he has received since he started cultivating. Other than the fusion stage which suddenly disappeared, his greatest benefit at the moment was the fact that his physical strength could withstand the attacks of someone close to the mid-stages of the sovereign plane as he gets to the first stage of the sovereign plane. All the essence his father prepared for him was soon finished, and he had to rely on the essence he was getting from the array he created. He could feel the veil was on the verge of breaking. It only needed a little more push and it would break. Once it breaks, he would become a sovereign, one of the top experts in the Aurora continent at such a young age. The cracks on his body were still there, but he had returned to his normal size, and he could feel the significant increase in his strength. The next lightning bolt struck him, and blood dripped down the side of his mouth. This attack was strong, and since he wasn't taking in so much energy now due to the finished items brought by his father, he couldn't match up with the increase in the strength of the attack, but he still took it. With a serious expression, he brought out all the items he had with him that could increase the essence he was taking in at the moment. He knew all he needed was a little bit more, and he would become a sovereign. The next lightning bolt struck, and Gray roared, but instead of from pain, his energy spiked and it passed the stage of a pseudo-sovereign, finally getting into the sovereign plane. The energy his body contained at the moment was so much that even he found it hard to take in everything. The items he brought out were not as much as the ones his father gave him, but they were still too much for him. Another lightning bolt was preparing. He could sense that it was the last one. And with no other choice, he knew he had to dispel the excess energy in his body which caused the cracks. He flew into the sky, waiting for the attack from the thundercloud. The lightning struck, but Gray pushed all the energy in his body into making the lightning bolt weaker. The first time, he used his normal elemental attack, so there was no change in the lightning attack. This time, he was using pure essence to attack the lightning, which was also made of pure essence as well. The two collided, and for the first time, Gray saw a change in the lightning bolt coming his way. The lightning wasn't as strong as the previous ones. When it hit his body, he felt as if he was having a warm bath. He was refreshed compared to the previous pains he felt from it. So refreshing. This was the only thought in his head. The lightning bolt didn't make his muscles jolt anymore, rather, it made them feel relaxed. Gray himself calmed down. On the outside world. At the time Gray absorbed more energy, the cracks on the body of the apparition increased, as if it was about to break apart. But after a few more seconds, it started to heal up. The cracks healed very quickly, and the apparition was even more magnificent as the cracks started to disappear from its body. It was as if it was a new being. The pressure the apparition released spiked for a moment, and most people below the late stages of the venerable plane found it hard to even take a breath. It was only for a moment, but they all felt the pressure, even those people secluded. This time, all the half-god elementalists in the Aurora continent were alerted by it. It lasted only for a second, but it was enough to tell them something serious was happening. The apparition soon started to show signs of fading. During the final moments, it looked towards a certain direction, as if attracted by something. The direction it was looking at was the part of the Aurora continent that was cut off and had become the Azure continent where Gray and his friends were born. After that short look, it faded off completely. On Gray's end, his body had healed up, and he could sense the immense energy his body contained. If he used an explosive attack at the moment, he would be able to shatter a 4th stage sovereign, and even a 5th stage sovereign might not be safe. However, he knew it wasn't something that was permanent. He could only use it for at most 3 to 5 attacks. Only after using it can he know how many times he can use the explosive energy in his body. Another valuable trump card. He thought internally. With this, he would be able to attack mid-stage sovereigns by surprise. None of them would expect him to use such a powerful attack, so they wouldn't be prepared for it. Chapter 1493. The entire Aurora continent was still looking at the sky even when the apparition had faded off. On Gray's end, he had broken through and was seated on the same spot once again. The sovereign plane, he muttered. He didn't see too much difference between it and the pseudo-sovereign stage. Other than the significant increase in his strength, there wasn't much that impressed him. In the end, the increase in cultivation plane is just an increase in overall strength. He said. As he studied himself, his father appeared in front of him. Lucas sensed Gray's cultivation stage and nodded. At least Gray got to the sovereign stage this time. When he saw the cracks on Gray's body, he was very worried about his safety, but now that he had seen him with his own eyes, he was calm. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Energized." Gray relied. His eyes were closed as he was trying to familiarize himself with his new strength. After a while, he opened them and looked at his father. He smiled and said, "Thank you." Lucas didn't expect Gray to thank him. 11:41. "It's fine. You're my son. If I don't help you, who would I help?" He replied Gray's words. Gray smiled. He expected such a reply from his father, but he felt compelled to thank him since he was the reason he could safely hide and get to the sovereign plane without having to worry about anything else. The duo spoke for a while before Lucas suggested they headed somewhere so Gray could consolidate his strength. Compared to most people, Lucas felt the best way to consolidate one's new strength is through battles. Most people would rather sit idly and consolidate their realm. But Lucas was different. He believed fighting is the only way to do it right. Gray followed him without hesitation. While Gray and Lucas were on a journey to consolidate his realm, the entire continent was once again busy conversing about the apparition. This time, the conversation was bigger than the last time. The apparition gave the people a hint with the direction it looked at. Of course, they didn't know the exact place the apparition looked at, but they knew the direction. All they needed to do was search in that area. Gray and his father didn't go in that direction, rather, they were in the opposite direction, so they had nothing to worry about. Klouse sensed the unrest in the continent and couldn't help but worry about the safety of his friend. He soon found out the reason most of the people were hiding in that direction. "You mean there's a chance to become a god there?" he asked the young man that was speaking to him in surprise. The person talking to him was a genius from a top faction. Klouse had managed to build a great reputation for himself. If not for Gray, who was overshadowing his great achievements, he would have been the most famous talent in the continent. But since Gray was alive, he had no choice but to be second. He was well known in the continent and could speak with most of the top talents in the continent. Yes, that's what the faction leader said. "Everyone is going there in such of an opportunity," the young man said. Klouse looked at them like they were morons. Yes, he was slightly suspicious of the direction the apparition looked at, but he knew the apparition was Gray. To him, he felt the only reason the apparition looked in that direction was because Gray wanted to distract everyone. He didn't know that was where the Azure continent once resided, so he didn't think much about it. Such a brilliant tactic. He thought to himself. Since that's the case, I believe only those at the peak or close to the peak of the sovereign plane will be able to get it. He said to the young man. He looked at him and said, "A peak venerable wouldn't stand a chance in such a situation." "I know. But you never can be sure of what will happen. What if a venerable or even a sage plane elementalist is the one destined to obtain such an opportunity?" The young man was at the peak of the venerable plane, but he didn't want to give up on such an opportunity. To be honest, he was right with his assumption, but Klouse didn't even think about it. Gray already had everything. What were these people rushing to obtain? "I see. Good luck with your journey. I'm not going to be participating in this thrilling adventure." Klouse smiled at the young man. The young man didn't mind Klouse's words. Not everyone would want to attempt such opportunities. He thanked Klouse and left. Klouse burst into laughter when the young man was a distance away. That guy would rather give such an opportunity to Void than let others have it. He knew Gray's character, and Gray would never accept giving others an opportunity like this if it was even valid, much less giving them a hint. "I wonder where he is. I want to see how strong he is now," he murmured to himself before leaving the place. Most of the top people in the Aurora continent were headed in the direction the apparition looked at. Even some of the top powerhouses in the Upoya region did the same. The Dawson family searched for Lucas, but they couldn't find either him or Gray. Some of them thought he had left with Gray. The duo were the two top geniuses in the family, and might most likely have the greatest chances of inheriting a god's inheritance. Even though the duo were not around, others from the family still headed out. Alice and Reynolds followed Klouse's footsteps and didn't head for the expedition. They knew there was nothing to be obtained, so what was the point? Even if there is something to be obtained, it belonged to Grey. Chapter 1494. Boom! Bam! The sound of an explosion rang out in a forest as a large creature crashed into the trees. Impressive, but this is one of the weaker ones. A voice commented on the side. The dust from the explosion died down and Grey looked at the large bull that he struck down. This was a top magical beast with amazing defensive abilities. He literally just barged into the rank 8 magical beast zone, and the first beast he encountered, which was this bull, attacked him. He fought back, defeating it after a tough fight. The bull's skin was very thick and Grey's attacks could barely penetrate it. Luckily, he was able to use brute force to send it flying. The impact of his brutish attacks rocked the innards of the bull. Lucas was watching Grey from above, ensuring that any potential danger that lurks around could be prevented. Rank 8 magical beasts might be plentiful across the continent, but they couldn't just go around killing high-ranked magical beasts. This might cause an uproar in the magical beasts' kingdom, and given their superior numbers, humans didn't want to have any sort of war with them. The bull stood up and shook its gigantic over 3 meters tall body. It looked at Grey, its eyes red. It was as if it wanted to kill Grey with his look. Grey didn't back down from the bull's gaze. He has never been afraid to fight. This bull might be powerful, but he knew he would be able to eventually take it down. The bull charged at him once again, its horns pointed in Grey's direction. Grey stood in the same spot as the large bull ran in his direction. To the amazement of Lucas, Grey stretched out both hands and grabbed the horns of the bull. The speed and force of the bull pushed Grey back, but he didn't let go. His leg slid on the ground, drawing a line on the ground. He held on, and with a powerful roar, he used the momentum of the bull and flipped it into the air. With the bull hanging in the air, Grey disappeared and appeared above it. His hand was covered with flashes of flames and lightning. He unleashed a mighty punch on the body of the bull. The bull crashed into the ground once again. This time, it wasn't able to get back up in a short time. It stayed on the ground as Grey gently floated close to it. I've never eaten a rank 8 bull meat. Grey rubbed his chin and looked at his shoulder where Void had already appeared at the mention of rank 8 bull meat. What do you think, Void? It looks delicious. Let's cook it. Void was 100% behind Grey killing and cooking the bull for their consumption. Lucas looked at Void with a curious expression. He had tried to see what species of cat Void was, but he hadn't seen anything about him. Void could enter and exit Grey's spatial storage at will, which was also a shocking fact. As if sensing Lucas' piercing gaze, Void looked at his direction and gave a brilliant smile. He was genuinely afraid of Lucas. He couldn't sense Lucas' strength, and what he found the most shocking is that he had encountered other half-gods, but none of them gives him the feeling Lucas gives him. Lucas smiled at Void and looked at the bull. To be honest, he didn't mind eating this bull. He had tasted Grey's cooking and knew he was a great cook just like his mother. Even though elementalists don't get hungry, it doesn't mean they don't enjoy eating. The delicate flavors they taste from the meals is always a great feeling. The bull stood up and Void wanted to attack. Calm down, it's mine. Grey sensed the energy gathering around Void stopped him. This was his target for training. It might not have powerful attack power, but it had a great defense for an early stage rank 8 magical beast. Void stopped, but he was eager to eat the meal. He hadn't eaten in a long time, and even during Grey's breakthrough, when Grey prepared a large meal, he didn't get any because Grey was keeping them for his breakthrough. At the end of the breakthrough, there was nothing left for him to eat. With a dejected expression, he hid inside the storage ring. He had been coming out as they traveled, but he rarely stayed out for long. Grey attacked the bull once again, and this time, he noticed the skin of the bull changed. Not just that, but the bull turned around and retreated. It was smart enough to know it wasn't Grey's match, so the best choice for it was to escape. Not under my watch. Grey's figure blitzed through the forest and caught up with the bull. He struck out once again, punching the bull in the head. The bull tried to dodge the attack, but it was a little too slow and was caught in the attack. The bull staggered back, and its vision blurred. Before it could react, Grey started to rain punches on the body of the bull. Like a defenseless child, the bull couldn't even fight back as it was soon hammered to death by Grey's punches. Lucas was watching from above and was astounded by Grey's immense physical strength. He knew Grey's body contained incredible explosive energy, but he didn't think it was on such a level. Is this how a god is as well? Strong all round? This was the only question in his head. It was common knowledge that only magical beasts and barbarians possess such insane physique. Most humans only have amazing elemental strengths. Yes, their bodies grow stronger as they grow stronger, but it isn't to a state they could rival magical beasts with just it. Grey could achieve this, which made him different. There has never been any teachings about improving one's physique. Or could it be that it was removed? So many questions flashed through Lucas' head, and he came to an assumption: a god needed to be perfect, and having a weak physique was a weak spot. Chapter 1495. Lucas wanted to know the secrets to becoming a god. He had been searching for a long time, but he had never thought of ever trying to be perfect. Only after seeing Grey did this thought came to him. If an elementalist could be perfect, then there's a high chance he could become a god. No weakness, incredibly strong. This was a new view on things. With this insight, there's a chance that he might be able to break the curse that has plagued the Aurora continent for countless years now. However, when he sensed the strength of his physical body, his expression turned grim. He would need tens of years to increase the strength of his physical body to that of a half-god stage. The only way he had been able to increase his physical strength all this while was through breakthrough, and compared to Grey's method, it was completely different and would be weaker. I'll start working on it. But for now, he has the greatest chance. I'll make sure to create the opportunity for him. I need to discuss with those guys. Lucas looked at his son and shut his eyes to think about what might be. A god appearing in the Aurora continent would change everything. While Lucas was thinking about all this, Grey had not only killed the bull, but he was in the process of skinning it, preparing to cook it. He always moves around with ingredients in case the situation arises. Lucas was surprised when he saw Grey bringing out so many ingredients. He even had some great tonics he was planning on using for making soup. How luxurious! He commented as he moved closer. Father, can you help seal this place? So no aura will go out. Grey requested. Lucas gave him a suspicious look, but did as Grey requested. His expression once again turned into one of shock when he saw what Grey brought out. Hey little guy, how has it been in there? Grey said to the dragon that came out from his spatial ring. He had been keeping this guy there and had even forgotten to bring it out since leaving. Well, it wasn't that he completely forgot, it was just that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. Now that they were about to have a feast, of course he was going to bring out the little dragon. You have a dragon? Lucas couldn't help but ask. Well, I saw its wounded mother in the forest. Grey explained how he met Melmora and how she gifted him some techniques with the hope of having him look after her son. Such pure bloodline. It must be from the inner circle. Lucas commented and said, even among dragons, they are ranked by the purity of their bloodline. This dragon's mother might not have a pure bloodline, but the little one has one of the purest bloodlines I've seen. Does that make him special even among dragons? Grey asked as he looked at the little guy. More or less. Depends on its potential. But with such a bloodline, there's no reason for it not to have limitless potential. It will grow like that cat, having no obstacles. Lucas explained. He had asked Grey about Void and how Void cultivated. Hearing that Void only sleeps and rarely trains, he was genuinely jealous of Void. Not having to cultivate like them was an amazing thing. One might think such a figure is lazy, but he had seen Void in action a few times and knew that he was anything but lazy. Grey was happy on behalf of the dragon. As long as the dragon can get stronger quickly, he was fine. Actually, there's a special ability such dragons usually have. I don't know if this little one will have it. But it's a very powerful ability. Lucas recalled something and walked over to the bull. He moved his hand in a quick manner and the head of the bull was cut open. A small bead appeared in his hand as he walked to the dragon. The dragon was afraid and moved to Grey's back. He could sense that Lucas could kill him with a single strike. Don't worry, he won't harm you. Grey comforted him. The dragon looked at him and slightly moved away from Grey's back, only poking his head out. Lucas didn't mind this and tossed the beast core of the bull to him. Given the size of the bull, its core is originally bigger than the small bead in Lucas' hand, but Lucas compressed it to such a size to make it more convenient for the dragon. The dragon opened his mouth and with a single gulp, he swallowed it down. The body of the dragon bloated as Lucas studied it carefully. If he senses that it was in danger, he would remove the excess energy from his body. The dragon, which seemed like it was about to explode, quickly retracted back to its original size. However, something else was happening. Its aura started to spike. It was previously in the mid-stages of the 5th rank, but under the gaze of Lucas, Grey, and Void, it shot to the peak of the 5th rank, and after a few seconds, it broke into the 6th rank. It continued moving and stopped at the peak of the early stages of the 6th rank. In a matter of seconds, the dragon went from the mid-stages of the 5th rank to the peak of the early stages of the 6th rank. Rank 5 to 6 in only a few seconds, and the dragon didn't look like it was in any danger, nor were there any signs of side effects. That's even more overpowered than Void sleeping. Grey's breath was taken away. He didn't expect dragons to possess such abilities, and this little guy had it as well. If we get him more, wouldn't he just be able to get to rank 8 in a few days? He asked his father. That's not how it works. You see, after taking a good number of it, quality cores, their bodies will need time to adjust. Lucas explained. Chapter 1496. Grey had read about dragons before, but he didn't know too much about them. His father has given him insight about some things that weren't written in those books. Oh right, are there still phoenixes? He asked. This was a question he had always been curious about. Unlike griffins and dragons, he had never seen a real-life phoenix, and neither had he heard of anyone who owned one. Yes, I've seen a few. But they're very secretive and don't like showing themselves around people. Lucas nodded with a thoughtful expression, as if trying to recall the place he last saw one. I see. All right then. Grey looked at Icendrache and chuckled. You're going to have your first meal, and luckily for you, I'm a great cook. Icendrache nodded. He could tell Grey wanted to prepare the meat before them, but he didn't know why. Left alone, he would dig into it like that. Void looked at him in disdain. He couldn't believe how uncivilized Icendrache was. Look here, kid, we don't eat meat raw. There's no way you can make it juicy and crunchy without it getting cooked. Void explained and said, don't worry, since you've joined our group, I'll introduce you to all the wonders of the world. Icendrache didn't know much about what Void was saying, but he still nodded. Grey had a thoughtful expression and asked his father, is there a way we can hide the purity of his aura and also change his appearance? He wanted to bring Icendrache out more so he could grow faster, but if Icendrache was brought out without precautions, other magical beasts, and even top powerhouses would be able to sense him and would come for him. Icendrache was a walking treasure, and any top family or faction would want to acquire him, especially since he was still so young. Building a relationship with him now was the best option. Once he grows bigger, he wouldn't want to be treated as a mount. There is a way I can hide the aura of his bloodline, but only dragons of the inner court might possess a way to change his appearance. Lucas explained. He chuckled and added, if this was a few years ago, I would have been able to visit them. But now, he. You could enter the inner court? Grey asked. He was sourcing the meat as he spoke with his father. His father told him of the time he barged into the inner court and forced the dragon prince to apologize for disrespecting him. Apparently, he went on an expedition while Grey was still very little and encountered dragons in the place. The dragon prince was there and it cost him the chance to get the treasure. It ran back to the inner court after sensing the gap in strength between them. Originally, it thought it would be safe in the inner court. Given its status, there was no way anything could happen to it. However, to its shock, Lucas barged in and demanded they brought him out. After a battle broke out, the Dragon King was forced to agree to Lucas' demands when he found out its son was the one who offended Lucas. They've had some dealings with Lucas and no, he doesn't go around causing trouble. At first, its pride made it clash with Lucas, but when it saw Lucas' strength, it could only give in to his demands. That act made the relationship between the dragons and himself a little strained. Of course, he could still contact them, but if they know he has a dragon with such high-quality bloodline with him, they might start a war with him. Grey was left speechless by his father's story. The fact that he could confidently storm into the inner court, the territory of dragons, and force the prince to apologize to him shows just how terrifying he is. This was the first time Grey and his father were having such a moment together since they reunited. Since the time they reunited, he had been going to one place or the other, and he hadn't really been able to spend any time having casual talks like these with his father. They continued talking while Grey prepared the meal. In no time, the fresh aroma of well-cooked meat wafted around the place as everyone, including Lucas, waited patiently for the meal to be ready. The entire continent was searching for a treasure that didn't exist, and Grey, the person who led them in the wrong direction, was having a great time with his father, having a father-son bond while they ate a great meal. The duo spent over a week during the journey. In the space of 1 week, the continent has started to calm down from its state of chaos due to the apparition looking in a certain direction. Lucas and Grey went back to the Dawson Manor and quickly found out everyone had gone in search of the opportunity to become a god. The duo couldn't help but laugh at everyone's actions. This should give me a chance to gather all the top powerhouses. Lucas murmured to himself. What are your plans now? You're technically one of the top powerhouses in the continent at the moment. He turned his attention to Grey. Well. Grey paused. He didn't know if he should tell his father about his plans to sneak into the gnome world or not. What is it? Lucas raised a brow. He could sense whatever Grey wanted to tell him might not be what he would like to hear. You see, I have a way to sneak into the gnome world without being noticed. He told him of how he could control the 7th prince of the gnome race. Lucas looked at his son, stunned at the guts he had to even think of such a thing. Everyone was searching for a way to stop the gnomes, and Grey wanted to sneak into their world. He burst out laughing. Grey looked at his father. He didn't know if the laugh was a good one or not. Chapter 1497. Lucas looked at his son. Although he was a little shocked at what he said, he didn't reprimand him. Do you have a way to ensure you're not caught? He asked. I haven't started the official plan, but once I'm ready I'll make sure I have an escape route. Grey replied after giving it a thought. Okay, give me a few months. I should be able to make it less dangerous for you. At least you only have to worry about the sovereigns there. Lucas said. To be honest, he didn't see anything wrong with Grey's intention. As long as Grey could ensure he didn't get caught, which he was confident about, there was nothing to worry about. Grey wouldn't throw away his life. It was not in his character. This was the main reason Lucas wasn't worried. All right. I'm not going in now. I have to wait for my friends to get to the sovereign plane as well. So I think 2 months or so should be enough. Grey said to his father. The duo spoke for a while before separating. Grey had gotten to the sovereign plane, and even though he had tested his strength, he still wasn't 100% confident yet. He wanted to see if he could fight against the very best. Connor had gone out, so he didn't get to see him before leaving. He had the choice of either going back to his faction or traveling around the continent once again. He picked the latter since it was more fun and he would be able to experience more battles that way. He picked up his communication device, and when he saw Klouse' location, he couldn't help but chuckle. He has broken through. So soon. Although Grey expected Klouse to break through quickly, he didn't think it would happen so soon. From the tracking device he could tell that Klouse wasn't in his faction. The only way Klouse could leave the faction was if he had already gotten to the sovereign plane. With that thought in mind, Grey headed straight for Klouse. 3 days later. In a city around the Epler region. Grey stood in front of a large mansion and couldn't help but check the tracking device once again. Klouse dot was showing right in front of him, but he didn't have any knowledge of Klouse owning such a place or even knowing anyone here. The Epler region is a famous place for its businesses. It has one of the most prestigious auction houses in the entire continent and is well respected. The place Klouse was residing at the moment was one of the buildings belonging to the auction house. According to what Grey heard on his way here, Klouse was very famous, especially after his breakthrough. The stories of his breakthrough has spread across the entire continent, and even Grey was amazed by it. The fact that Klouse could garner such fame just by breaking through was astonishing. Well, there's no point standing here. Grey walked into the building, and it was luxuriously furnished. The chairs he saw around seemed to be made from top-tier magical beast hide. A young lady approached him the moment he entered the place. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Kerr auction house. How may we be of service?" The young lady was very polite as she spoke to him. This wasn't Gray's first time coming to a place like this, so he expected something like this. "I'm here to see a friend, Klouse Eildian," he replied. "Oh, you're here to see young Master Klouse. I'll have to confirm with him first." The young lady bowed politely. She asked as she was leaving, "May I know your name, sir?" "Gray." Gray replied. The young lady bowed and left. She didn't know who Gray was and just went on to meet Klouse. In a luxurious room in the auction house, which also served as a tavern for high-ranking members to stay in, Klouse could be seen eating some fruits. He was carefree and relaxed, almost as if there was nothing that could bother him. He soon heard a knock on his door. "Come in." The young lady entered and bowed to him. "Sir, you have a visitor." "A visitor?" Klouse was taken aback. He didn't expect anyone to come see him here, neither was he expecting anyone in the first place. "Yes." The young lady nodded. "Who might that be?" Klouse asked suspiciously, ready to run if it was anyone from his faction. One of the reasons he liked this place was because they kept their customers safe. No matter what happens, very few people could cause trouble here. He knows for a fact his faction leader wouldn't take the stress of coming here to search for him. So as long as it was someone else, he could always make sure he could escape. He said his name is Gray. "What?" Klouse was stunned. "Send him in." He didn't expect Gray to find him here. To a certain extent, he was amazed that Gray could find his exact location. But thinking about it, it's Gray, he was capable of doing almost everything. The young lady went out and soon came back with Gray. "Ha ha, bud, what are you doing here?" Klouse laughed and walked up to Gray. "I said I should come see how you're doing." Gray looked around and said, "You seem to be doing all right for yourself." "Ha ha, all these are nothing. I'm a VIP here, and all my needs are cared for. If you need anything, you can tell me and I'll look up their stocks." Klouse replied. "That's nice to know, but I have no interest in these things." Gray smiled and studied Klouse. "The sovereign plane, how nice." "Yeah, can you imagine it?" Klouse laughed and said, "When we were in the Azure continent, who even knew there was such a thing as the sovereign plane?" Gray laughed. Indeed, they didn't know about this. Chapter 1498. "Want to have a short sparring session?" Gray asked with a cheeky smile. "I'll only spar with you if my brain is defective. I'm not doing that ever again." Klouse looked Gray in the eyes and replied. There was no way he would fight with Gray. He literally saw Gray create an apparition in the sky that looked at everyone like they were ants, and Gray was trying to get him to fight him? Hell no. Gray was surprised at Klouse's blatant refusal, but after thinking about all the times they've sparred, he understood Klouse's reason. "Don't tell me you're not confident in yourself." He tried to rile Klouse up. The reason he wanted to spar with Klouse was that he knew Klouse was very powerful. He needed someone like that to at least test his strength. "Even if I was under your mind control, my body will never agree to do it." Klouse wore a straight face as he said this. He looked at Gray and said, "Look, give it up. I'd rather fight 2 first-stage sovereigns than spar with you." Gray could only shake his head. He didn't know it had gotten to this stage. "What's the plan now? Why are you here?" He changed the topic since there was no hope in getting Klouse to spar with him. "We have to wait for those slow pokes." Klouse was ready to enter the gnome world right now, but he knew they had to wait for Alice and Reynolds. "Actually, my father said he has a plan that will make it less dangerous for us when we go." Gray told Klouse about his father's promise. "Ha ha, if the danger is significantly reduced, we'll be able to cause mayhem there." Klouse was excited at the thought of this. He didn't know how Gray's father planned to make it less dangerous, but it would definitely involve eliminating anything that could kill them with ease. Maybe there's a way he could make them look like gnomes. If they could look like gnomes, they would be able to do whatever they want in the gnome world without having to bother about anything. As long as they didn't offend the really powerful families, they were good. That's the plan. Kill as many as we can. If we can take out all the princes and leave only that guy who's under my control to be the heir, I wonder how great it would be. An evil grin appeared on Gray's face. Klouse was stunned at the idea, and then when he thought about it again, he couldn't help but give Gray a second glance. This was an amazing idea. Taking out everyone blocking the 7th prince's path to the throne would mean that the status of the 7th prince would automatically soar to the crown prince, since he would be the only one without any competitors. It might be suspicious, but it was normal in royal families like that for things like this to happen. It even shows the ruthlessness one needs to be crowned emperor. He would be respected across the world. A devilish plan that will sort out issues not just for now, but for future purposes as well. Klouse commented, appreciating Gray's foresight. Gray smiled and said, there's still the impending danger of our world being invaded by them. If we can force them back, we will then know this plan will clear out future problems. Klouse nodded. The reason they wanted to sneak into the gnome world in the first place was to try to reduce the forces of the gnomes. If they could take out as many sovereigns as they could, it would reduce the pressure on the humans when the war starts. The duo spoke for a while and Klouse told Gray of his spectacular breakthrough and how he escaped and had been hiding here for some days now. Gray wanted to speak about the difficulties he had breaking through, but Klouse didn't want to hear anything about it. He eventually gave up and told him about having a dragon. Fuck. You always have all the best things. Klouse felt even more vexed from this information. He thought Gray didn't want to show off, but from the looks of it, it was clear that Gray came to him just to show off. You're the lucky one. I wanted the dragon blood essence but was left with the responsibility of not only taking care of him, but also helping him seek revenge on behalf of his mother. Gray sighed. The idea of having a dragon was nice, but he already had Void, who seems to be superior or on equal footing with dragons in terms of bloodline. And there's also the bunny leader he couldn't even judge with logic. Even Void found the bunny leader odd. The bunny leader has gone out to continue building his army of bunnies. Actually, this time, Gray was the one who told it to go out. Before the bunny leader returns, Gray was certain it would have gotten to the 8th rank like Void. And if it gets to the 8th rank, it would be able to recruit a rank 8 bunny into its army. Gray didn't understand how the bunny leader's bloodline worked, but he didn't really care too much. Since he had already built a bound with it and it wasn't after him again, he was good with whatever it did. The bunnies the bunny leader is going to recruit are a very important part of Gray's mission into the gnome world, as he would take them with him. With the bunny leader and the bunnies around, Gray could establish the largest information network known to the world. He could get information on anything as it happens. This will give him the chance to move without ever being caught or noticed until he was done with whatever he was doing. Having a dragon was just giving him more responsibility. Of course, in the future Icendrach will be useful, but for now, he has to bear with him. After all, he's only a child. Chapter 1499. The duo stayed at the tavern for 2 more days. Klouse said he was waiting for the auction that is going to be held in a few days. There's something he wanted to get for his girlfriend. Gray was surprised Klouse was still in the relationship, but given how much effort Klouse had actually put in, he knew Klouse genuinely likes her. He didn't think too much about it, but Klouse started bugging him about having a girlfriend. He has known Gray for a long time and Gray has never been with anyone. It was a strange concept. Yes, he liked the fact that Gray was so focused on his cultivation, he still found it weird. It isn't time yet. Gray replied with a straight face. You're wasting your face. Give it to Ray if you have no use for it. Klouse looked at him in disdain. Hey, why don't we go visit Kyle on our way to meet your girlfriend? Gray changed the topic. Sure, I haven't seen him since we went on that expedition. Klouse nodded. He had no issues with going in search of Kyle. At the moment, the chance of them having a far higher cultivation stage than Kyle was high. But given the pressure most of the geniuses from top factions and families are, he might not be far from the sovereign plane. The duo stayed in the tavern, and when the auction started, the item Klouse wanted was a pendant. It was made from a top magical beast's core and could help improve the cultivation speed of an individual. Of course, it had its limits. For people like Klouse and Gray, it was pretty much useless, but for someone still in the venerable plane, it was useful. Klause's girlfriend wasn't from a top family and could only be regarded as a mid-level family. The current Klouse could shake the foundation of the family. This shows just how much he has grown. When he went there the first time, he was only in the sage plane. During the next visit, they were venerables and could go toe-to-toe with his supposed father-in-law. This was the family head of the family, and he isn't even as strong as the young man who loves his daughter. Klouse had been seeing his girlfriend occasionally, when she's not in the family manor. Although it was occasionally, he usually sneaks out of the faction with the help of an elder who has a soft spot for him. Apparently, it was the same elder that escorted him there the last time. Seeing how much both Klouse and his girlfriend loved each other, she promised to occasionally help him come see her. The item is something Klouse's girlfriend's family could not afford, but for someone of Klouse status, it wasn't hard to pay. Besides, he had Gray by his side. The son of Lucas Dawson, the golden genius of this generation, of course he was loaded with essence stones. And indeed, Gray is always loaded with these stones. He was an array master and needed them to create arrays whenever he needed to, so he always had them with him. Not just that, but he has a large variety of treasures on him and would occasionally exchange them for high-quality essence stones. The duo had already contacted Kyle while they were still staying at the tavern, and Kyle was closer to them. But they planned to spend some time with him, so they went to see Klouse's girlfriend first. The duo spent almost a week at Luthera's place. She was still very low-leveled, but with help of the item Klouse gifted her, Gray was certain she would be able to grow quickly. After they were done with that, they had to travel over to where Kyle was located. It took 2 days, but they soon arrived in the region Kyle was in. They soon arrived deep in a forest, searching for treasures. Gray commented as they arrived. "Yeah, but this place has a strange feeling about it." Klouse frowned. "That's because the air is poisoned." "Don't tell me you haven't sensed it yet." Gray couldn't help but look at Klouse suspiciously, as if implying he was a fake sovereign. "Not everyone has your great senses, bud, but see." Klouse opened his palm and an ice made of black appeared on his palm, "But I have my ways too." Gray gave Klouse a piercing look and he couldn't help but feel slightly astounded. There was a small layer around Klouse's skin. It was almost undetectable. If not for this thing Klouse did, he would have never noticed it. He had been with Klouse for over a week now, and he was just sensing this to tell you how impeccable it was. "You always keep it active, I see," he commented, regaining his composure. "Yeah, it's a technique I learned from my faction and it's very easy for me. It doesn't even overexert me," Klouse commented. "I see." Gray nodded, impressed. "There's a thick miasma here. The fact that it has spread to this place shows that it's not simple." Gray looked into the depths of the forest, where Kyle was located, and frowned. "We should hurry before he falls into danger." Klouse nodded and followed Gray as they entered the place. The plan was to get to Kyle before it was too late. Some top experts have been left crippled due to being exposed to poison miasma for too long. Well, they didn't need to worry about that with Gray here. As long as Kyle is still alive, he could easily extract the miasma from his body. Deep in the forest, a group of venerables in the mid-stages were surrounded by some darkness elemental magical beasts. "There are too many. How can we leave with it?" one of the venerables said. Individually, they were stronger, but the magical beasts had the number advantage. Kyle looked at the situation. Compared to Gray and his friends who made sure they didn't grow beards, Kyle was different. He grew beards, although he still looked very young. The beards gave him a slightly different look. Abandon it. Chapter 1500. What? Are you deaf? Kyle looked at the young man who asked the question. Drop it slowly and move back. Kyle yelled at him. He was the one who was leading the group. One of them was already seriously wounded, and if they tried to forcefully take this item with them, not only will the young man die, but all of them risked facing death as well. Drop it, let's retreat. A young lady in the group said to the young man. You all have gone crazy. We came here for this. Have you forgotten how important it is? The young man didn't want to let go of the item. Is it worth all our lives? Kyle asked coldly. Stop arguing, you two. They're already forcing their way through our defense. Another young man interjected. Drop it. Kyle said coldly. No. The young man stood by his initial stance. There was no way he was going to let go of this item. Kyle grunted, and just as he was about to take a step towards the young man, he froze and turned to look in a particular direction. Not just him, but the others did the same as well. They could sense a powerful aura speeding through the woods coming towards them. On a normal day, they would have been excited since it might be help. But given their current situation, the chances of this being even more dangerous was far higher. "Abandon it, quickly," Kyle said and rushed towards the other direction. "Don't worry, Kyle, we're here to help." A voice sounded in Kyle's ears, and to the surprise of everyone present, a figure appeared inside their defensive wall. They didn't know what to say as they saw the figure. The reason for this was the ease he used in getting into their defensive wall. They didn't even sense when he got in. However, hearing the figure mention Kyle's name released the tension they were feeling. "Gray, you're here." Kyle turned around to face Gray, elation on his face. "It's nice to see you too. I didn't think you would escape in such a manner." Klouse laughter came from outside the defensive wall. He was casually strolling in the middle of the creatures that were attacking the defensive wall. The eyes of those present almost popped out when they saw this. Klouse was casually strolling amongst these dangerous creatures, and they hadn't even attacked him. It was almost as if they couldn't see him. "Klouse, you're here too." Kyle's smile got brighter. "Of course, we were around and decided to come check you out," Klouse said. Gray took a glance at Klouse and couldn't help but shake his head. They literally spoke with Kyle some days ago, yet Klouse was acting as if he didn't know Kyle came out for an expedition. You, watch out!" One of the young ladies in the group screamed when one of the creatures tried to attack Klouse from behind. The creatures were snakes, and all of them had the darkness element. "Oh." Klouse remained nonchalant, and as the snake was about to place its large mouth over Klouse, hoping to swallow him with a single move, it became frozen solid. The black skin of the snake started to turn white as it was frozen solid from its head down to its tail. The freezing didn't happen instantaneously, rather, it moved slowly from its head down to the tail. Kyle knew Klouse's character, so he wasn't too amazed at it. It was something simple a more powerful opponent could do to their opponents. Kyle might be indifferent, but the rest people who were in his group was starstruck. Klouse had an elegant look, and he was always dressed almost like royals. His luxurious dressings matches his face, making him charming. Klouse didn't stop there. With a nonchalant expression, he spread out his hands and the temperature around them dropped. Even the defensive wall froze and shattered. But the group didn't have the time to worry about their broken defensive wall. Before their eyes, the numerous snakes that has been giving them a tough time were all frozen with just one move from Klouse. When they sensed the strength behind Klouse's attack, they couldn't help but shiver. Even Kyle was taken aback by Klouse's improvement. Originally, he felt they were in the late stages, but from what Klouse just displayed, then he was definitely at the peak. The thought of Klouse already becoming a sovereign didn't cross his mind. In fact, he didn't think Gray had gotten to the sovereign plane as well. He found it difficult to accept that either of them had broken through to the sovereign plane, even given their talents. "That should be enough," Klouse commented coolly as he walked past the group who were still in awe of his abilities. "It's been so long, bud," he said as he got closer to Kyle. Kyle had his mouth slightly agape, not expecting this much improvement from Klouse. He threw a glance at Gray, who shrugged. You already know he likes showing off. Kyle nodded and asked softly, "What stage are you guys?" "Sovereigns." Gray was the one who answered his question. The second the word sovereign left Gray's mouth, the others present went silent. They could all hear each other's breaths. "What's wrong? Haven't seen a sovereign before?" Klouse asked with a smile. "You guys are cheats." Kyle gave a wry smile. He thought he was already fast and should be close to catching up to these guys, but from the looks of it, they would only continue to leave him behind. "He's the cheat, I'm only trying to catch up to him." Gray pointed at Klouse. In truth, he was the one who was catching up to Klouse. Klouse was the first to get to the sovereign plane. Although there's a chance Gray might have achieved this before him if not for some unforeseen circumstances, it doesn't change the fact that Klouse broke through first. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Ruptor's out.